world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Ancient Battlefield. Afraid of being discovered? The skinny warrior's heart moved. That blood demon is probably just an innate extreme cultivation, equivalent to you, me and the dream demon. It's difficult for him to kill us, and it's not easy for us to kill him. These days I found that the blood demon killed people and took their blood, mostly for the purpose of practicing magic. I even thought that he might be from the South Sea demon realm, killing his own kind in order to practice magic. Huh. The skinny warrior's face changed. If that was true, then the matter would be serious. VIP, should we report to the higher-ups? Hey, the higher-ups won't pay attention to us. These days, the Xuandan elders are busy with the big thing. As for what it is, we don't know. They don't have time to care about the small things of Nangsha Island. VIP said calmly. The battle line has been stalemated for more than half a year since it was pushed here. The South Sea Demon Realm doesn't seem to be in a hurry to advance, but allows the two sides to fight here. The most obvious point is that there are fewer and fewer Xuandan masters participating in the battle. The two sides have launched a war of attrition, and the proportion of disciples from the sect is getting smaller and smaller. Those who are on the field are cannon fodder from small sects. They were lured here by Shenhuang Island and Nanhai Demon Realm with huge profits, but 9 out of 10 died on the battlefield. What exactly is Nanhai Demon Realm going to do? Did they give up halfway through the battle? If so, this battle is meaningless. With such a huge loss, they have not received any reward. VIP frowned, but couldn't figure it out. Hundreds of miles away, Lin Ming Island. Lin Ming Island is located in the eye of the Yin vein of the South China Sea. It is rumored that a great war took place in ancient times, and countless strong men died. As a result, Lin Ming Island has been gloomy all year round, filled with black fog, and bred many powerful ghosts. Unlike the neighboring Blood Evil Island, there is no real stone vein here, and coupled with the many dangers, Lin Ming Island is rarely visited. Back then, the Lanyu sect buried the treasure on Lin Ming Island for safety. In addition to considering that there were few people here, there was also a strange phenomenon on Lin Ming Island. The black rocks on the island could block the perception of the divine consciousness. As long as the secret door was buried underground, it could not be detected at all, not even by Xuandan warriors. Many masters were very interested in this matter and came to Yunming Island to explore it. However, after many explorations, they did not get any results, and it was left unresolved. As time passed, people gradually got used to such strange things. No matter what level of warriors, they would not come to this barren land for nothing. However, at this time, on Yunming Island, in the heavy fog, there was a group of figures, led by 7 or 8 black-robed old men. On their chest robes, there was a blue-gray icon embroidered, which was the totem pattern of the trolls. The cultivation of these old men was all above the middle stage of Xuandan, and some were even in the late stage of Xuandan, and the extreme of Xuandan. Behind this group of old men, 10 men, who were 10 feet tall, bare-chested, and with muscular bodies, stood behind them. Their skin was a light green, and they obviously had troll blood. However, this troll blood also has advantages and disadvantages. The troll blood in these strong men was not very good, and it was naturally very different from the emperor of the Netherworld. The 10 strong men, whose cultivation was unified to the late Xiantian stage, carried a huge spear on their shoulders. The spear was more than 20 feet long and as thick as a water tank. It was made of unknown metal. At the tip of the spear, there were thick threads, like a drill. That's it, let's start. An elder held a formation plate in his hand, and after repeated confirmation, he finally chose the position. As the elder finished speaking, behind him, the other 2 Xuandan elders raised their hands, and a stream of true energy attached to the huge spear. Swoosh! The spear on the man's shoulder flew high. It flew to a height of 100 feet, and the spearhead turned downward, smashing down like a meteor. Boom. The earth shook violently, as if a mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. Rocks exploded, and half of the 20-foot spear sank into the ground. Spin, get in. the black-robed elder said calmly. After that, the 10 strong men pulled out iron rods as thick as a child's arm from their backs and inserted them into the grooves of the spears. The 10 strong men shouted together, their muscles bulged, their true energy was running to the extreme, and they pushed the iron rod with all their strength, and the spear began to rotate slowly. Ka-ka-ka, with the sound of rock exploding, the thread squeezed into the rubble and slowly went down. 10 masters of the late Xiantian period who were good at strength, running their whole body's true energy, pushed so hard. An old man saw this scene, smiled slightly, and said, "The rocks here are indeed very solid. It is very difficult for a spear made of broken steel to drill into it." The demon emperor's notes are true. The threaded spear became more and more difficult to move downwards. Several Zuandan elders also took action, casting spells one after another, pushing the threaded spear downwards. Slowly, dark red liquid began to seep out of the broken rocks. It was blood. At first, it was only a small amount of seepage, and later, it gushed out like a fountain, until the blood shot out several feet high, and the rocks were shattered by this force and flew high. The seal is here, sealed with a blood pool, and the blood in this blood pool is absorbed from the ancient battlefield. The natural ground vein formation here can originally gather bloody energy, and because the black rock blocks the perception, no one has been able to explore it for so many years. There are 6 blood pools in total. Let's open them one by one, and then open the seal according to the method in the notebook. The blood for the sacrifice should be enough. If it is not enough, then we will launch a general attack, and it should be enough by then. The old guy Mu Qianxue would never have thought that there is such a big secret under Lin Ming Island and Zusha Island, and she can't think of the purpose of this South China Sea war. Several Zuandan elders kept communicating with each other using true essence transmission. If you look from the Taiji sky thousands of feet high, you will find that the battle line of the South China Sea battlefield is almost surrounded by a circle, and the center of the circle is Lin Ming Island and Zusha Island. According to the Demon Emperor's hand, the entrance to the ancient battlefield is between Lin Ming Island and Zusha Island. However, due to the long history, it is difficult to open the ancient battlefield formation. The South China Sea Demon Realm launched a war against Shenhuang Island at this time. The warriors who died in the war were actually a large-scale blood sacrifice. This is also the reason why they have been stranded here. The natural earth vein formation here can automatically gather blood and nourish the sealed blood pool, and then supplemented by the formation on the Demon Emperor's hand until the blood pool is fully opened. In the name of war, a blood sacrifice can be justified. Otherwise the South China Sea Demon Realm would not be able to find so many acquired and innate warriors to kill. Moreover, when the ancient battlefield is opened, it is imperative to rely on it to strangle Shenhuang Island. This war can also be regarded as consuming the strength of Shenhuang Island in advance, which is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. An elder of Zuandan couldn't help but sigh. According to the notes of the Demon Emperor, this sealed ancient battlefield is actually an independent small world. It is really unimaginable how great a magical power is needed to open up such a large small world. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the middle world. This world seems to have been shaken and broken because of this ancient war. It may not exist for thousands of years. Thousands of years are enough for our clan. Let's see how glorious the great powers of the ancient times were. Although much of history has been hidden in the dust and cannot be explored at all, one thing is certain. In the ancient times, the strength of warriors was much stronger than it is now. At that time, many emperors and venerables appeared. Many of them were the existence of destroying the world with a wave of their hands. The Demon Emperor was one of them, and the time of this ancient battlefield was longer than the time of the Demon Emperor. In a sense, the broken world, where the ancient battlefield was located, was the Demon Emperor's lair. When he came here, he took it for himself with his powerful strength. After a blood pool was opened, it was covered by a formation. After that, the group continued to open the second blood pool. In a whole day, 4 of the 6 blood pools were opened. However, the 5th blood pool failed to open. A black-robed elder looked at the blood pool that was no longer able to spurt out, and whispered, "After all, it has been tens of thousands of years. Even with the nourishment of the earth vein formation, the blood pool has dried up a little. Let's launch a general attack." Yes, launch a general attack. In a hidden cave near the Wartime Alliance base camp, Lin Ming sat cross-legged inside the cave. In front of him, 13 blood-drinking seals flew up and down. As long as Lin Ming is not dead, even if the blood-drinking seals are broken, they can be recondensed. Lin Ming took out the imitation of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd that he had put away after Lei Mu Bei's death but never used. Around the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, the blood-drinking seals kept colliding and separating, and blood lights burst out one after another, faintly emitting excited hums. Sure enough, even a replica of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd has a great amplification effect on the Great Wilderness Halberd art. Even the Purple Spear cannot do this. Although the Purple Spear is of a higher grade, it only has an amplification effect on the power of thunder and fire, and its amplification effect on the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd is almost zero. He thrust the halberd out suddenly, and the surrounding space seemed to be in chaos, and it was impossible to determine the position of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Ming danced the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd with great vigor, and the gravel in the cave was stirred up by the vortex of energy and flew in the air. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside, which seemed to be the sound of energy explosion. He was moved and rushed to the entrance of the cave. Seeing the scene outside, he was shocked. In his field of vision, the Demon Realm warriors were gathering together and launching a general attack on the base camp of the Wartime Alliance. Various energy streams exploded in the sky, and the battle was very fierce. Chapter 452, Ancient Formation opened. At the headquarters of the Wartime Alliance, Lu Huo, the innate warrior who was in charge of the general command, frowned when he saw the warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm coming over in an overwhelming manner. Is the South Sea Demon Realm crazy? Although the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm are stronger than the Wartime Alliance, such as the 3 giants of the South Sea Demon Realm, it is difficult for the Wartime Alliance to find warriors of the same level to match them, but their Wartime Alliance headquarters has a defensive formation. Once the formation is activated, the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm will fall into a passive situation. If the South Sea Demon Realm actively attacks the Wartime Alliance headquarters, it will cost more. Even if they win, they will only capture a town that has no practical use. It is meaningless. That is. Lu Huo's heart moved. In the battle camp, he saw a skinny man in red and a pale middle-aged man. These two people were the Bloodbone and Viper of the 3 giants of the Demon Realm. In front of the two of them, there stood a handsome red-haired youth. Zugu and Viper were extremely respectful to the red-haired youth, who was obviously of a superior status. The red-haired youth had the highest level of innate cultivation, and looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He wore a black robe with a troll totem, embroidered on the left chest of the robe. Seeing this totem, Lu Huo took a breath of cold air. The troll totem was the symbol of the South China Sea Demon Realm, which meant that this red-haired youth was 99% likely to be a sect genius of the South China Sea Demon Realm. At the same time, innate extreme warriors were also divided into levels. For example, Lu Huo himself, although he was also innate extreme, was nearly 200 years old, and was actually the worst first level innate extreme, with no hope of breaking through the Zuandin in this life. However, Zubu, Viper, and Mengmo were one level higher, and could be called stronger innate extreme warriors. They still had some hope of breaking through the Zuandin, which was why they were famous on Nangsha Island. Going up, there are sect geniuses like the red-haired young man. There are not many such geniuses in the big sects. They are often in their 30s, and have the ultimate innate cultivation. With some trump cards and secret treasures, their real combat power is far beyond what Lu Huo can compare with. They can be called the top innate extreme strongmen. If nothing unexpected happens, they will step into the Zuandin, and even cultivate to the middle and late stages of the Zuandin. The red-haired young man in front of him is obviously the top innate extreme strongman. With such a strong man, there is no doubt that the South China Sea Demon Realm is serious about this general attack. After having this guess, Lu Huo glanced over and found that among the warriors of the general attack, there were indeed a large number of direct disciples of the South China Sea Demon Realm. You know, the number of direct disciples of the South China Sea Demon Realm is not large, only tens of thousands. For a super large-scale battle covering the entire South China Sea, such a small number of direct disciples is far from enough. Most of the time, the direct disciples of the South China Sea Demon Realm will only be scattered to various battlefields for training, and will rarely be used for the general attack. This is a role of cannon fodder. What's going on? Is it that the South Sea Demon Realm takes a small battlefield on Nangxia Island so seriously? Lu Huo was just thinking about it. Suddenly, a sound transmission talisman ignited in front of Lu Huo. Hearing the voice coming from it, Lu Huo was overjoyed at first, but then he looked worried. The good news was that Shenhuang Island had received the information about the South Sea Demon Realm's general attack in advance, and sent a large number of direct disciples to support them. However, the worry was that Nangxia Island was far away from the front line of the battlefield. It would take half an hour for the direct disciples of Shenhuang Island to arrive. With such a long time, God knows what will happen to these miscellaneous soldiers of the wartime alliance. At this time, a brilliant rain of light suddenly broke out in the sky. The protective light shield of the large formation shook violently, and then quickly dimmed. It was actually faintly showing a tendency to collapse. Shooting demon cart. Lu Huo was horrified. He saw that between the troops of the South Sea Demon Realm, there was a black crossbow car about 5 or 6 feet long. This kind of crossbow cart is called the demon shooting cart. The body is made of broken steel and even mixed with a little precious purple zuan. The cost of a demon shooting cart is inestimable, and each arrow shot consumes the energy of hundreds of medium grade Zinyu stones. Using such a weapon in the battlefield of Nangxia Island is simply making a fuss. On the battlefield, the red-haired young man looked at the brilliant light rain in the sky, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The goal of his general attack this time was to kill people. However, he disdained to attack these miscellaneous soldiers. The South Sea Demon Realm would send him here, mainly to control the demon shooting cart to break the formation. The red-haired young man looked at the chaotic wartime alliance soldiers in the formation with a disdainful smile on his face. He waved his hand and shot another arrow. The brilliant demon shooting arrow broke through the void, making a piercing whistle, and hit the light shield of the formation like a meteor. Boom. With a loud bang, the light shield at the point where the demon shooting car was shot shattered, throwing out large pieces of light rain. Lu Huo's face changed drastically. The other warriors of the wartime alliance were also shocked. The protective formation was broken. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The red-haired young man gave the order expressionlessly. The warriors of the demon realm began to attack frantically. The gorgeous martial arts cut through the blue sky and bombarded the camp of the wartime alliance. The warriors of the wartime alliance stretched out their body protection essences. Those with strong cultivation were naturally fine, but those with weak cultivation would have their shields broken at any time and die in an instant, becoming one of the cannon fodder. Kill. 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 At the forefront of the war, the warriors of the demon realm had already begun to fight hand to hand with the warriors of the wartime alliance. Those who rushed to the front were almost all innate warriors, and the worst were also at the peak of the acquired stage. One side was supported by the direct lineage troops of the South China Sea Demon Realm and came prepared, while the other side was mostly recruited by the wartime alliance. At the beginning of the war, the wartime alliance could not hold on. Blood was spilt, and screams were heard. Especially the 3 giants of the South Sea Demon Realm, just like 3 sharp knives rushing into the wartime alliance camp. Warriors below the innate level were almost killed instantly, and those in the early stage of the innate level were not their enemies. These miscellaneous soldiers of the wartime alliance came to Nangxia Island to take risks with the purpose of getting rich overnight. It was impossible to expect them to face death with indifference, so a considerable number of them were scared and began to flee on the spot after seeing this scene. However, in this chaotic army, it is not an easy thing to escape. Many warriors just turned around and were stabbed in the back by the spears of the demon warriors. Seeing this scene, although Lu Huo remained calm on the surface, his back was already full of sweat. He knew that he must not panic at this time, but he could not issue any effective orders to change this situation. A bunch of rubbish. The red-haired young man from the South Sea Demon Domain stood far away on the high ground, looking at the warriors of the wartime alliance indifferently. Such a group of rabble actually requires me to lead the team to fight. It's really disappointing. 10 miles away from the battlefield, Lin Ming held a long halberd and shuffled quickly in the dense forest with an expressionless face. Such a large-scale war was not something he could change alone, and he didn't dare to be too ostentatious. It was too eye-catching to have the ultimate innate combat power in the late acquired period. Lin Ming was the only one in the entire South Sky domain who had such combat power. By then, it was estimated that 5 out of 10 people would have some speculation about his identity. This would easily attract the Zuundan great power. Once he saw through the disguise technique left by Below, he would be in danger. Since he had no ability to change anything, Lin Ming just planned to find the Fire Axe Squad to help them survive this disaster, which could be regarded as a conclusion of this cause and effect. Haha. So refreshing. We should have had a big fight like this a long time ago. I wonder what the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm were thinking before. At the forefront of the battlefield, a man with white hair down to his waist was killing wantonly. His facial features were delicate and handsome, and he looked a bit charming. He was the dream demon among the 3 giants of the demon realm. Why doesn't the blood demon dare to come out at this time? I would like to meet him properly and want to know what his strength is. Zuko said beside the dream demon. Humph, it's fine if this guy who hides his head and shows his tail doesn't come. Why don't we compete to see who kills more? If you lose, give me the demon bloodstone in your hand. How about it? The dream demon said with a provocative smile after a mental shock easily pierced the spiritual sea of a warrior of the Wartime Alliance. Haha, so you're interested in my magic bloodstone. It just so happens that I'm also interested in your soul evolution art. Let's compete. Zuko laughed and rushed into the camp of the Wartime Alliance. He drew out a 10-foot-long red halberd and was about to slaughter at will. At this moment, the entire Nangshire Island suddenly shook violently. Zuko's face changed. Earthquake? Kakaka. The ground shook more and more violently, the soil and rocks collapsed, the mountains trembled, and cracks several feet wide appeared out of thin air. The fighting righteous and evil sides stopped at the same time. What's going on? There are more and more cracks, and even the mountains in the distance began to collapse. This is definitely not the effect of an ordinary earthquake. Boom. With a loud bang, on the distant sea level, dark clouds covered the sky, and 6 red blood pillars rushed into the sky and pierced the Taiji sky. From a distance, it was like 6 blood-colored pillars supporting the entire sky. What is that? It's in the direction of Zusha Island and Lin Ming Island. When the warriors of both sides were confused, Nangshire Island began to collapse. The cracks expanded from a few feet wide to dozens of feet wide. The buildings of the Wartime Alliance were destroyed in an instant like a sandcastle. Fly. The innate warriors took off into the air one after another, but the acquired warriors were miserable. They couldn't fly. Those who were close to their companions could be carried up by their companions. Those with a rich family background and could afford the spirit boat could board the spirit boat, but a large number of acquired warriors fell into the abyss like pieces of paper. Their screams were drowned in the loud noise of the collapse of the sky and the earth, and they could not hear anything. They were like a handful of sand sprinkled in the sea, and they could not stir up any waves at all. Rumble. A huge black vortex formed under the collapsed Nangshire Island, like the huge mouth of a beast, swallowing and destroying everything. Chapter 453 The world about to collapse. Lin Ming looked at the huge grey vortex under his feet, his eyes full of disbelief. His perception extended into the vortex, but was immediately cut off, as if, behind the vortex, there was another world. The terrifying attraction burst out from the vortex, acting on everyone. For a moment, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted into an independent plane, and there was no escape at all. Even the arrogant red-haired young man's face changed drastically. What was going on? The 6 red light beams just now seemed to be the place where the elders of the sect gathered. What happened there? Boom boom boom. Nangshire Island was completely dismembered and shattered, and the seawater poured in crazily, raising huge waves, and then was sucked into the vortex and disappeared. The attraction became stronger and stronger. The innate warriors who flew into the sky first evacuated this place at an extremely slow speed, but slowly, they were sucked and stuck. Next, they were slowly pulled back by the suction of the vortex. No. A late-stage postnatal warrior, the spirit boat he was sitting on was torn to pieces by the whirlpool, and he himself, like a leaf in a storm, was pulled into the whirlpool and torn into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Falling in means death. But escaping, there is no way to escape. Several postnatal warriors who originally relied on their teammates to fly were all twisted into the whirlpool. At this time, the warmth and coldness of human feelings were highlighted. Brothers in life and death will never leave each other, while those with ordinary relationships will abandon their companions to save themselves. Puff, puff. Two people in a row were torn into pieces by the energy whirlpool, and the last person screamed in despair, holding on to the last hope of struggling, and stretched out the body protecting true energy. Kakakaka. The energy vortex cut through the body protecting essence like a razor, shattering most of the warrior's body protecting essence. However, he gritted his teeth and used his essence to the extreme. Finally, the energy vortex tore open a corner of the body protecting essence and tore the warrior's arm. The warrior roared, bit his tongue, and his blood was burning. Boom. His essence suddenly surged several times, barely withstanding the tearing of the energy vortex, and finally passed through the vortex layer. Seeing this scene, the innate warriors in the air were slightly startled, and then overjoyed. Since the peak warriors of the acquired world could safely pass through the energy vortex, they could naturally pass through it more easily. Although they didn't know what was waiting for them behind the energy vortex, at this time, it was a happy thing to be able to predict that they would be alive in the next moment. The gravitational force of the energy vortex became stronger and stronger. Some innate warriors knew that they would definitely not be able to resist it if they continued like this, so they simply saved energy and flew directly to the vortex, urging their entire body's body protecting essence to the extreme, and they really survived safely. As for those warriors who were at the peak of the acquired realm, those who were strong could get through it directly, while those who were weak could burn their blood essence from the beginning without any danger. There were fewer and fewer people who were still holding on in the air. Lin Ming felt that the space around him was being compressed more and more tightly. Even if he could always resist this terrifying suction force, he was afraid that he would not be able to get out. Moreover, the energy vortex was changing. It was unknown what would happen if it was too late. Thinking of this, Lin Ming gritted his teeth, urged the body protecting true essence, and flew into the energy vortex. Hundreds of miles away, between the Blood Evil Island and the Yinming Island, 10 black-robed men were suspended in the air, looking expressionlessly at the huge vortex hundreds of feet away from their feet. This vortex was dozens of times larger than the one on Nangsha Island. The vortex on Nangsha Island was grey, and it spun with amazing momentum, like thunder. But this vortex was pure black. Looking into the vortex, there was a kind of blurred illusion, as if seeing the endless chaotic void. The black vortex spun in an eerie silence. Even though the surging sea tide was swallowed by the vortex, no sound could be heard. This eerie feeling was even more terrifying, because even the sound was swallowed by the vortex. There is no doubt that the tearing force of this pure black vortex is much more terrifying than the one that Lin Ming faced on Nangsha Island. What a terrifying space storm. We will die if we go down, said an old man in a black robe with a frown. Just now, 10 strong men who opened the seal with unified innate late-stage cultivation were torn into the energy vortex because they were too close when opening the final entrance. They were torn into blood mist in the space storm and then completely decomposed into invisible dust without even a slag left. We made a mistake. The degree of dilapidation of the ancient battlefield is beyond our expectations. Even the entrance of the cave is full of space storms. The situation inside is probably very bad. I thought that this broken world could last for thousands of years, but now it seems that it has begun to collapse. Even if we can enter it, we will encounter many dangers. A world that is about to collapse. If we are unlucky, it will begin to collapse. While we are inside, then we will be turned into dust and annihilated along with the world. The space storm generated after the world collapses is extremely terrifying, and even the powerful emperors may not be able to resist it. And now looking at the situation at the entrance of the cave, they can't get in at all. This level of space storm is not something they can resist. After so much effort to open the ancient battlefield, we only got a world that is about to collapse, and we can't even get in. Our plan to move the South Sea Demon Realm here has completely come to nothing. According to the records of the Demon Emperor's notes, in the small world where the ancient battlefield is located, the laws are different. Warriors who practice in it can come into contact with many source energies. Those with good comprehension can even comprehend the source laws in it. If this is true, as long as the South Sea Demon Realm can be relocated to the world of the ancient battlefield, and the entrance is sealed with a secret method in the Demon Emperor's handbook, the ancient Demon Realm will have a perfect nest. In addition, there are a large number of treasures left by the Demon Emperor in this broken world. If all are obtained, it is no longer a fantasy to impact the powerful Emperor. In this way, it only takes a few hundred years for the ancient Demon Realm to develop into a holy land. At that time, the unification of the South Sky Realm can reproduce the glory of the Ghost Demon Emperor city 3000 years ago. But now it seems that most of this plan has become a bubble. This world cannot be used, but there are still treasures left by the Demon Emperor and the ancient battlefield in this world. If we can take them out, it will be worth our efforts. The speaker is a woman with a veil on her face. The loose black robe still can't cover her proud figure. She is the leader of the Demon Realm West sect. It's impossible to enter the main entrance. Even I, who has died 3 times, don't think I can withstand this terrifying space storm. We can only go in through other entrances, the old man said, turning his eyes to the surroundings. There are 36 small whirlpools around the main vortex, and the one on Nangsha Island is one of them. Those are useless. They are just broken spaces separated from the main world. If we go down there, we still can't break the space barrier and enter the main world, the Demon Realm sect master said expressionlessly. When a world begins to collapse, it will first split, and these 36 small whirlpools correspond to the small worlds that have split. Entering these small worlds, at most you can only get some treasures left over from the ancient battlefield. Although there may be some fine products among them, they are not very attractive to the South Sea Demon Realm elders. What they really want is the treasures in the Demon Emperor's palace. It is obviously unwise to waste time searching for treasures in small worlds at this time. The situation is a bit bad. If this goes on, this place will soon be discovered. Even the powerful people outside the Southern Sky Domain and the 5-element domain will come here. If the powerful people who have lost their lives or even the powerful people who have been sealed as emperors come, there will be no place for us. After these words came out, the elders fell silent. They originally thought that after opening the seal, they would get an independent world, and then according to the secret method in the Demon Emperor's notebook, they could open and close the world at any time, and take whatever they want from the treasures inside. No one expected that this would happen. Hundreds of miles away, in the grey vortex of Nangsha Island, bang, Lin Ming fell heavily to the ground. He felt dizzy when he passed through the energy vortex just now. Even with the protection of the body's true essence, he felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Presumably, the situation of other warriors is even worse. Lin Ming did not get up immediately, nor did he open his eyes. Instead, he radiated his perception and sensed the surroundings. To explore the surrounding situation first, he was in a desolate and vast land, surrounded by a group of warriors lying in a mess, all of whom fell from above. There were no plants on the ground, and the soil was dark red, looking like it was stained with blood. Countless gravels were suspended in the air, large and small, connected together, like a belt surrounding the earth. There was not even a trace of wind in the whole world, and it was extremely quiet. What place is this? Lin Ming had an uneasy premonition in his heart. At this time, more and more warriors got up, including warriors from the Demon Realm and warriors from the Wartime Alliance. Basically, only those in the innate stage were left, and there were only a few at the peak of the acquired stage. Most of them were pale, and they were obviously exhausted. Lin Ming also got up quietly. Among so many warriors, he looked inconspicuous. He sorted out the items on his body. The Zumi ring was not lost, and his meridians and internal organs were not in any trouble. Looking around, among all the Demon Realm warriors, there were the 3 giants of the Demon Realm and the red-haired man from the South Sea Demon Realm. The 2 hostile parties were in trouble together. Now they got up, and were immediately full of vigilance. The warriors of the Wartime Alliance, because of panic, unconsciously distanced themselves from the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm, and finally gathered together. However, the final result was very frightening. The remaining warriors of the Wartime Alliance were only 1/3 of the remaining warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm. This did not include the top masters of the South Sea Demon Realm, the 3 giants of the Demon Realm and the red-haired man. As long as the people of the South Sea Demon Realm had the intention to kill, they would be devoured without leaving any bones. Chapter 454. Excellent remarks. Please come and have a look. It is a masterpiece. From the launch in November to now, more than 5 months have passed, and I have come step by step. This is Kanjian, the first time to write fantasy. In fact, since the beginning of 2012, it has been really difficult to write traditional Oriental fantasy on Kidian. The subscription is low and there are many people writing. Take April 8th as an example. Kidian has updated 6,386 fantasy works in 1 week. Isn't it an amazing number? It can be said that the road of fantasy is paved with countless corpses. There are very few who have achieved outstanding results. Since the second half of 2012, it has become increasingly difficult for traditional Oriental fantasy to enter the boutique except for the great writers. Compared with history, official literature, and urban literature, it is difficult to compare. Kanjian is also a newcomer in fantasy. It takes a lot of courage to transform into writing fantasy, because on Kidian, transformation means failure, which is almost a law. From the day Wuji was launched, the collection was only 12,000, and the first subscription was 950. This result is actually quite bad, only half of Kanjian's previous book The Incarnation of the Thief. However, Wuji is a fantasy novel, and Kankan had already prepared himself mentally. Therefore, even if the results were poor, Kankan still put 120% of his efforts into writing Wuji Xianxue. In particular, the monthly ticket list of new books that month was full of smoke, with many great writers, including Huang Yi. By the end of the month, without double votes, the 9th and 10th place had more than 700 votes. Kankan had more than 800 votes, struggling to get to the bottom of the list. Along the way, in more than 5 months, Kankan wrote 1.1 million VIP chapters, an average of more than 200,000 per month. This update speed is not fast, and some book friends occasionally complain, but Kankan is very attentive to every plot. Facts have proved that Wuji's writing is quite successful. From the middle of the first month of listing, the average subscription was only 1,600. By the end of the month, the average subscription was 1,900. In the second month, it was listed once, and the average subscription soared from 400 to 2,300. In the following months, the average subscription has been steadily increasing, and has hardly dropped. Kanjian watched the average subscription increase from more than 1,000 to 3,000 boutique lines, and watched the collection increase from 12,000 when it was launched to 25,000. The highest 24-hour subscription was close to 1,800, almost double the 950 when it was launched. Wuji has squeezed into the boutique without a big promotion, with an average subscription to subscription ratio of 8:1 and a high subscription to subscription ratio of more than 5:1. High subscription to average subscription 11:6. This ratio is very good in traditional fantasy. Wuji is also the one with the lowest collection among all boutique fantasy novels, with nearly 10,000 less than the previous one. For Kanjian, a newcomer in fantasy, this result is already very satisfying. Electronic subscriptions are slowly increasing, and wireless results are also slowly increasing. Wuji's results have been rising. Kanjian is here. Sincerely thank every book friend who subscribes to Wuji. Subscription is the lifeblood of a book. It is your subscription that gave me the confidence to push Wuji step by step to the boutique channel. In addition, I would like to express my special thanks to every brother and sister who voted for the monthly ticket and gave rewards. As a result, Wuji received nearly 1,500 votes in March alone. Wuji has 6 alliance leaders, 2 grandmasters, 3 headmen, 1 protector, 1 hall master, and 19 helmsmen. I would also like to thank the book friends who voted for recommendations. Recommendation votes are also very important for a book, especially since Wuji's recommendation votes have always been low. Finally, I would like to once again solemnly thank every reader who supports genuine products. Here, Kanjian wants to say that you are the cutest and most respectable readers in the world. You are the book friends who still pay to read Wuji, even though you know that there are hundreds of millions of pirated links on Baidu. Many book friends never show up, and Kanjian doesn't even know their names. I thank you. Without you, there would be no Wuji! Exclamation mark. Thank you. 2013/4/8 The Cow and the Kanjian. Chapter 455 Hidden Death Trap. The warriors of the Wartime Alliance clenched their weapons one by one, as if they were facing a great enemy. In terms of the quality of warriors, the Wartime Alliance, which was mainly composed of miscellaneous troops, was certainly not as good as the regular army of the South Sea Demon Realm, but they were much more numerous. However, in a space storm vortex, all those who were not strong enough would either fall into the abyss or die tragically in the vortex. This also made the number of survivors of the Wartime Alliance far less than that of the South Sea Demon Realm. Lu Huo was sweating profusely. The current situation was really terrible. The white-haired Dream Demon smiled grimly at the warriors of the Wartime Alliance. His eyes were like looking at fish on the chopping board. He turned his head and said to the red-haired young man, "My Lord Envoy, why don't you clean up these miscellaneous fish first, so as not to encounter any crisis in this world later, and let them find a gap to retaliate?" The red-haired young man of the South Sea Demon Realm looked at the dark sky with countless rubble floating on it, with a solemn expression. He was born in the South Sea Demon Realm, so his experience was naturally much richer than that of Dream Demon, Bloodbone and others. He felt vaguely that they were sucked into an independent space. This kind of space may not have an exit. If they are trapped in such a space for a lifetime. Thinking of this, the red-haired young man's face became more and more ugly. He still has a bright future, but he doesn't want to die in such a ghost place. Master Envoy, do you think we should? Seeing that the red-haired young man did not respond, the Dream Demon could not help but propose again. Shut up. The red-haired young man was in a very bad mood. The Dream Demon was stopped by the red-haired young man, and was a little confused. At his level, everyone who saw him was respectful, and had never been scolded by others. However, facing the red-clothed young man, he could only bear it. Not to mention the strength of the red-clothed young man. Even among the Demon Domain warriors present, there were many direct disciples of the South Sea Demon Domain. At this time, the red-haired young man had no intention of caring about the Dream Demon's feelings, let alone the war between the South Sea Demon Domain and the Phoenix Island. He had a vague premonition that this time they were sucked into this unknown space, which might be related to the secret actions of the elders of the South Sea Demon Domain in recent days. The 6 blood-colored light pillars that shot up into the sky on Zusha Island and Lin Ming Island must have been created by the elders of the sect. Perhaps even the general offensive plan was secretly planned by the elders of the sect, otherwise they should not have launched this meaningless general offensive at this time. These old guys, are they using me as cannon fodder? The red-clothed young man clenched his fists, with a hint of ferocity at the corners of his mouth. Exhaling heavily, the red-haired young man looked at the warriors of the Wartime Alliance. Who is the leader among you? The people of the Wartime Alliance immediately looked at Lu Huo. Lu Huo groaned in his heart. He was a nominal leader, but his command was actually very weak. The people present were all free warriors, and some were mercenaries of the escort agency, who would listen to him. It was at this time that he was pulled out to take the blame. Lu Huo stood up and said, "I am." The red-haired young man looked Lu Huo up and down. He had the highest level of innate cultivation, but his foundation was weak. He was the kind of warrior who slowly accumulated his age and reached the highest level of innate cultivation. His combat power was very limited. Now, let's stop fighting and get out of this damn place first. But you must listen to me in everything, otherwise I don't mind killing you immediately. As the red-haired young man spoke, the murderous intent on his body naturally emanated. The warriors with weaker cultivation in the Wartime Alliance around him felt their breathing stagnate, as if the temperature around them suddenly turned cold. Lu Huo had no room to refuse such a proposal. He remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Now, everyone act together. If you find any abnormality, notify me immediately. Especially, energy vortexes like the one just now. Energy vortexes are the entrance to different spaces. The only thing the red-haired young man can hope for now is to find another energy vortex and return to his original world. Seeing the red-haired young man so serious, Zugu, Mengemo, and VIP looked at each other and were silent. It was obvious that the severity of the situation was beyond their imagination. This place was not that simple. Lin Ming was hidden in the crowd and looked inconspicuous. He also slowly realized that this might be an alien space. If he couldn't get out, he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. It couldn't be better to have the red-haired young man find an exit. Huangji, hey, it's really you. A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Lin Ming turned around and saw that it was the bearded man who was a member of the Fire Axe team. He also survived. This was also expected. Although the bearded man's cultivation was not high, after using the berserk, he could kill warriors of the same level continuously. His body protection essence was naturally strong. Huangji, haha, I knew you were okay. Another voice sounded. Lin Ming turned around and saw that it was the Captain Fire Axe. Beside Fire Axe, Black Sword and Purple Rain were safe and sound. Although Phantom was pale, he was also fine. However, Imo Liang, King Mu, and King Lin were missing. Lin Ming's heart sank. The three of them were warriors with special abilities, and their fighting power was not strong. They might not be able to resist the space storm. Fire Axe sighed and said, in the previous general attack, Imo Liang, King Mu, and King Lin had limited fighting power, so I left them behind. But I didn't expect. Nangsha Island collapsed. Fire Axe didn't say anything more. Both the abyss before and the space storm later were fatal. Ziyu and Mediang also looked gloomy. Only the bearded man smiled and said, Imo Liang has been a disaster for thousands of years. How can he die so easily? What's more, he has a spirit boat in his hand. Imo Liang's perception was relatively strong. The spirit boat of the Fire Axe team was naturally driven by Imo Liang and naturally placed in Imo Liang's Zumi ring. However, in the tearing of the space storm, even the warrior's body protection true essence could not withstand it, let alone the spirit boat. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. This was the cruelty of war. These members of the Fire Axe squad were also used to seeing life and death. They had probably experienced many replacements of old and new comrades before he came. Lin Ming fell silent and did not speak. Ziyu, Meiyang, Huzi and others also fell silent at the same time. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the team in front. Lin Ming was shocked. His perception spread out, and he was immediately shocked. At the front of the team, a warrior in the early stage of the innate was cut in half by something, and blood spurted all over the ground. What is that? Lin Ming immediately became alert. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to defend against an arrow from the dark. This kind of sneak attacker who can avoid everyone's perception and hide in the dark is the most terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. In the middle of the team, several figures quickly flew over the heads of the crowd and came to the place where the warrior died suddenly. It was the three giants of the demon realm and the red-haired young man. Seeing the body that was completely broken into two pieces, the red-haired young man's face became gloomy. The wound went from the right rib of the deceased, through the chest and abdomen, and then to the left waist, as if it was cut open by a sharp knife. The perception spread out, and there was nothing unusual around. The red-haired young man's eyebrows trembled. At this time, he suddenly realized something. His face changed, and he retreated cautiously. Could it be? Suddenly, the red-haired young man grabbed a warrior from the wartime alliance next to him, and threw him forward. Ah! The warrior screamed, and then an incredible scene happened. The warrior flew in the air, and his body was strangely torn apart, just like a carrot, thrown on a sharp metal wire, and cut in half. Bang! The body that was broken into two pieces fell to the ground, and blood was splattered all over the ground. Most of the warriors around were from the wartime alliance. Their faces changed drastically. At this time, they didn't care about being angry about the tragic death of their companions. This unknown power and the feeling of being close to the god of death made them extremely scared. The red-haired young man had a solemn and ferocious expression. It was indeed a space crack. In a world that was about to collapse, it was normal to have a large number of space cracks. These space cracks were invisible and could not be detected by perception. Once they hit, even the most innate warriors would be cut by the cracks. Although the red-haired young man was arrogant, he would never be so arrogant as to think that he had the ability to withstand the cutting of these space cracks. These cracks that stretched across the space and could not be detected at all were like invisible death gods, opening their mouths and waiting for life to be delivered to them for them to devour. Since they could not be detected, they could only use human lives to explore the way. Thinking of this, the red-haired young man said coldly, "All the postnatal warriors of the Wartime Alliance, come to the front of the team immediately, hurry up." As soon as these words came out, the warriors of the Wartime Alliance around the red-haired young man were furious. Just now, the red-haired young man had just killed one of their companions and regarded human life as worthless. Now, he was going to use the postnatal masters of the Wartime Alliance as cannon fodder. Being called out as a pathfinder at this time, it is not enough to describe it as a life or death. What if all the acquired warriors died? Is it the turn of the innate warriors of the Wartime Alliance? All the warriors of the Wartime Alliance were furious. Lin Ming frowned. His own cultivation was also in the acquired period. The phantom beside him was also in the acquired period. At this time, the phantom was pale and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. The fate of being called out can be imagined, but if they don't go out, how can such a small number of people resist the South China Sea Demon Realm? Phantom subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. In the past few months, no matter what dangers they encountered, Lin Ming was calm as usual. She had formed the illusion that Lin Ming was omnipotent in her subconscious. Moreover, Lin Ming was also an acquired warrior like her, and he had to face this disaster. "Just stay still," Lin Ming said calmly. His right hand had already pressed on the Zumi ring without leaving any trace. "Yes, don't move. Our strength is indeed not as good as this, but we will not let them control us," Fire Axe said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 456 10 breaths. At this critical moment, knowing that they would be cannon fodder, no one was willing to stand up. Some warriors pressed their weapons one after another, and their true energy was faintly flowing. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the red-haired young man. "I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't stand up, you will be killed without mercy. Don't try to get away with it. I can sense the cultivation of all of you." The cold voice contained a strong murderous intent. Under the cover of this murderous intent, some acquired warriors began to sweat on their foreheads and their knees became weak. They were just ordinary acquired peak warriors, and the gap between them and the red-haired young man who came from a sect and had reached the highest level of innate cultivation was too big. Almost as long as he moved his mind, he could kill them instantly. 10. The red-haired young man opened his mouth indifferently. At this moment, a required warrior not far in front of the red-haired young man shouted angrily, "You are dreaming. We would rather die than be your pathfinder. Brothers, let's unite. Otherwise if this goes on, we will only." The dream demon sneered and moved his mind. Bang! In an instant, the acquired warrior's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died suddenly, so that even Lu Huo, who was close at hand, had no time to react. Lu Huo's mouth twitched, and finally he just sighed. The surrounding warriors cried out in surprise, and a feeling of grief and indignation surged in their hearts. With the sound of clacking, some warriors drew their weapons, but that was all. No one dared to really do it. "You are going too far," a warrior in the early stage of the innate shouted sharply. The dream demon smiled disdainfully. "You want to die too?" The warrior hesitated, and was actually a little afraid to face the dream demon. The dream demon was a warrior who was good at soul attack. He could detonate the opponent's spiritual sea with soul power, and even blow up the opponent's head. This was the origin of the title of Dream Demon. He could easily kill low-level warriors in seconds. He would die with a thought, and it was impossible to save him. The warrior in the early stage of the innate gritted his teeth, and finally said nothing. At that moment, a strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart, and he only hated that he had no power. The red-haired youth didn't even look at what just happened, and continued to say expressionlessly, 9. Invisible pressure enveloped them, and several postnatal warriors were already a little overwhelmed by the pressure. 8. 7. Every breath interval, there was a cold voice. "What should I do?" Fire Axe sent a voice to Lin Ming's true essence, and even the usually calm Fire Axe was a little panicked at this time. Lin Ming remained silent. His strength has indeed increased a lot in recent days, but he has no confidence in this battle. The red-haired youth is definitely not comparable to our Yang Shengxiu. What's more, he has the 3 giants of the demon realm by his side. Each of these 3 giants is better than Xiangxiu. Add to that many direct disciples of the South Sea Demon Realm. This is definitely a tragic bloody battle. 6, 5, 4. The red-haired youth counted calmly, and Lin Ming had been gathering strength in silence, staring at the red-haired youth with burning eyes, and his whole body was boiling with fighting spirit. 3. When the red-haired young man counted to this point, he slowly pulled out the halberd from the zoomy ring. The 10-foot-long blood halberd was gleaming with red light. It was actually a replica of the Great Wilderness blood halberd, but its quality was much lower than Lei Mubei's. Although the red-haired young man was much stronger than Lei Mubei, he was naturally far inferior in terms of his status in the South Sea Demon Realm. As soon as the blood halberd came out, a stream of bloody air emanated. Several postnatal warriors who were the first to bear the brunt could not help but sway and stood out from the team. Facing this blood halberd, they really couldn't muster the courage to resist. If they didn't stand up, they would surely die. If they stood up, they would be careful and use the treasure to carefully explore the way, and there might be some chances of survival. 2. The red-haired young man counted a little slower, but his murderous aura became more condensed. More and more postnatal warriors stood up, as if they accepted their fate. Their faces were pale and their eyes were dead. While the innate warriors of the Wartime Alliance saw this scene, but they looked sad. This unknown world is probably more dangerous than just the space cracks. After all the postnatal warriors die, it will be their turn. 1. The red-haired young man counted the last number and suddenly laughed. What a courage. There are really people who are not afraid of death. His eyes fell on Lin Ming. In fact, he had noticed Lin Ming a long time ago. Although Lin Ming's cultivation was not high, the condensed true essence in his body was not something that ordinary postnatal warriors could possess. Interesting. The red-haired young man approached step by step, and behind him were the 3 people, Meng Mo, Zugu and Vipir. These 3 giants of the South Sea Demon Realm were notorious, and with the red-haired young man who was even stronger, the momentum of the 4 people together was radiated. The warriors of the Wartime Alliance did not have the courage to compete with them at all, and they did not even dare to touch their eyes. Lin Ming looked at the red-haired young man calmly, standing in front of the few people in the Fire Axe squad. Behind him, Phantom and Huzi were holding their weapons tightly, with sweat in their palms. Captain Huofu also had a solemn expression. His nerves were extremely tense. Beside Huofu, the usually calm Ziyu had purple arcs jumping on her fingertips, as if she was facing a great enemy. The red-haired young man ignored Huofu and the others, and his eyes fell on Lin Ming. Boy, you are quite good. You can be so calm in the face of my aura. Lin Ming was unmoved, and just touched the halberd in the zoomy ring, the Great Wilderness blood halberd. Facing the red-haired young man from the 5th grade sect, plus the 3 giants of the demon realm and many innate masters of the demon realm, Lin Ming was ready to go all out, and he would not hide his weaknesses, and it was impossible for him to hide his weaknesses. This was a battle of life and death. The powerful pressure made the surrounding warriors retreat one after another. Many warriors showed sad faces. It's over. The Fire Axe squad is dead. Fire Axe can only face ordinary late-stage Xiantian masters at most. He will be killed instantly when facing these 4 people. Although the late-stage acquired guy has a strong momentum, he is useless in the face of absolute cultivation suppression. What should we do? Should we take action? If we take action, we will die. They kill people without blinking an eye. But if we don't resist, will we just let them manipulate us? The disciple didn't say anything else. It would be better to die in a blazing battle than to be killed as cannon fodder. The man who spoke before sighed and said nothing more. The number of warriors was only 1/3 of the other parties, and the quality was far inferior. How to fight? It was like an egg hitting a stone. This was also the idea of most warriors in the Wartime Alliance. The other party was the direct force of the South China Sea Demon Realm, and they were just a ragtag army. The red-haired young man had already walked within 5 feet of Lin Ming, with an expression of admiration on his face. Very good. I admire people who are not afraid of death, but not being afraid of death is not a good thing, because such people usually die very quickly. Boom. The red-haired young man's true energy burst out, and his blood-red long hair fluttered wantonly in the true energy vortex. He stretched out his right hand, and a 10-foot-long blood halberd was stretched out, and a tragic bloody aura burst out, as if facing a galloping army. I'm Xuanchang. Don't die without knowing who killed you. Lin Ming said nothing. He had been silent from the beginning, and he had been silent all the time, accumulating strength in silence. His whole body's momentum was running to the extreme, his edge was restrained, his true energy was connected to the evil god seed, and 13 blood runes were flowing rapidly in the meridians, ready to burst out at any time. A tragic murderous aura spread, and the surrounding air seemed to condense into substance. Die. Xuanchang shouted, took a step forward, and smashed the blood halberd down. The ground under his feet suddenly shattered, and the blood halberd, which was red all over, made a series of mournful sounds. At this moment, Lin Ming's right hand, which had been pressed on the Zumi ring, finally swung out. The great wilderness blood halberd, which flashed 13 runes, rose up like a blood dragon, sweeping everything. The shape was exactly the same as Xuanchang's blood halberd, but the bloody aura contained in it was even stronger. Dang. The two halberds intersected, and the rocks exploded. The violent airflow made the surrounding warriors almost unstable. Lin Ming's feet sank deeply into the soil, holding the great wilderness blood halberd, and steadily blocked Xuanchang's attack. What? Xuanchang showed an expression of disbelief. Blocked it? The other warriors, including the 3 giants of the demon realm, were also stunned. Although Xuanchang just hit it casually, it was definitely not something that a late-stage acquired warrior could resist. There was also a blood halberd, which was exactly the same as the one in Xuanchang's hand, but it was even more powerful, so powerful that people would be frightened just by looking at it. What kind of halberd is that? You. Xuanchang looked at Lin Ming, his face changed. In the South Sea Demon Realm, there were many imitations of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and Xuanchang could not recognize that the Blood Halberd in Lin Ming's hand was Lei Mubei's. However, the craftsmanship of this Blood Halberd was undoubtedly owned by the South Sea Demon Realm. How could it be in the hands of this young man? Who is he? Damn it. In front of so many people, his attack was blocked by a late-stage postnatal warrior. Xuanchang's face was dull, and he was furious. Blood Mountain Seal. He pinched a seal with one hand and hit the blood halberd in his hand. The whole blood halberd suddenly burst into a blazing light. Xuanchang used martial arts. The Blood Mountain Seal is a martial art that has been passed down in the South Sea Demon Realm for more than 3,000 years. It is not owned by the ancient magic scroll. Although its power is not as powerful as the ancient magic scroll, it has been condensed by Xuanchang for many years, and has become indestructible. Lin Ming's eyes were sharp, and his marrow-hardening essence burst out completely. 13 blood-drinking seals whistled up, Hunio and halberd. A halberd was swung out, and the blood-drinking seal formed a red vortex on the halberd blade. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and the power of this halberd faintly touched the edge of the law. The two halberds intersected, and a bloody sun seemed to burn in the dim world. Xuanchang only felt a very strange rotating force coming, and his body was almost thrown out. Although he used his essence to stabilize his body, he still retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. You. Who are you? Xuanchang's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Lin Ming, like a beast that chose its prey. Thanks to Spare You, the 7th leader of Wuji. Brother Spare You has also supported me all the way from writing the book to now. Thank you very much. Chapter 457 The Name of Blood Devil. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Ming held the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, a foot long, stretched out horizontally, with a 2-foot blood blade, cold light, and a halberd pole as thick as a child's arm like a thick python. At that moment, Lin Ming's figure standing there was like a fierce halberd, with an imposing and murderous aura. The surrounding warriors were all shocked by the scene before them. If Xuanchang had only made a tentative attack before, and it was barely acceptable to be blocked by Lin Ming, then now Xuanchang used martial arts, but was still blocked by Lin Ming, and Xuanchang himself retreated several steps, which was unbelievable. You know, Lin Ming's cultivation is one realm lower than Xuanchang's. How could such a person be unknown? Ziyu bit her lip, her eyes flashing. Captain, is the Great Wilderness Halberd hiding his cultivation? Huofu was silent. Hiding his cultivation? to hide his cultivation in front of them, unless his cultivation is higher than theirs. And now it seems that even Xuanchang has determined that the Great Wilderness Halberd is a postnatal warrior. So could it be that the Great Wilderness Halberd is a Xuandan master? Is it interesting that a Xuandan master is hiding among them? Huofu looked at the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd in Lin Ming's hand with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, maybe the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd is a blood demon. Hearing Huofu's words, Ziyu was shocked. Blood demon? Yes, the strength of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd is definitely not inferior to the strength that the blood demon has shown before. Moreover, the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd and the blood demon appeared on Nangsha Island at almost the same time. Combining the two, the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd and the blood demon are most likely the same person. At this time, not only Huofu, but also the three giants of the demon realm, including Luohuo, a few sensitive warriors, also thought of this possibility. Luohuo's eyelids twitched. If the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd is a blood demon, then is it possible for the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd to lead the fight against the South Sea Demon Realm in a life and death battle? Even if the blood demon is there, this battle is a life and death struggle. But if there is no battle, isn't it also a life and death struggle? The dream demon moved his lips slightly and said something to Xuanchang's Inian. Xuanchang frowned. Blood demon? He was not satisfied with this answer. After all, the blood demon also appeared out of thin air. How could such an outrageous genius suddenly appear? He must have a background, unless he is a warrior from a distant domain. The martial arts used by the opponent are definitely the top magic martial arts. The energy contained in the previous attack was not much, but the strange rotating force made Xuanchang feel irresistible. This kind of martial arts may even be better than the inheritance of the South Sea Demon Realm. Looking at this kind of genius in the entire South Sky domain, I'm afraid that only Lin Ming from Shenhuang Island can compare with him. The two of them are also in the late stage of the acquired cultivation, and they also have such abnormal combat power. Well, it can't be. Thinking of this, Xuanchang's eyelids twitched slightly. Speaking of Lin Ming, Xuanchang felt terrified. A year ago, he defeated Xuanji, Lei Mu Bei. Xuanji is the most outstanding genius in the South Sea Demon Realm in the past few hundred years. He is 17 years old and is in the postnatal period. He has perfect troll blood and a talent close to the 8th level. He also has a very high degree of compatibility with the thunder energy. He practices the halberd method of the ancient magic scroll. He can defeat the innate warriors in the sect in the early stage of the postnatal period. Facing Xuanji, Xuanchang did not have the courage to compete with him, but such a monster was defeated by Lin Ming. If the blood demon is Lin Ming, it should be impossible. Lin Ming uses a gun, and the blood demon uses a halberd. Moreover, the moves and skills of the two are very different. The blood demon practices the top magic skills, while Lin Ming practices the Shenhuang Island skills. No matter where this guy comes from, I just want to kill him here today and never let him go. Xuanchang thought of this, and his true energy was running, and an ethereal magic skills bloody battle in the universe. The ethereal demonic art was the technique that made the ethereal emperor famous. Although it was not as good as the ancient demonic scroll, it was not far behind. As a top-notch innate warrior, Xuanchang's strength was undoubtedly strong. At this time, he used the ethereal demonic art, and a wave of blood rolled out as soon as he made a move. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with thick blood energy. Some warriors with weaker cultivation felt extremely uncomfortable. The aftermath alone was so terrible. If they faced it head-on, they could imagine how terrifying it would be. Lin Ming's eyes were deep, and his marrow-quenching true energy was pushed to the extreme. Facing this battle, he could not hold back at all. In this way, his identity might not be hidden. Xuanchang swung out a halberd, and his true energy was wrapped in blood waves, rushing towards Lin Ming. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked. Blood seal spin kill. Lin Ming clenched his right hand, and the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd stabbed out unstoppably. On the Blood Halberd, 13 blood symbols spun wildly. It was still the power of rotation, but this time, it was spinning outward. This spiral force contained in the halberd was like a steel needle that pierced the surface with a point, crushed the blood wave, and then threw it away. This was exactly the embodiment of the moves in the Great Wilderness Halberd art. If it were not for the rotational force on the blood drinking seal, Lin Ming would have to spend at least double the true essence to break the blood wave. This move. Zuan-Chang was shocked. The ancient magic scroll was also a halberd art, but in terms of exquisiteness, it was not as good as the opponent's. Seeing Lin Ming's halberd stabbing with spiral force, Zuan-Chang raised his long halberd to block it, but at this moment, an incredible scene happened. Lin Ming's halberd seemed to penetrate the space and instantly came to Zuan-Chang's eyes. What? Question mark? Zuan-Chang's face changed drastically. At the critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. Explode. Boom. The heavy blood waves exploded instantly, and more than a dozen warriors around were thrown away by the wild waves, and several of them spurted blood on the spot. Be careful. Hold on. Don't retreat. A group of warriors held up their body protecting true energy. At this time, they would rather be injured by the blood wave than retreat and leave the team's range. Who knows if there will be invisible space cracks around. If they retreat to the space cracks, they will definitely die. A large amount of blood mist spread out, covering the figures of the two people in it. They couldn't see or hear anything. Even their perception was crushed by the spiral force. The hearts of the surrounding warriors were lifted. Die. In the blood mist, Zuan-Chang swept his halberd towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming said nothing, and also swung his halberd, transformed into a blade. 13 blood-colored runes blocked Zuan-Chang's halberd blade, and stuck it instantly. This is. Zuan-Chang only felt that the halberd in his hand seemed to be poured with molten iron, and encountered huge resistance when twitching. At this moment, Lin Ming drew his halberd and stabbed Zuan-Chang. HMPH, explode for me. Boom. The true energy burst out and directly dispersed Lin Ming's blood drink seal. Zuan-Chang roared wildly and chopped down with the war halberd in his hand. Clang. When the two halberds intersected, Lin Ming felt a great force coming. His right leg softened, and he crushed the rock. He took several steps back, and his blood and ki in his body churned. Swish. The clothes on his chest were shattered, and a layer of bloody gas was attached to the exposed muscles, which was constantly corroding Lin Ming's body. This blood mist. Lin Ming's true energy in his body shook and directly dispersed the blood mist. He looked up at Zuan-Chang, who only took a step back. His situation was much better than Lin Ming. Indeed, if he did not activate the power of the evil god, in terms of absolute strength, Lin Ming was not as good as Zuan-Chang. However, facing so many enemies at the same time, Lin Ming did not dare to activate the power of the evil god casually. Tricky. Lin Ming frowned. He had many tricks in his bottom box, but he did not dare to use them at will. These tricks consumed a lot of energy. Any one of them must be guaranteed to severely injure Zuan-Chang, otherwise he would be in danger. Zuan-Chang looked at Lin Ming, and his heart became more and more shocked. What kind of skill is this? Is it the inheritance of other domains of the magic sect? The moves used by the blood demon are extremely strange, and they have many similarities with the ancient magic scroll, but they seem to be stronger than the ancient magic scroll. Thinking of this, Zuan-Chang's heart suddenly shook. Could it be? Looking closely, the great wilderness blood halberd in the blood demon's hand looks more and more like the one in Zuan-Ji's hand, and the skills that the blood demon is using now, although different from the ancient magic scroll, do have some similarities. It seems that his skills are derived from the ancient magic scroll. Could it be? Lin Ming got the great wilderness blood halberd in Zuan-Ji's hand, as well as the first level of the ancient magic scroll, and then practiced and comprehended it independently to this extent? Question mark. Got. Improving the skills left by the ancient great powers. How high a level of comprehension is needed to improve the skills created by the ancient great powers to this extent? Thinking of this, Zuan-Chang's face changed drastically, and even sweat oozed from his forehead. He was shocked by Lin Ming's evil talent. Meng Mo, Zugu and others looked at Zuan-Chang in confusion, not understanding why Zuan-Chang's face suddenly changed, as if he had just discovered something terrible. The surrounding warriors were also confused. What was going on? Zuan-Chang's face became more and more solemn. If the opponent in front of him was Lin Ming, he must kill him now. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's comprehension and talent, I'm afraid that within half a year, he would be able to turn around and kill him in seconds. This kind of person is simply a pervert who can't be provoked. But the key is, can he kill Lin Ming? Although Xuanchang still has many tricks that have not been used, he knows that Lin Ming has more methods. Even if he is stronger than Lin Ming, plus the 3 giants of the demon realm, he can suppress Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming turns around and runs away, in this world full of space cracks, it will be difficult for him to stop Lin Ming. If he chases him rashly, he might hit a space crack and be beheaded. If he is not killed by the chase, if Lin Ming goes out, he will find a place to practice for a few years, and he will never have peace until he is killed by him. Xuanchang suddenly realized that he was in a dilemma. What should he do? Seeing Xuanchang's ugly face, Meng Mo couldn't help but ask through his true essence, "My lord messenger, is this person a bit tricky? Do you want me to secretly help you? Although I'm not sure I can deal with him, if I secretly use a soul piercing to attack his spiritual sea, I'm sure I can affect his actions. Then, you can easily kill him." Xuanchang's heart moved. Meng Mo is good at soul attack. This plan is indeed feasible. Once successful, it can prevent Lin Ming from escaping. So, gamble? Or not? Chapter 458. I'm impulsive. Although Xuanchang was arrogant, his life was at stake, so he could barely tolerate being submissive and apologizing in front of so many people. However, Xuanchang was afraid that, even if he submissively apologized, Lin Ming would still hold a grudge against him in the future. Perhaps within a few years, Lin Ming would be able to crush him like an ant. At that time, his life or death might all depend on Lin Ming's mood. Xuanchang was unwilling to let others decide his fate. Gritting his teeth, Xuanchang clenched the blood halberd in his hand. He didn't need the soul attack of the dream demon to hurt Lin Ming. As long as his moves hesitated for a moment, he would have enough chances to kill Lin Ming. Dream demon, when I attack later, you must go all out, don't hold back, and be sure to kill him in one go, otherwise there will be no chance. Xuanchang's face was solemn. This move could catch the enemy by surprise once, but if it was used a second time, Lin Ming would be prepared, and the effect would not be great. He might even escape in advance. In this broken world full of space cracks, escaping or chasing was a life-threatening act. Life and death all depend on one's luck. Xuanchang would not confidently believe that his luck would be better than Lin Ming's. I know. The dream demon was a little surprised. Xuanchang seemed to attach great importance to this blood demon. Did he know the identity of the blood demon? The ethereal demon art. Xuanchang shouted loudly, and his whole body of true energy erupted like a volcano. He surprisingly activated the 3rd level of the ethereal demon art. Xuanchang had just touched the threshold of this 3rd level. The magic skills were domineering and violent. If he barely mastered the skills that were not proficient enough, he might hurt himself, or even go crazy. Now Xuanchang still used it. He was desperate. The momentum was surging, and Xuanchang's long hair fluttered. At that moment, he was like an invincible god of war, looking down on everything. The surrounding warriors felt a chill in their backs when facing Xuanchang. Even the 3 giants of the South China Sea Demon Realm felt terrified. Too horrible. Was Xuanchang's fight just a test? The power doubled instantly. They are both extremely innate, but the gap is too big. Who can stop Xuanchang like this? The warriors of the wartime alliance all felt desperate. Even Lu Huo gave up the idea of joining forces with the blood demon to deal with Xuanchang. Xuanchang, plus the 3 giants of the South China Sea Demon Realm, and the legions that were several times stronger than their own in terms of strength and number, would surely die if they resisted rashly. Lu Huo sighed in his heart. This disaster was already doomed. I wonder how many people can survive? Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He naturally knew that the other party was going to fight to the death. Originally, his trump card was basically a one-time killing move. He wanted to keep it and use it when he was sure it would succeed. But at this time, he couldn't keep it, otherwise he would be seriously injured in one move and couldn't even escape. He would surely die. When I fought against Ouyang Shengxiu, I only activated the power of the evil god and did not burn the blood of the ancient phoenix. Moreover, after the continuous battle, my condition was not the best. This time, facing Xuanchang, my strength has greatly improved, and my condition is also the best. I don't know how it will turn out if I go all out. Lin Ming's fighting spirit was boiling. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned, and a blazing flame burst out between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The strength of the blood of the ancient phoenix lies in its rebirth in the fire, which allows the blood of the ancient phoenix to burn infinitely and release powerful power without being consumed at all. Kill. Xuanchang held the blood halberd, his upper body clothes exploded, his red hair fluttered, and he took a sudden step forward. The earth was directly crushed by Xuanchang, and a vast true essence condensed into a red giant eagle, swooping down on Lin Ming. Kakaka. A halberd was swung out, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. Lin Ming's eyes were deep, and his true essence was connected to the seed of the evil god, and the power of the evil god was activated. The terrifying energy that was highly compressed in the evil god seed burst out in an instant. At that moment, Lin Ming exuded an aura like the vast ocean, and his true essence was like a raging wave on the sea, surging endlessly. This fierce aura made the surrounding warriors change color one after another. Huofu could hardly believe his eyes. He had always known that the blood demon was strong, but he had never thought that it would be so strong. The fierce battle just now was just a small part of his strength. The dream demon's face also changed drastically. He originally felt that Xuanchang no longer needed him, but now it seems that it is a little uncertain. The true essence of the whole body began to circulate. The dream demon stared at Lin Ming, as if facing a great enemy. The sea of spiritual energy surged and pierced the soul. At this time, Lin Ming no longer cared about hiding his identity. The highly compressed flame power and thunder power in the evil god seed exploded. At that moment, his whole body was flashing with blazing flames and lightning, and at the same time, the dream demon's soul piercing was piercing Lin Ming's sea of spiritual energy. Lin Ming's mind moved. Soul sneak attack. Lin Ming hardly needed to react. The violent thunder force lurking in the sea of spirit rushed towards the sneak attacking energy. At the same time, a black vortex appeared out of thin air above Lin Ming's sea of spirit, which was the martial spirit of reincarnation. The martial spirit power condensed from hundreds of reincarnations came from the inheritance of the 7th floor of the sorcerer god tower. How could it be desecrated? Bang! The black vortex was like a demon's giant mouth, directly crushing the soul energy into pieces. Ah! The dream demon screamed and knelt on the ground with his hands on his head. He had just used all his strength in the soul attack according to Xuanchang's instructions. The soul is the most fragile. A soul warrior who attacks someone with a soul defense far stronger than himself is like hitting a rock with an egg, which will be counterattacked. Many warriors saw the scene of the dream demon screaming, but at this time, no one had time to think about it. Xuanchang's halberd had already been swung down. At this time, Lin Ming, the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand, was replaced by a purple and red spear. The violent flames and thunder intertwined together. Thunder and fire kill. Boom! Exclamation mark. In the dark and broken world, it seemed as if a brilliant purple sun had lit up. The sound was swallowed up, and the vision was completely filled with blazing light. The warriors around were all very powerful, but in such a violent explosion, they were still blown to pieces like leaves in a storm. In the vortex of flames and thunder, Lin Ming and Xuanchang flew backwards at the same time. The difference was that Lin Ming turned over and knelt on one knee, his face pale, while Xuanchang fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, all the warriors were shocked, especially the scene of the nightmare demon being backfired, which made them simply unbelievable. The extremely innate nightmare demon was famous for its soul attack in the South China Sea battlefield. But just now, the nightmare demon used soul attack to sneak attack Lin Ming in the chaos. Lin Ming was fine, but the nightmare demon was finished. VIP and Bloodbone looked extremely ugly. They knew the nightmare demon the best, and knew how powerful the nightmare demon's soul attack was. Even if they were hit by one, it would definitely not be easy. After being pierced by the soul, it would be good to be able to stand. But Lin Ming did not react at all. He just took the nightmare demon's soul piercing, and then took Xuanchang's strongest attack, and even beat Xuanchang to vomit blood. Exclamation mark. Is this a human? Too scary. Bloodbone's lips twitched. Facing such a Lin Ming, he had no courage to fight at all. Fortunately, we didn't encounter the blood demon at the beginning. VIP swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sweating all over his head. If the three of them really encountered the blood demon at the beginning, it would not be strange for one or two of them to die. Whenever he thought of this, he was terrified. The whole audience was silent. Zuan-Chan got up from the ground with a pale face, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at the nightmare demon lying on the ground and twitching. His face suddenly became uglier. The nightmare demon was backfired. He had launched an attack that overdrawn his true essence when his opponent was pierced by his soul, and he was beaten into this state. How is it possible? How can he be so powerful? Is he really only 17 years old? Is he really only at the late stage of the acquired cultivation? Zuan-Chan felt a sense of despair in his heart. Now, let alone forcing Lin Ming to stay, even defeating Lin Ming was unlikely. He knew that a few months ago, Lin Ming went to the Seven Mysterious Valley and fought several elders of the Hehuan sect. He even beat the Hehuan sect's leader so badly that he lost his blood and essence. In the end, he finally killed his enemy with his own hands, but the Seven Mysterious Valley leader didn't even dare to show his face. If Lin Ming is not killed today, maybe in a dozen years, Lin Ming will be able to go to the South Sea Demon Realm and crush himself like an ant in front of the elders of the sect. But, can he kill Lin Ming? Now it seems that it's good enough that he is not killed by Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Zuan-Chan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How could he provoke such an evil star for no reason? Randomly coming to an insignificant Nangsha island, he ran into Lin Ming, which was extremely unlucky. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. In fact, his actual situation was not what Zuan-Chan imagined. The soul attack backfired on the dream demon, which could only be said to be the dream demon's bad luck. The thunder spirit in the evil god seed, combined with the reincarnation martial intention, made Lin Ming's soul defense so strong that it was abnormal. The dream demon attacked Lin Ming with soul piercing, seeking death. As for the thunder and fire kill just now, because there were too many enemies to face, he did not dare to use the thunder and fire kill in full state, but even so, it consumed more than 30% of his true essence. However, this attack only seriously injured Zuan-Chan, and the opponent still had extremely strong combat power. On the other hand, whether he activated the power of the evil god, or burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, he could not last long. If this continued, at most he would fight with Zuan-Chan to a draw, and if he faced the three giants of the South China Sea Demon Realm, he would definitely not be able to fight again. What should I do? Lin Ming had expected that this would be a tough battle, but he had to fight. As for running away, it was the worst option. Lin Ming was also afraid of the ubiquitous space cracks. But at this moment, an incredible scene happened to Lin Ming. Zuan-Chan suddenly put down the halberd in his hand and said, "I admit defeat. I was impulsive before. Sorry." What? Lin Ming was stunned. Not only Lin Ming, but also the surrounding warriors were dumbfounded. What was going on? Recommend a book, True Immortal Fate, book number 1,951,352. A little beggar who was like a street rat accidentally entered the world's largest sect, Xiandao sect. Is he a hopeless person? Or is he a cultivator of immortality? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Brahma Dragon Root. Lin Ming did have a big advantage in the battle with Zuan-Chan, but it was only a battle between the two of them. If a real fight broke out, no matter how strong Lin Ming was, he could not withstand the large number of people in the South Sea Demon Realm. It was impossible for him to fight 1 or 208 and Quasianate masters by himself, not to mention the strong ones like Bloodbone and Viper. Is Zuan-Chan scared? He actually begged for mercy in public? Is the blood demon that scary? How could this happen? Ziyu glanced at Fire Axe and whispered, "Zuan-Chan seems to know Huang Ji." After Zuan-Chan and Lin Ming fought for the first time, his face changed drastically, and sweat dripped from his forehead, as if he had discovered something terrible. The most reasonable explanation is that Zuan-Chan knew Huang Ji, and there was something about Huang Ji that scared Zuan-Chan very much. Maybe Fire Axe muttered, and then he gave a bitter smile. It seems that Huangji's origin and background are beyond our imagination. HMMZU nodded, with a complicated expression on her face. Meng Mo was such a powerful figure that people were terrified, but Huangji had just made him look like this without any expression. Huangji's cultivation was only in the early stage of the acquired realm, which was really hard to believe. Lin Ming remained silent. If the battle continued, both sides would suffer. Fighting to the death, at most blood bone, and VIP would die, but the overall situation would not be changed. If they ran away, not to mention the various dangers they would face, the Fire Axe team that stayed behind would be dead. Neither of these two results did Lin Ming want to see. Zhu and Chang saw that Lin Ming seemed to want to take a step back, and hurriedly said, "As for the exploration, I will let our warriors release the corpse guards first. If the corpse guards are all dead, we will let our warriors explore the way. We will each pay half. What do you think?" However, when this was said, the warriors of the wartime alliance were flattered. The conditions given by Zhu and Chang were really too good. Those corpse guards are part of the combat power of the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm. It takes a lot of resources and effort to refine a corpse guard. In the eyes of many people, a congenital corpse guard is more valuable than a peak acquired warrior. Using corpse guards to explore the way, the South Sea Demon Realm can be said to be bleeding. The warriors of the wartime alliance are a little bit unbearable. Many times, a good person suddenly becomes a bad person, which will make many people spit on him, but a bad person, especially a powerful bad person, suddenly becomes a good person, and people will be grateful. What is going on? Why is Zhu and Chang still afraid of Lin Ming to this extent? They didn't know Lin Ming's true identity. Zhu and Chang was frightened by Lin Ming's reputation. Zhu and Chang was very self-aware. If he couldn't kill this kind of person, he would be courting death. He was now trying his best to mend his relationship with Lin Ming. Since he decided not to provoke Lin Ming, he didn't want him to hate him in the future. Lin Ming looked at Zhu and Chang in confusion, and said with his true essence, "Did you recognize me?" He had used thunder and fire kill, and pulled out the purple Zhu and spear before. The warriors of the wartime alliance didn't recognize him, but Zhu and Chang, as a genius disciple of the South Sea Demon Realm, most likely had received intelligence about him, so it was not surprising that he recognized him. Zhu and Chang's heart trembled. Regarding Lin Ming's identity, it was too sensitive. Zhu and Chang didn't want to cause trouble. The great elder of the Western sect, Zhu and Wuji, had been keeping an eye on this matter. If others knew about it, he might be charged with knowing and not reporting it. Moreover, in a month or two, it was possible that Lin Ming's strength would break through again. At that time, there was a chance to kill him to silence him, which was also very likely. Thinking of this, Zhu and Chang pretended to be confused and said, "I recognized you. The young man is a blood demon, right?" Lin Ming's eyes sank, and he did not believe Zhu and Chang's words, but at this time, it was naturally meaningless to pursue it, so he simply remained silent. Yanming Island, above the South China Sea, the huge black vortex rotated silently, and a large amount of seawater was swallowed by the vortex without making a sound, and it was eerie and quiet. 12 black-robed elders stood in the air above the vortex, and still did not find any solution. If this goes on, within a few days, a large number of Zhuand and old monsters and even life-destroying strongmen will come here, from the demonic path, the righteous path, the southern sky domain, the five-element domain, and even other more distant domains. At that time, there will inevitably be a fierce battle. Maybe, this old man will lose his life in it. Zhu and Yuki, you don't want us to fight those old guys without knowing anything, right? After a long silence, an elder with a mask on his face said slowly, his voice hoarse and low. The Zhu and Yuki he mentioned was the leader of the western sect of the demon realm. Although Zhu and Yuki was nearly 1,000 years old, after a warrior's second death, she would be reborn, and her body would be reshaped. Her lifespan would be greatly extended, and her appearance would be younger. Coupled with some beauty secrets, she looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s, full of charm. Zhu and Yuki smiled, but did not answer immediately. She glanced at a feminine man beside her. This man was Lei Mubei's master and great-grandfather, Zhu and Wuji. The two of them communicated quickly with the true essence of sound transmission, and the masked elder just waited silently. After a moment, Zhu and Yuki suddenly smiled, and for a moment, she was full of charm. Elder Zhao still doesn't believe me, but after opening the ancient battlefield this time, I'm indeed prepared to tell you about the situation inside. Where there are people, there are always fights. Even within the South China Sea Demon realm, there are disputes over power and interests. This is also inevitable. When the Demon Emperor city was destroyed, the remnants of the Demon Emperor city fled to the South China Sea, including the Nether Emperor and his many demon generals. There are inevitably conflicts of interest between the bloodlines of different clans. Everyone wants to get more resources. The younger generation wants to soar to the sky, and the elders want to cross the gate of death. This makes the relationship between the clans not very harmonious. At the beginning, the ancient magic scroll and the Demon Emperor's hand were obtained by the Zuan family, the direct descendants of the Nether Emperor. The Demon Emperor's hand has been controlled by Zuan Wuji and Zuan Yuki. This time, if the other elders of the South China Sea Demon realm did not need help to open the ancient battlefield, Zuan Yuki and Zuan Wuji would most likely choose to take the Demon Emperor's treasure for themselves. Elder Zhao flicked his sleeves and said calmly, "I'm all ears." Zuan Yuki smiled. "It's like this. The Demon Emperor used the ruined world of the ancient battlefield as his cave, and built the Imperial Palace here, which contains countless treasures." Elder Zhao frowned and said, "As far as I know, the Demon Emperor did not fall in the Xianan continent, but ascended to the Divine Realm, right? In this case, how could the things in the cave be left behind before he ascended? Unless someone fell suddenly, no one would leave things in the cave without taking them away." Zuan Yuki laughed. "Elder Zhao, please be patient. Yes, the Demon Emperor did take the treasures away when he ascended to the Divine Realm, but there are always some things that cannot be taken away. I asked you all to come here and spend so much effort to open the ancient battlefield, so it is naturally impossible to waste your efforts." According to the Demon Emperor's notes, there are two things that the Demon Emperor did not take away, one of which is the Medicine Garden. Medicine Garden? Elder Zhao's heart moved, but his face remained calm, waiting for Zuan Yuki to continue. This broken world has special rules, and coupled with the many magic arrays set up by the Demon Emperor, this Medicine Garden is extraordinary. When the Demon Emperor ascended, he naturally took away some precious medicines. However, there was no point in him taking away some medicines that were not old enough, so he left them in the Medicine Garden, allowing them to grow independently under the nourishment of the magic array and special rules. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. Zuan Yuki finished speaking slowly, and Elder Zhao's eyebrows jumped when he heard it. Tens of thousands of years. Generally, medicines that are thousands of years old are already extremely precious, and medicines that are tens of thousands of years old, that's amazing. Not many medicines can survive for tens of thousands of years. Yes, there are indeed very few. Most of the medicines in the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden should have died. However, there is an extremely precious one called Brahma Dragon Root, which can live up to 100,000 years. Oh, what is this? Elder Zhao was a little surprised. From what Zuan Yuki said, this should be some kind of extremely precious natural treasure, but he had never heard of it. According to the description in the Devil Emperor's notes, this is a rare medicine used for blood exchange and marrow washing. The Devil Emperor's notes described a set of physical training exercises called Chaos Gang Doujing. It seems that using this Brahma Dragon Root, you can refine the true essence into the marrow. True essence into the marrow? Elder Zhao raised his eyebrows. True essence into the marrow, it doesn't mean much to us. Now I'm not interested in any physical training exercises. The true essence of the elders present has already condensed in the Danshan and formed into a rotating pill. At this time, practicing a set of the most basic physical training exercises, starting from scratch, no matter how good this physical training exercises, is meaningless. Haha, of course, I'm not interested in this either, but according to the Devil Emperor's notes, after washing the marrow and exchanging blood with this Brahma Dragon Root, it should be possible to increase the probability of successfully crossing the life-defying. What? This time, not only Elder Zhao, but all the elders present were moved by it. Increase the probability of successfully crossing the life-defying. How much can it increase? Elder Zhao couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Life fall is like a natural chasm that stands in front of Zuandan warriors. to cross the life fall is to cross the gate of hell. Many Zuundin extreme warriors have actually reached the level of cultivation to cross the life fall, but they dare not do so. If they do not cross the life fall, they may still live for 100 or 80 years. Crossing the life fall may kill them immediately. And the most despairing thing is that no one knows how many times their life will fall. Crossing it again and again makes people despair. The natural treasures that can increase the probability of successfully crossing the life fall, even if it is only 1 or 2%, are enough to drive countless Zuundin extreme old monsters crazy. Chapter 460 Ancient Teleportation Array. The reaction of Elder Zhao and others was within Xuanyuki's expectations. No one would not be tempted by such a thing. She paused, and after whetting the appetite of the elders present, she slowly said, this time, the heaven and earth dragon root can probably increase the probability of successfully passing the life fall by 20% to 30%, and this increase is permanent. 20% to 30%, permanent. The so-called permanent means that after the successful marrow washing, each time you pass the life fall, you will get a 20% to 30% increase in the success rate of passing the life fall, which will last until you successfully break through the divine sea realm. Elder Zhao was tempted. The 20% to 30% increase was already very exaggerated, not to mention that it was a permanent increase. Generally speaking, warriors who can cultivate to the life fall realm are all top geniuses. Of course, even among the top geniuses, there are differences between them. People with good foundations have a higher success rate of passing the life fall, while people with poor foundations may only have a 10% to 20% chance of successfully reading the life fall. Elder Zhao's foundation is not too bad, originally 40% to 50%. Plus the Brahma dragon root, and collect some other natural treasures. If the probability of successfully passing the life fall is increased to 80%, it will be very stable. If you dare not pass the life fall with an 80% probability, then simply don't practice martial arts. Just wait for your lifespan to run out, and rest in peace. How is it, Elder Zhao? Are you satisfied with this answer? The one who asked the question was Zuan Wuji, who was the great elder of the Demon Realm West sect and the previous leader of the Demon Realm West sect. He was hundreds of years older than Xuanyuki, and his life fall was also passed to the 3rd level. If there is a spiritual medicine that can increase the probability of successfully passing the life fall, I will naturally want to get it. Elder Zhao looked at Zuan Wuji deeply and did not believe what the two said, but Elder Zhao was also very self-aware. With his status in the South China Sea Demon Realm, he was very satisfied to be able to ensure that he could get some Brahma dragon root. As for other magic weapons, even if they were heavenly grade treasures, Elder Zhao did not feel envious. These external possessions pale in comparison with one's lifespan. But I just heard from Sect Master Zuan that in addition to the medicine garden, there is another treasure. I wonder what it is. Xuanyuki said, this second item cannot be called a treasure, but the soul pet of the Demon Emperor, named Jukun. When the Demon Emperor ascended to the Divine Realm, his soul pet was left in the lower world. This Jukun is extremely powerful, and has its own space inside. It has been sleeping in the ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years. If it can be summoned, it will become a major force for us. Jukun? Elder Zhao's heart moved. According to legend, the Jukun can be up to 1,000 miles long, and is an ancient sacred beast. A Jukun floats on the sea, its back is like a winding mountain range, and its body is like a vast island. According to legend, Jukun likes to sleep. Some Jukun sleep on the sea for tens of thousands of years. For tens of thousands of years, the back of the Jukun is covered with dust and plants grow. People think that this Jukun is a real island, where people live and reproduce for generations. Such legends are shocking just by thinking about it. If this giant kun can be subdued, the strength of the South Sea Demon Realm will be greatly enhanced, but this is of little significance to Elder Zhao himself, as he is more concerned about the Brahma dragon root. I don't know how much of what Zuan Wuji and Xuanyuki said is true, but I don't ask for much. As long as I get a small piece of Brahma dragon root to help me pass the triple life. As for the other things, what's the harm in giving them? In the broken world, thick dark clouds are suspended in the air. Under the dark clouds, hundreds of warriors are moving forward cautiously. Walking in the front is a group of corpse guards. These corpse guards are skinny and have dull eyes. They hold treasures and wave them blankly to detect the space cracks along the way. If the treasure is cut off suddenly, there will be a space crack at this location, and the owner of the corpse guard will command the corpse guard to leave mark here. However, many times, the space where the space crack is located is as fragile as glass. When the treasure hits it, it will cause a small-scale collapse of the space and directly shred the corpse guard into pieces. Sometimes, the space crack is very large, which will produce a suction force. As soon as the corpse guards approach, they are directly sucked in and then crushed by the space storm. So after walking all the way, more than half of the corpse guards have been damaged. Xuanchang's face is not very good. They have touched the edge of space several times along the way, which means that this small world that is about to collapse is not big. If it is completely closed, it will make people vomit blood. Huh. That is. Xuanchang looked up and saw a huge altar more than 10 miles away. The altar was hidden in the hazy grey fog and the whole picture could not be seen clearly. Brother Huangji, let's go and take a look, Xuanchang said to Lin Ming, who was not far behind him. Along the way, Xuanchang was unusually polite to Lin Ming, calling him Brother Huangji all the time. Whenever he encountered something, he would greet Lin Ming in a negotiating tone. This made Lin Ming laugh and cry. He knew that Xuanchang probably knew his identity, so he was a little too afraid of him. It was not Xuanchang's fault that he was timid. Hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. Xuanchang had fought with Lin Ming before, but he still lost even after overdrawing his true essence. In addition, the nightmare demon was still being carried by 2 people in a daze. It was unknown whether the severe damage to his soul could be recovered. Xuanchang naturally did not dare to make an enemy with Lin Ming. Go and have a look, Xuanchang said to his warriors from the South China Sea Demon Realm. They immediately controlled the corpse guards to move towards the altar. What was somewhat surprising was that there were surprisingly few spatial cracks in this distance of more than 10 miles, and the closer to the altar, the fewer there were. Obviously, the space here was relatively stable. After approaching, I found that the altar was 10 feet high and was made of grey rocks. On the rocks, there were various beautiful reliefs. Walking up the steps above the altar, there was a flat and vast space. There were ancient patterns painted on the ground, which looked extremely mysterious. Hundreds of warriors felt fresh after seeing the altar and the relief patterns on it, but Lin Ming's mind moved. After seeing the patterns, he recognized these patterns. This is the array pattern of the god's domain. On this altar, a huge array was carved. Lin Ming pondered in his heart. It seems, in ancient times, the god's domain seemed to have an inseparable connection with the Xianan continent. Whether it was the ancient array jade slips that the Qian ancestor obtained at the beginning, or the various arrangements in the Shenhuang secret realm later, including the altar of the ancient battlefield now, some of the things involved in them have many similarities with the god's domain, but later, with the changes of the times, the things left by the god's domain seem to be slowly lost. Tens of thousands of years ago, the martial arts world of Xianan continent was much more glorious than it is now. Various great emperors emerged, such as the witch god of southern Xinjiang and the demon emperor of the South China Sea. They were all figures of that era. This is only the southern sky domain. There must be more powerful people in other domains. But no one knows what happened tens of thousands of years ago to cause such a brilliant martial arts world to wither. Up to now, in the entire Xianan continent, there are only a dozen or so emperors who often appear in the public eye, including those who are in seclusion. There are probably only 100 or so. Moreover, these emperors are far inferior to the witch god and demon emperor of those years. Lin Ming sighed and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and began to carefully observe the formation on the altar, straightening out a series of formation patterns. Slowly, he discovered that this was actually an ancient teleportation formation. Looking at the various complex array patterns in the grand scale and the teleportation array, as well as the more than 100 true essence stone grooves on the edge of the array, Lin Ming couldn't help but take a breath. Such a huge teleportation array, I don't know how far it can teleport. It will never be the tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles of the South China Sea general teleportation. Maybe it will be tens of millions of miles, or even millions of miles. What kind of concept is millions of miles? Lin Ming couldn't imagine. After absorbing the memory of the God Realm Array Master, Lin Ming had a very good understanding of the God Realm Array. Although it was impossible for him to arrange a large array, it was not difficult to understand the principles of the God Realm Array. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming understood the general principles of this array. To activate this ancient teleportation array, he needed to consume 72 medium-grade true essence stones at one time, and 36 high-grade true essence stones. The arrangement of these true essence stones was also very particular. If you don't understand the arrangement rules, don't even think about opening this teleportation array. 72 middle grade true essence stones, plus 36 top grade true essence stones. One top grade true essence stone is worth 100 middle grade true essence stones. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. The cost of opening this teleportation array was too staggering. If he had not killed and robbed countless times in the battlefield of the South Sea Demon Realm, he would not have been able to collect such a fortune. He just didn't know if this teleportation array could still be activated after such a long time. When Lin Ming calmed down to think, he suddenly felt his face wet, and there was clearly a drop of rain falling. Lin Ming looked up at the sky, but found that the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. He remembered that, when he just entered this broken world, the sky was dark but clear, and he could clearly see the countless rubbles suspended in the sky. Now it was covered with dark clouds, and those suspended rubbles had long been swallowed by the dark clouds. It's raining. It's raining in this world? The surviving warriors looked up at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were so thick that it was suffocating. Countless raindrops fell with a clatter, getting bigger and bigger, and soon it was like a downpour. The two people, who were several feet apart, could not see each other because they were immersed in the rain. The accumulated water on the altar rose at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It didn't look like rain at all. It was just like standing in a waterfall. Lin Ming's mind moved. Could it be? He stretched out his tongue and tasted the rainwater. It was salty. Sure enough, this is not rain at all, but seawater sucked in by the space vortex. The seawater was crushed into mist by the space storm, suspended in the air, and condensed into dark clouds. The dark clouds were too thick, so they turned into heavy rain and fell down. In this case, if I'm not mistaken, the exit should be in the air. Yes, they have been searching on the ground, but forgot to search in the air. Thank you to the girl Muranhuak for the accumulated reward of 10,000. Thank you very much_carrot_carrot. Chapter 461. The storm is coming. The boundless South China Sea is full of ups and downs, and the waves are surging. In the depths of the South China Sea, there are often huge waves hundreds of feet high. The waves go straight through the clouds, and even the clouds in the sky can be washed away. On such a sea surface, even a 100-foot dragon boat will be thrown away like a leaf. The depth of the water here is difficult to calculate. In ancient times, there were sacred beasts such as giant kun in the South China Sea, which were thousands of miles long. From this, we can know how deep the South China Sea is. In the deep seabed, there is a long submarine mountain range that winds for thousands of miles. In the canyon of the mountain range, there is a space sealed by a blue light curtain. Through the light curtain, you can see the tall buildings, the submarine forests, and the wide square. In a magnificent hall in the building complex, 6 or 7 humans with dark blue skin sat around a square stone table. They looked no different from ordinary people, but they were covered with a layer of dark blue scales and their nails were sharp and long. They are the overlords of the nearby millions of miles of sea area, the Mu Qianxue clan. These 6 or 7 members of the Mu Qianxue clan have amazing cultivation. Except for one who is in the late stage of Zuandan, the rest are in the extreme stage of Zuandan. The Mu Qianxue clan leader, who is in the lead, has 2 green scales on his forehead. He holds a jade slip and closes his eyes to meditate on the contents of the jade slip. The Mu Qianxue clan members around him are waiting patiently. After a while, the Mu Qianxue clan leader put down the jade slip and said slowly, "So that's how it is. I'm wondering what those old guys in the South China Sea Demon Realm have been doing these years. It turns out that they seem to have found a way to open the ancient battlefield in the South China Sea. The South China Sea Mu Qianxue clan has existed for 20,000 years. The lifespan of its members is much longer than that of humans. They know much more about the history of the South China Sea than humans. The lifespan of the Mu Qianxue clan leader alone is more than 3,000 years. He is from the same era as the long-dead Nether Emperor. It seems that what is recorded in our clan's classics is true. Well, according to the clan's classics, the ruined world where the ancient battlefield on the South China Sea is located is the site of the demon god Emperor Palace, a 6th grade sect that existed tens of thousands of years ago. Its terrifying scale is far beyond the reach of even the ghost demon emperor city of that year. Another Mu Qianxue clan member took over and said slowly. Several younger clan elders around took a breath of cold air when they heard the term 6th grade sect. The top 5th grade sect can call itself a holy land. It is difficult for them to imagine what a 6th grade sect is. In a 4th grade sect, a Zuandan strongman is an elder. In a 5th grade sect, a Zuandan extreme strongman who has survived a life-threatening death is an elder. Could it be that in a 6th grade sect, a Fenghuang strongman is an elder? What would the cultivation level of the strongest person in that sect be? It is difficult to imagine that the heyday of the demon god Emperor Palace tens of thousands of years ago, with an independent world as the sect site, has many strong and powerful people and unimaginable inheritance, and countless natural treasures. Why would such a huge force fall? I have received accurate information. Although this broken world has been opened, the entrance is filled with terrifying space storms, so the old guys in the South China Sea demon realm cannot enter at all. This is our Mu Qianxue clan's chance. Once we succeed, we may have some chances to advance to the Holy Land. As soon as these words came out, the 7 or 8 elders in the hall had different expressions, some excited, some worried. Their Mu Qianxue clan is a 5th grade clan at the bottom, and their foundation is enough. As long as a powerful emperor is born in the clan, and some powerful people who have lost their lives are added, the Mu Qianxue clan will be the Holy Land. However, since ancient times, opportunities have coexisted with dangers. This time is definitely a big storm in the South China Sea. I don't know how many powerful people will gather here. In this way, some disputes are inevitable. If the strength is not enough, it is likely that there will be no bones left. Moreover, who can predict what dangers there will be in that broken world? However, the temptation of the demon god Emperor Palace ruins is too great. Not only for the Mu Qianxue clan, but also for themselves. If they get any chance, and have one more life, they can live for hundreds of years. Many times, for the extremely powerful Zuandan, they risk their lives to survive the life, not for stronger strength, but for a longer life. Generally, the extremely powerful Zuandan are all powerful people who can get whatever they want. Who would be willing to die? They are unwilling to have a lot of cultivation, but eventually turn into yellow earth. At the same time, in the north of the South Sky Domain, the Great Zen Domain, the area of the Great Zen Domain is larger than the area of the South Sky Domain and the 5-element domain combined. In the Great Zen Domain, Buddhist and Taoist sects are prosperous. The Great Zen Temple, the 5th grade sect headed by it, has united many 3rd grade and 4th grade sects to form the Righteous Alliance. In those days, the Great Zen Temple once participated in the siege of the Ghost Demon Emperor city. At this time, in the Tibetan Pavilion Tower of the Great Zen Temple, a senior monk wearing a black gold cassock unfolded a letter that had been circulated for several times and spanned a distance of 1 million and hundreds of thousands of miles. This letter came from Shenhuang Island and was a handwritten letter from Mu Qianxue. The monk silently read the letter, folded it up, and put it back into the envelope. He sat quietly for a long time and muttered to himself, "It is really a destiny in the world. 3,000 years ago, my master was entrusted by an old friend to participate in the siege of the Ghost Demon Emperor city. 3,000 years later, I received a handwritten letter from Mu Qianxue of Shenhuang Island. I'm afraid that I will have to fight against the remnants of the Ghost Demon Emperor city again. This opportunity happened in the South Sky region, but Mu Qianxue sent a letter to me. It seems that she has completely lost control of the situation in the South China Sea. The Great Zen region and Shenhuang Island are too far apart. Even if such a big thing happens, it is difficult to get the news in the first time. The intelligence system of the Great Zen region cannot be spread to such a far place. If Mu Qianxue did not take the initiative to notify, the Great Zen Temple would naturally not know. This also means that Mu Qianxue knows that she is weak and can only rely on the righteous alliance of the Great Zen Realm to get a share of this ancient battlefield. Even if she can't get anything, as long as she can take over the Great Zen Temple and suppress the South Sea Demon Realm, if she can severely injure several elders of the South Sea Demon Realm, then she can ensure that Shenhuang Island will not be destroyed. This is Mu Qianxue's plan. Above the South China Sea, the originally vast Nangsha Island collapsed on a large scale, and on the sea surface, there were large and small ocean whirlpools. The wind was blowing, and the waves were stirring. In such a storm, at a certain moment, a larger whirlpool suddenly raised a wave of waves, and a ragged warrior rushed out of the whirlpool. Then came the second and third, and the number of people increased, but most of the warriors were pale and injured. About an incense stick of time, all the warriors rushed out, flying in the air above the violent ocean, and many people's eyes were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster. Finally out. The exit was indeed in the sky as Lin Ming expected. Lin Ming took a look at the number of warriors in the sky. There were only more than 100 left. When passing through the space vortex for the second time, some of the peak-acquired warriors died. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. If these peak-acquired warriors went to a mortal country, they could also live a glorious life. However, many people were unwilling to live for less than 200 years. They always wanted to cross the peak of the acquired to the innate, and extend their lifespan to 400 or 500 years, so they died here. The winners soared into the sky, while the losers turned into dry bones. After this successful escape, the two sides naturally gave up the idea of continuing the war, and separated in the sky. The Demon Realm warriors flew to the base camp of the South China Sea Demon Realm, while the warriors of the Wartime Alliance were a little confused. Their base camp had been destroyed, and many of them still had military merits to exchange. They came to the South China Sea to fight for military merits. If they accumulated enough military merits, they might even be able to exchange them for heavenly pills. However, the base camp of the Wartime Alliance was destroyed. Who could they find to exchange their military merits? The records were gone. When the warriors thought of this, they all looked confused, and the joy of surviving the disaster was immediately diluted. Even the members of the Fire Axe team were not happy. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. This is the difficult road for small sect warriors to seek martial arts. It is not much better than civilian warriors. They have to rely on themselves to fight all the way. He took out a sumaru ring from his body, held it in his hand, and said, "Captain Fire Axe. Brother Huangji." Fire Axe turned around and glanced at Lin Ming. "What are you going to do in the future, Brother Huangji?" "Travel around the world and practice martial arts." "Travel around the world? Brother Huangji, are you leaving?" Fire Axe still didn't know Lin Ming's true identity and only thought he was a blood demon. The bearded man, Ziyu, and Miang also looked at Lin Ming. Their faces were somewhat complicated and reluctant. In fact, they also knew that someone like Lin Ming would never be with them. "Well, I came to the South China Sea battlefield just to practice myself. Now something seems to have happened. I don't know what happened. I may have to rest for a while and wait and see. These things are some spoils I have collected in the past few months. I don't need them, so I'll give them to you." Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and there was a sumaru ring in his palm, with more than 20 of them. The members of the Fire Axe team were stunned for a moment. There were a bunch of sumaru rings, and they were all of the human grade, upper grade or above. Not to mention the things in the sumaru rings. These sumaru rings alone could sell for a lot of true essence stones. Judging from the situation, Lin Ming probably threw away the middle grade sumaru rings, and only kept the upper grade ones. "This is too valuable. I can't take it," Lin Ming said. "I kept all the true essence stones. I can use those. The ones in here are all ordinary elixirs, treasures, etc. To be honest, I really can't use them. Unless I set up a stall to sell them one by one in exchange for true essence stones. I don't have the time. For you, these resources are more meaningful." Although he didn't spend a long time with the Fire Axe team, Lin Ming was also infected by the brotherhood of mutual support among the team members. Lin Ming would naturally not miss any help he could give them, not to mention that he really didn't need these things. Chapter 462. The heroes arrive. Huofu glanced at Lin Ming and finally took the things. They could use these things, but they were too low level for Lin Ming. Not to mention anything else, just the blood halberd and the purple-red spear that Lin Ming took out earlier were too expensive for them to buy, even if they spent all their money. Goodbye, everyone. Take care. Lin Ming said goodbye to everyone and turned into a rainbow light, flying away. The sea was turbulent, with whirlpools everywhere. The deep color of the seawater gave people an extremely depressing feeling. Lin Ming quickly passed over the sea surface, and the strong wind pressure blew a clear mark on the seawater. Lin Ming has been walking on the road of martial arts, most of the time alone. The road of the strong is destined to be lonely, but it does not mean that Lin Ming does not yearn for the friendship between the team. After flying for about half an hour, a sound transmission note burned in front of Lin Ming's eyes, and Mu Qianxue's voice was transmitted to Lin Ming's ears. Junior brother Lin, are you alright over there? I'm on Xiaolang Island. Get back to me as soon as I receive it. The hurried and slightly concerned words warmed Lin Ming's heart. He thought that after Mu Qianxue learned about the sudden change in the South China Sea, she rushed to Xiaolang Island and sent a sound transmission note every once in a while. Otherwise, he would not have received this sound transmission note just after coming out of the broken world. It was naturally good to feel cared for by someone. Lin Ming immediately took out a sound transmission note and simply said to the sound transmission note, everything is fine. I will go to Xiaolang Island in 2 days. The sound transmission note turned into a ball of fire in the air. Lin Ming did not go to Xiaolang Island immediately, but went to an uninhabited island first. He opened up a simple residence here. The first thing he did was to change his appearance again. His previous appearance was recognized by Zuan Chang, so he could not use it again. He looked up at the direction of the Blood Evil Island, where 6 slender light beams shot straight into the sky. There were dark clouds rolling in the sky, and there was a faint flash of lightning. Lin Ming had no idea what was going on, but he felt that the South China Sea was going to change. As time went by, the battlefield in the South China Sea was in chaos. Survivors kept coming out of the broken space. The survivors gathered on some isolated islands, waiting in confusion. Lin Ming also came to Xiaolang Island, where many Zuandan elders from the South China Sea demon realm had gathered. Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming had changed his appearance, Mu Qianxue still recognized him at a glance. She left too hastily, leaving Qin Xingxuan behind. When she heard that most of the warriors in the South China Sea demon realm were trapped in the space vortex, Mu Qianxue was very anxious. After arriving at Xiaolang Island, she sent out dozens of sound transmission notes in a row, but received no reply. If she didn't know which broken world Lin Ming was trapped in, Mu Qianxue would have wanted to go to find Lin Ming in person. Finally, after more than 10 hours, she got the news from Lin Ming. Otherwise Mu Qianxue would have been anxious to death. After seeing Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming finally knew what happened in the South China Sea. The ancient battlefield is open. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. I don't know the details. Mu Qianxue shook her head. The history of Shenhuang Island is only 3,000 years. Some of the classics of the sect have very vague descriptions of the history of the South China Sea, and this ancient battlefield is probably at least tens of thousands of years old. Compared with those sects with long traditions, Shenhuang Island is really immature, and it doesn't even have the long life of the Mo Jiao clan leader. Now the South China Sea battlefield has gathered a large number of Zuandan warriors, many of whom are even Zuandan extreme. In a few days, these Zuandan old monsters will gather together to open up the entrance to the ancient battlefield. Mu Qianxue said. Open up the entrance? Well, it is said that the spatial storm at the entrance to the main world is too terrifying, and it is impossible to enter at all. You have to open up the entrance from the broken small world to connect to the main world. Now more than 30 Zuandan late stage masters are negotiating, and the master and grandmaster are also in it. More than 30. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were actually more than 30 masters above the late Zuandan stage. As far as he knew, there were no more than one hand of masters above the late Zuandan stage on Shenhuang Island, or even fewer. As for the people from the 5-element domain, it would be good if there were 1 or 2 people from a sect. So why did they get so many? Mu Qianxue saw what Lin Ming was thinking and said, the Grandmaster contacted the people from the Righteous Alliance. 10 people came from the Righteous Alliance alone, 9 of whom died. In addition, there were 8 people from the South Sea Demon Domain, 6 of whom died. There were also 8 people from the 5-element domain, but they were all in the late Zuundan stage. There were also some free warriors who came to share a piece of the pie. Free warriors? Yes, some senior masters have left their sects and are secluded in some places to practice. Some of these people are also very powerful. Lin Ming nodded. It seems that the opening of the ancient battlefield this time is a battle among heroes. With so many strong people here, it seems that the opening of the ancient battlefield this time has nothing to do with us. No matter how confident Lin Ming is, he will not be so confident as to compete with a group of dead old monsters for magic weapons. If such people just let out a breath, he will be killed instantly. Not to mention him, even if it was Mu Qianxue, she would not be able to win anything in this group of people. Mu Qianxue invited people from the Righteous Alliance, just to make the water more muddy. Otherwise, she would not have any capital to compete with the South Sea Demon Realm. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, we can also enter the ancient battlefield. The strong people who have passed the life-falling death gathered here for some natural treasures in the Imperial Palace that can increase the probability of successfully passing the life-falling death. This natural treasure is said to be in the Imperial Palace, and we only need to go to some small palaces around. If we are lucky, we will also have something to gain. Just treat it as an experience. Mu Qianxue said it easily. It was still too early for her to reach the extreme of Zuundan. With her current strength, the kind of things that can increase the probability of successfully passing the life-falling death were not something she could get. Natural treasures that increase the probability of successfully passing the life-falling death. Lin Ming was not very interested in such things. At this stage, he could not use them at all. Well, I'll take this as a training. 5 days later, Nangsha Island in the South China Sea. After being destroyed by the space vortex, Nangsha Island had collapsed for a small part, and large tracts of land were submerged by the sea. When Lin Ming saw so many life-falling masters gathered at Nangsha Island, he suddenly felt a sense of laughter and tears. He didn't expect that these old guys would choose Nangsha Island after all the choices. It seemed that the world here was more stable, and a space channel could be dug out to connect directly to the main world. This was really a crazy idea. Only when dozens of life-falling masters gathered together could they have the confidence to use their great magical powers to connect 2 different dimensions of space. If I had known earlier, I would have just waited in this broken little world. Lin Ming thought self-deprecatingly. He had heard Mu Qianxue say before that there might be some small opportunities in these broken little worlds, but he had searched all the way before and found nothing. The oppressive feeling of 20 or 30 Zuundan late-stage masters floating in the air together was very terrifying, and the wind around them seemed to have changed because of the momentum they exuded intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Ming stood in an inconspicuous corner, secretly observing these top masters in the air. Among these 20 or 30 people, there were only 3 people from Shenhuang Island, Mu Yuhuang, Mu Qianxue, and an old woman in green clothes. Lin Ming did not recognize this old woman in green clothes, but he thought she was from Qingluan sect. Beside the 3 people from Shenhuang Island, there were 10 monks in cassocks. They were all from the Great Zen Domain Righteous Alliance. They all had scars on their heads and looked calm. Opposite these monks were the elders of the South Sea Demon Domain. They were all wearing black robes and looked at these uninvited guests with coldness. Beside them, there were 4 or 5 members of the Mo Jiao clan wearing blue-black scales. Looking at these people, Lin Ming could not help but secretly gasp. Although he had long known that the Xianan continent was extremely vast and there were countless masters from all walks of life, he had only heard about it before. He had never seen so many dead old monsters at once like today. Most of these people came from the 5th grade sects, and quite a few of them were stronger than Mu Qianxue. At this time, there were waves of melodious drum music in the sky. Lin Ming looked up in surprise, but saw a golden light flashing in the sky not far away. A luxuriously decorated spiritual boat was pulled by 9 flying dragons and slowly flew towards this side. Around the golden spiritual boat, there were more than a dozen innate golden armored warriors, and a group of beautiful palace maids holding various musical instruments, and with the same innate cultivation level followed. This kind of travel posture made Lin Ming dumbfounded. It was just like the Emperor of Heaven's travel in a biographical novel. Humph, this old guy is really arrogant. So late. On the side of the South China Sea Demon Realm, Zuan Wuji looked coldly at the high-profile golden spiritual boat, his eyes full of disgust. Don't provoke him later. It will be troublesome if he is angry. Zuan Yuki, who was speaking, although she hated him in her heart, she always had a smile on her face. The golden spirit boat stopped, and Lin Ming realized that the 9 flying dragons that were running away in front of him all had long feathers like swords, looked like dragons, and had a foot-long sharp horn on their heads. It was obvious that the dragon bloodline was very strong, and all of them were equivalent to the innate cultivation. This made Lin Ming secretly shocked. It took a lot of money to cultivate such 9 flying dragons, but they were only used by this guy to pull the cart. Haha, I'm a step late. I hope you fellow martial arts practitioners will forgive me. With a hearty voice, a middle-aged man wearing a 9-claw dragon robe and a purple gold jade belt around his waist, holding a beautiful woman in a white liuxin skirt in one hand, strode out of the spirit boat. Although he said sorry, looking at the red face of this old guy, it was obvious that he had no intention of apologizing. And looking at the 2 palace beauties, their faces were like peach blossoms. Their flushed faces were a bit shy, and even their clothes were wrinkled. It was not difficult to imagine what this old guy had been doing all the way. Seeing this scene, the faces of the powerful warriors who had died present all looked unhappy. Chapter 463, Through Space. King Nanyun is in a good mood. It seems that he is full of confidence in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Zuan Wuji said with a fake smile. He was also in the 3rd level of life and death. Although he was afraid of King Nanyun, he would not be overly afraid. It is said that King Nanyun was originally just a civilian warrior, and his life was miserable. Later, he had some kind of heaven-defying opportunity and rose to prominence. Later, he joined a 3rd grade sect in the South China Sea. Because of King Nanyun's talent, the 3rd grade sect attached great importance to King Nanyun. All resources were used on King Nanyun without hesitation, hoping that King Nanyun would soar to the sky in the future and drive their sect to advance to a 4th grade sect. However, many times, the luck of a sect is not equal to the luck of the genius within it. King Nanyun had amazing talent. As a result, he provoked a large number of enemies of Zuan and old monsters when he was only in the innate stage, which affected the sect. In the end, the 3rd grade sect was directly destroyed, but King Nanyun escaped and ascended to heaven. Later, he became a 3-level strong man. King Nanyun seemed to yearn for the life of an emperor. He built a palace by himself, which accommodated 3,000 beauties in the harem and nearly 10,000 palace maids. These people were planted with restrictions by King Nanyun. Every day, King Nanyun would summon 4 or 5 concubines to the palace to serve him. When he went out, the golden armor guards would lead the way and the palace maids would accompany him. However, King Nanyun was originally a magic martial artist who emphasized doing whatever he wanted, so his reckless behavior did not affect his martial arts heart. Now that everyone is here, let's open the space channel together. The speaker was the abbot of the great Zen temple. The old monk wore a black gold cassock, held a Zen staff, had 2 big ears, and white eyebrows that fell to his shoulders. Before, whether he was waiting, or when King Nanyun came here, the white-browed monk did not show any fluctuations in his expression. He always stood still in the air with his eyes closed to rest. Master is right. Let's join hands to open the space channel now, so as not to delay for some time, and cause trouble again. Zuan Yuki smiled and said. Although she hated these guys who came to compete for food, without them, the people of the South Sea Demon Realm alone could not open the Demon God Emperor Palace. More than 30 Zuandan and Mingayan powerful people descended together and fell into the space vortex in the center of Nangsha Island. The space vortex that could instantly strangle the peak masters of the acquired world was just like a gust of wind for these Mingayan old monsters, gently lifting the corners of their clothes. After these Zuandan masters, the disciples of the 7 sects of the 5-element domain, Shenhuang Island, and the South Sea Demon Realm all followed into the space vortex. These disciples were the young elites selected by various forces. This broken world, as the site of a 6th grade sect, naturally left behind a lot of treasures. These things were scattered in the broken world, and several major sects reached a tacit agreement to let the young generation of each sect enter it for training. Each sect, according to the size of its power, set a limit on the number of places for disciples to enter, which can only be small, not more. Shenhuang Island was allocated more than 30 places, and Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue were among them. Lin Ming, Jua, you two should be careful, don't separate from each other, take care of each other. This time entering the ancient battlefield, you may not be able to avoid a life and death battle. Mu Yuhang said to Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue when she was about to enter the space vortex. She had reminded them of this several times. I know, Master. The one who answered Mu Yuhang was a girl in green clothes with a pretty face, but not stunning. She was Mu Qianxue after the disguise. This disguise technique was also taught by Lin Ming. In the past 5 days, Lin Ming has done nothing but teach Mu Qianxue the disguise technique. Although the disguise technique that Below found in the ancient ruins is strange, it is not difficult to learn. Moreover, Mu Qianxue is very talented and has amazing comprehension. In the past few days, she has already learned the general idea. Mu Qianxue's identity is sensitive. There are many people in the South Sea Demon realm who want to target her. It is easy for her to become a target of public criticism. After the disguise, a lot of trouble can be saved. Junior brother Lin, let's follow. Yes. The young generation of masters from various sects jumped into the space vortex like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue were sandwiched in it and looked inconspicuous. Hoo-la la. Entering the space fragment of Nangsha Island again, the first thing Lin Ming heard was the sound of heavy rain. The heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The air was filled with thick water vapor and a salty smell. There was already a vast ocean under his feet. The seawater sucked in by the space vortex accumulated to a depth of more than 10 feet. Between the sky and the earth, there was a misty area, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianxue was stunned. It is the seawater sucked in by the space vortex. Lin Ming expected this. Looking around, there were many large and small whirlpools on the turbulent water surface, which looked like the mouths of greedy beasts. Lin Ming knew that under these whirlpools, there were hidden death traps, that is, space cracks. This small and broken world was filled with countless space cracks. Some of the large cracks that had collapsed in a small area would suck away the seawater and form whirlpools. A large amount of seawater entered the entrance, and the space cracks sucked the water away, which maintained the balance of the water volume. Otherwise, in the past 5 or 6 days, this small world would have been filled with seawater. In the pouring rain, visibility was very low, but the warriors who came in this time were all geniuses and masters, and their sense of radiation was not affected at all. In the rain curtain, a series of hazy halos lit up, like bright lights in the rainy night. Lin Ming also slapped a piece of talisman paper on himself. Then, within a range of 5 feet around Lin Ming's body, some shiny things emerged, completely surrounding Lin Ming. This is a special talisman paper that is not complicated to make. It can be used to save lives in this broken world. As long as you get close to the space crack, these countless shiny dust will be stirred by the space crack and then discovered by the user. After using the talisman paper, as long as the speed is slow, generally nothing will happen. In front of the team, more than 30 top-level strongmen opened the way to fly. For them, this space crack is nothing at all. These old monsters can even open up the space together. The mere space crack is not worth mentioning. However, considering the younger generation behind them, they did not fly fast. This broken little world separated from the main world is not very large. Even if everyone flies very slowly, they will reach the edge after more than half an hour. Here, you can clearly see that the vast ocean suddenly disappears, as if it was cut by a knife. This is it. King Nanyun, who was lying on the flying carpet, still holding the beauty in his arms, said lazily. Judging from the location, it should be correct. The speaker was Zuan Wuji. This route was the best entrance selected by many old monsters present after several investigations in the past 5 days. It would save a lot of effort to open up the space from here. The leader of the Mu Qianxue clan flew forward a few feet away, waved his hand casually, and a column of water rushed up into the sky, condensing into a water-shaped dragon with bared fangs and claws, rushing forward with a whoosh. There was a loud bang, and the water dragon seemed to hit an invisible light film and collapsed. Everyone, let's start. The third level of life is in the front. In the team, Zhu and Wuji stepped forward and said expressionlessly. Then, the white-browed monk in a black gold cassock also stepped forward and stood in the air. Hey. King Nanyun laughed, patted the woman's hips in his arms, and said, my dear, wait for me outside. He lazily got off the flying carpet and slowly flew to Zhu and Wuji. The white-browed monk of the great Zen temple, Zhu and Wuji of the South Sea Demon realm, and the lonely King Nanyun. Among the more than 30 top masters, only these three have reached the third level of life full. As for Zhu and Yuki and the leader of the Mu Qianxue clan, they are only at the second level of life full. Among these more than 30 people, there are not many warriors at the second level of life full, only 7 people, and the rest are stuck at the first level of life full, and Mu Fengson is just one of them. You know, the people present are almost the 3 major 5th grade forces, the 8 major 4th grade forces, including the masters of the free warriors in the surrounding domains, and there are only so many second level life falling warriors. This shows how difficult it is to cross the gate of hell from Zuundan Jiji to Shenhei. Every Zuundan Jiji warrior is very cautious and treads on thin ice when he reaches this level. The white-browed monk flipped his hands, and the Zen stick in his hand flew out. Zhu and Wuji took out a black sword, and as for King Nanyun, he took out a heavy black measuring ruler from the Zumi ring. After taking a look at Zhu and Wuji's sword, King Nanyun laughed and said, Brother Wuji, I heard that you got a heavenly treasure a few years ago. Why don't you show it to me today so that I, a country bumpkin without any sect, can also open my eyes? Zhu and Wuji glanced at King Nanyun and said calmly, since ancient times, heavenly treasures have almost always been the exclusive property of the powerful emperors. I haven't had such an opportunity yet. Haha, is that so? King Nanyun said with a laugh, but it was unknown whether he believed it or not. Behind these 3 top masters, the elders of various sects also took out their own treasures, and various true essences bloomed and complemented each other. Attack. With a low shout from the white-browed monk, more than 30 top masters attacked the space interface together. Various gorgeous martial arts, the power of the 5 element, storms, and thunders, can be said to be earth-shaking. The young heroes of the major sects had already retreated hundreds of feet away, but even so, they were still blown away by the fierce true essence storm. The seawater was twisted into huge waves, the space boundary was shaking violently, various lights were flying, and the rumbling sound was like thunder. The power of more than 30 top masters attacking together was self-evident, but it was still very difficult to use this to break the space boundary. Every step forward consumed a lot of strength, and many elders had beads of sweat on their faces. Chapter 464 Main World. This violent attack lasted for half an incense stick of time. When many elders could no longer hold on, cracks finally appeared on the spatial interface. Once the tiny cracks appeared, they began to expand continuously. The sea surface intersecting with the spatial interface formed a huge vortex storm. A large amount of seawater was sucked into the spatial cracks and disappeared. After more than a dozen breaths, there was a loud rumbling sound, as if the world was collapsing. The spatial boundary wall finally shattered completely, and a huge vortex was formed out of thin air. It was a grey spiral with a diameter of more than 10 feet. No one knew where it led to. Breaking through the space boundary. Wow. I never thought that I, who has lived for 1,000 years, would still have such an experience. The space boundary is extremely solid. Once it is broken, it is permanently broken. It is more difficult to repair than to break it through. This passage should be stable. Zhu and Wuji said, taking out a corpse guard puppet from the Zumi ring and said, go. The corpse guard puppet flew into the dark passage without fear, and came back half an incense stick later, unharmed. There is no problem with the passage. Those who are above the Xianshan stage have the ability to enter. Our true essence has been consumed a lot. We will rest here for an hour. After an hour, everyone will enter together. As for treasures, it depends on their own abilities. No one objected to Zhu and Wuji's proposal. After regaining all their strength, it is fairest to compete based on their own abilities. The young talents of various sects naturally had to wait together. Most of these people were in the Xiantian period, but there were also many Zuandan elders among them. The opportunities of the ancient battlefield, the real essence of which were naturally concentrated in the Demon God Emperor Palace. However, there were more than 30 top masters in the Demon God Emperor Palace, so they had no chance to get involved. In this way, these Zuandan elders with weaker strength could only follow the younger generation to try their luck in other places in the ancient battlefield. After all, this was the site of a 6th grade sect, and a strange space with strange rules was closed independently for tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that all kinds of natural treasures were bred in it. An hour passed quickly. The old monsters who were extremely Zuandan had recovered to their peak state. Zuan Wuji stood up and said calmly, "Let's go." After that, he was the first to step into the space channel. Facing the huge energy vortex of suction, Zuan Wuji walked lightly, just like entering and leaving his own door. King Nanayan followed closely, followed by Master Baimei of the Great Zen Temple. The Fate Masters entered the space channel one by one, and then it was the warriors in the late stage of Zuandan. They were also qualified to enter the Demon God Emperor Palace. Although the possibility of obtaining top treasures was quite slim, it was very likely that they would get a chance of getting a lower chance if they were lucky. After more than 30 top masters entered, it was the turn of the younger generation and the lower level Zuandan elders. "It's our turn," Mu Qianxue said. She and Lin Ming had been waiting 5 or 6 miles away from the Xenian vortex. It was not easy to attract attention at such a distance. "Yeah." Lin Ming nodded. There were not many warriors left outside. The two flew forward for a while, and Lin Ming caught a glimpse of a woman in green clothes not far in front of him. She was tall and handsome, with a light veil on her face. She naturally exuded a temperament as extraordinary as an iceberg snow lotus. This woman was Mu Bingayan. After joining Shenhuang Island for so long, Lin Ming had only seen Mu Bingayan a few times. Although Mu Bingayan and Mu Qianxue are twin sisters, they don't seem to have the harmonious and intimate relationship between ordinary siblings. On the contrary, they seldom interact with each other, and even meet only a few times. Mu Bingayan also saw Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue, turned around and glanced at them indifferently, and nodded slightly. Although Mu Qianxue changed her appearance, Mu Bingayan still recognized her sister. Beside Mu Bingayan, there was a middle-aged woman in green clothes, who had cultivated to the peak of the initial stage of Zuandan. She had been following Mu Bingayan. Most of them were sent by the Qingluan branch to protect Mu Bingayan. Mu Bingayan herself also had Zuandan combat power. The two of them together would generally not have any accidents in the ancient battlefield. The figures of Mu Bingayan and the middle-aged woman in green clothes quickly disappeared in the space vortex. Then Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue also flew in. As soon as he entered the space vortex, Lin Ming immediately felt a huge staring force and a sense of spatial disorder. The passage was not long. It took only a few breaths for Lin Ming's eyes to blur. He had come to a bright world. This world was the ancient battlefield in the location of the Demon God Emperor's palace. The entrance to the space passage was in the sky. Lin Ming was suspended in the air, looking down at the ground below. Above the ground was a vast forest, with lakes and rivers dotted in the forest, giving it a primitive ecological beauty. Forest? Lin Ming was startled. A few days ago, when Lin Ming entered the independent small world, he did not see any living creatures, let alone this forest. This may mean that this broken world is much more stable than the previous small world. At least there are no ubiquitous space cracks. Otherwise, it would be difficult for animals and plants to survive and reproduce under the messy space storm. Lin Ming was already the last batch of warriors to enter. Looking around, the warriors before him had already flown far away. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. The advantage of being alone was that any opportunity he found was his own. If he was in a group of 2 or 3, he would have to share the resources, but it was safer. Lin Ming, I guess you want to be alone, but Master specifically told me to go with you. Mu Qianxue was right behind Lin Ming, blinking mischievously. Lin Ming's strength was still far from Zuandan, and it was a bit dangerous to be alone in this world. It's good to be with Pastor Sister. Lin Ming smiled. Even if all the opportunities he found were given to Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming didn't care at all. Well, let's go. We don't know where the demon god palace is yet. Let's go to the center of this world. Okay. The two flew forward together. After flying for a while, Lin Ming felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw that Mu Qianxue also had a puzzled look on her face. Something is wrong. The true essence in my body has been suppressed a lot. Mu Qianxue frowned and said, the surrounding heaven and earth energy is obviously very rich, but the true energy in the body seems to be suppressed by an invisible force, and the speed of operation is 40% slower. Lin Ming felt it carefully and said, I'm also about 40%, so doesn't this mean I'm only 60% of my usual strength? If everyone is suppressed to 60% of their strength, then it is fair. But why do I feel as if my perception is also suppressed? Lin Ming released his perception and explored the situation around him. He was shocked to find that his perception could only extend to a distance of 20 to 30 feet away. Such a close perception is useless. His perception is much stronger than that of warriors of the same level under the amplification of the reincarnation martial will and the Tai soul art. If it is still only this close, then other warriors will be even worse. Me too. Mu Qianxue felt very uncomfortable. Warriors are used to using perception to detect the surroundings. Without perception, it is like an ordinary person losing his eyesight. The two moved forward more and more cautiously, but soon, something even more weird happened. The altitude they flew was getting lower and lower, and once the altitude was lowered, they could no longer raise it. I can't fly anymore. Lin Ming relied on the state of mind of wind to fly, but now he felt that no matter how he controlled the wind, his altitude was constantly decreasing, and the lower the altitude, the less he could fly. In the end, Lin Ming almost lost the ability to fly, and his body fell faster and faster. Mu Qianxue was even worse. She was of course much stronger than Lin Ming, but she relied on her true essence to fly, not the state of mind of wind. It seemed that, because of this difference, her ability to fly was lost faster. The height they were at now was still 1 or 2,000 feet above the ground. Although they would not die if they fell, it would definitely not be so comfortable. Give me your hand. Lin Ming grabbed Mu Qianxue's hand and could only rely on the state of mind of wind to slow down. At a height of 400 or 500 feet, Lin Ming's state of mind of wind also completely lost its effect. The two looked at each other and could only smile bitterly. Simply activating the true essence of body protection, they fell down like this. Fortunately, it is a more stable space without a space crack. Otherwise, if I fall on a space crack, it would be a wrongful death. Lin Ming thought so, and felt the wind whistling in his ears. The dense forest rushed towards him at a very fast speed. Lin Ming aimed at a thick tree trunk, and grabbed it with one hand. Crack, crack, crack. Under the strong impact, Lin Ming grabbed the tree trunk as thick as his thigh, and pulled it directly, to bend like a bow. The huge recoil force caused Lin Ming's speed to drop sharply. Huh, it's not broken? Lin Ming just flashed this thought in his mind, and heard a crack. The tree trunk finally broke. Lin Ming's speed also dropped sharply by half. He fell heavily to the ground. There was only a muffled sound. Most of Lin Ming's legs were buried in the ground. Under the protection of the body's true energy, they were just a little numb. Mu Qianxue's skills were no less than Lin Ming's, but the only flaw was that she was wearing a long skirt. When she fell rapidly in the dense forest, she heard a swish sound, and a large piece of her skirt was torn off, revealing a section of her smooth and jade-like calf. The trees here have a toughness beyond imagination. Ordinary trees can't withstand such an impact. If they fall at such a high speed, even an iron rod will be bent. The trees here are completely different from those in the outside world. None of them have been seen before. They seem to be tree species from ancient times. Lin Ming said while looking around. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly, "Isn't this iron ridge tree a tree species in the god's domain?" Chapter 465 Different Rules. Iron ridge wood, bark as hard as metal. Its juice is the material for making inscription runes. Lin Ming once looked up its information specifically. There is no such tree in Xi'an continent. He did not expect to see it in this broken world. Well, what's wrong? Mu Qianxue asked. Nothing, just read some records about the trees in this forest in an ancient book. Lin Ming made up an excuse to evade and could not mention the god's domain to Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue nodded and did not ask any more questions. This primeval forest was very hot and humid. The air was filled with water vapor. The shrubs under the trees, the leaves stretched out, were as big as cattail fans. The ground was covered with tall grass. Thick vines were entangled like giant pythons. Tall trees went straight into the sky, and there were many thick trees that required 10 people to hug. The smell of rotting branches and leaves filled the nostrils. Because of the obstruction of the trees, visibility was very low, but perception was useless, and it was impossible to fly, and the road ahead could not be seen clearly, and the direction could not be distinguished, so that in this primeval forest, it was no different from being blind. The suppression of the true essence on the ground is stronger than in the air, and it has been compressed by 70%. When in the air, the true essence was only compressed by 40%, but on the ground it was 70%, and the strength was reduced by more than half. Lin Ming silently practiced the Suzaku Forbidden God record, and there was no suspense. The true essence was compressed by 70%. He turned to practice the Chaos True Essence art, hoping that a miracle would happen, but even this technique from the God realm still could not get rid of the shackles of this strange rule, and the true essence was also compressed by 70%. However, as a physical training technique, the Chaos Gang Doujing only used a part of the combat power. Lin Ming's strength also lies in the strength of his flesh and bones, and his body comparable to a treasure. He clenched his fists subconsciously, his knuckles crackling. My true essence has been suppressed by the law, but no matter how domineering the law is, it cannot suppress the strength of the body. I do have some advantages, but the late stage of Xuandan is still not worth mentioning. As for the death, it goes without saying. There is a huge gap between the strength of Xianshan and Xuandan. Even a saint-level genius like Mu Qianxue can only compete with the early stage of Xuandan with the extreme cultivation of Xianshan. Lin Ming's realm is still far behind. Even if the late stage of Xuandan is suppressed to only 30% of its strength, it can still kill him instantly. Unable to fly, unable to see the road clearly, and forbidden to perceive, in this dense forest, warriors are like mortals, and it is difficult to even distinguish the direction. Mu Qianxue has not felt such a helpless feeling for a long time. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the night at the foot of Thunder Mountain, also with Lin Ming, losing the ability to fly, and being seriously injured. Originally, she was going to walk towards the center of this broken world, but when she fell, she was already a little confused about the direction. Mu Qianxue glanced at Lin Ming subconsciously. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait for me here." As he said that, he jumped up and jumped directly onto a big tree. Using the branches as leverage, Lin Ming jumped again. After jumping a few times, his figure disappeared into the dense tree canopy. It is true that you cannot fly in this world, but climbing trees is still a simple matter for Lin Ming. Standing on the high tree canopy, his vision is finally no longer blocked. Lin Ming quickly identified the general direction of the center of the world, based on the rear of the space boundary. However, this is only temporary. When you go too deep and can no longer see the space boundary, you will get lost. Looking up at the sky, there is no sun in this world. No one knows where the sunlight comes from. Just in the sky, like that broken little world, there are some grey rocks floating. Large and small suspended rocks form a chain of stars surrounding the earth. Lin Ming identified a rock with a very unique shape and waited quietly. This wait lasted for half an hour. Lin Ming was very patient. During this half an hour, the position of the rock had hardly changed. Lin Ming silently memorized the position of the floating rock and jumped down from the treetop. I have identified a floating rock in the air. Let's go in this direction. After that, we will redetermine the direction every 10 miles. Although it may not be accurate, it is much better than walking around by ourselves. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming in surprise and nodded silently. Although she was very strong, she had zero experience in surviving in the wild. Being with Lin Ming always made people feel at ease. Some problems were easily solved in front of Lin Ming. The shrubs and vines in the primeval forest were very lush. Many times, Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue had to use swords to clear the way. These species left over from the ancient times had extremely tough branches and trunks, and it was not easy to cut them. Lin Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. turned around abruptly, and punched behind him. Boom. The vibration of the true essence burst out, and a black scorpion that was 4 or 5 feet long was blown up by Lin Ming's punch, and black juice splashed out. However, this scorpion was more tenacious than expected. Even though its head was blown up, the scorpion's tail still swept over and pierced Lin Ming's eyes. Snap. A flash of sword light passed by, and the scorpion's tail was cut off. Mu Qianxue just moved slightly, and the sword had returned to the scabbard. Only the sword light was seen, but not the sword. It's a fierce beast from the ancient times. Lin Ming looked at the venomous scorpion that was still twitching on the ground and had extremely tenacious vitality, and took a breath and said, in the ancient times of Xianan continent, the types of fierce beasts were closer to the divine realm. They were much stronger and more dangerous than the fierce beasts now. The laws of this main world are a system of their own, completely different from the outside world. It is unknown what changes have occurred to these fierce beasts trapped in the main world after generations of reproduction over the past tens of thousands of years. This scorpion is naturally not scary, but this is just the beginning. No one knows what dangers are deep in the forest. The entrance to this world behind him was at a height of 2 or 3,000 feet. Without the ability to fly, no one could jump so high. For most people, the way back was almost blocked. As for whether going forward would lead to an opportunity or a grave, no one could tell clearly. We have to leave this forest quickly. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, he heard a series of rustling sounds of branches and trunks breaking. The bushes in front of him shook violently, as if something was about to rush out. Lin Ming drew out the purple Zuan gun, and Mu Qianxue also had a long sword in hand, concentrating on alert. Roar. The bushes were suddenly split in the middle, and a black leopard with sharp horns rushed out. Mu Qianxue said nothing, and slashed it with a sword. The flame sword energy compressed the air into visible ripples. Clang. The leopard was slashed by Mu Qianxue, and the sound of metal and iron clashing came out of its body. Its speed slowed down, and a stream of blood spurted out. The leopard was angry, roared wildly, and pounced on it more fiercely. Mu Qianxue was shocked. She didn't feel any powerful aura from the Black Panther just now. Although it was just a casual attack, she thought she could kill it, but she didn't expect that she only hurt a little bit of the Black Panther's fur. The defense of the fierce beasts in the forest was terrifyingly strong, and her true energy was compressed too much. Lin Ming held the purple spear and stepped forward, blocking the Black Panther's attack route. Be careful. Mu Qianxue shouted. She was afraid that Lin Ming would suffer. Lin Ming shouted loudly, and nearly 70% of his marrow-quenching power burst out completely. Since his true energy was compressed to only 30%, he might as well use pure power to attack. He held the gun with both hands, and pulled it hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the Black Panther was directly pulled away by Lin Ming. The Black Panther flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing into several large trees in a row, and wailing. The Black Panther struggled to get up from the broken branches and leaves, with blood all over his head. It looked at Lin Ming in fear, and fearing Lin Ming's terrifying power, it turned around and limped away. What a strong defense. Lin Ming was shocked. He felt like he was hit by a bullet on a piece of iron. Although he was much stronger than the Black Panther, if he was hit by such a bullet without using his true essence to protect his body, his bones would definitely be broken. However, the panther did not have any true essence fluctuations in its body, and it just relied on its body to withstand his attack. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming in surprise. She did not expect Lin Ming's attack to be so powerful. Junior brother Lin, your strength has improved too fast these days. I can't tell your depth. Lin Ming shook his head and said, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that the set of physical training techniques I practiced is less suppressed by the laws of this world. However, these fierce beasts seem to have strong bodies. They don't use true essence at all. After Lin Ming said this, Mu Qianxue also found the problem. These fierce beasts have strong strength and strong defense, but their true essence is empty, which is completely different from the regular fierce beasts in Xianan continent. Different world laws give birth to different cultivation systems. The creatures in this forest are all strong. Not only the beasts, but also the vines and trees are extremely tough. I don't know what I will encounter if I go on. The black leopard just now is probably not a powerful beast. There are stronger ones behind. Mu Qianxue was a little worried when she said this. She didn't know what happened to her master and others. Just when she was worried, she suddenly heard a loud bang in the forest in the distance, followed by a loud voice echoing over the forest. All martial arts practitioners, please come to me if you are willing to join us. This forest is very strange. Let's join forces and get out of the forest first and then look for opportunities. The person who spoke didn't know what secret method he used. His voice was like rolling waves and spread far away. In this forest, the true essence was suppressed to only 30%. The perception was suppressed, and even the direction was difficult to distinguish. In this situation, the warriors who were originally scattered and fighting on their own naturally thought of uniting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466. Sorry, please make way. As the voice sounded, warriors around continued to respond. It seemed that most of them had also suffered. Lin Ming, they seem to be disciples of the great Zen temple. Should we go over and take a look? Mu Qianxue glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, it's better to go over. This forest is very strange. I don't know what will happen behind. Let's go out first. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the situation in the ancient battlefield has obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. At this time, it is better to be cautious. After all, this is the remains of a 6th grade sect. Lin Ming is not arrogant enough to think that with his current strength, he can go anywhere. This is also the idea of most warriors present, so the warriors scattered in the forest gathered towards the great Zen temple disciple who was speaking. Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue walked for several miles, and saw dozens of warriors gathered in a clearing in the forest. Those wearing golden cassocks were naturally disciples of the great Zen temple. Those wearing black clothes with giant demon totems embroidered on their chests were disciples of the ancient demon realm. There were also a few members of the Mo Jiao clan. The rest were disciples of the Shenhuang Island in the 5-element realm. The arrival of Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue was not noticeable at all. Lin Ming's heart moved, and he deliberately shuffled in front of a strong man in the early stage of Zuanden. The other party didn't care about him at all. It seems that, because of the World Rule Science book, the true essence is compressed to 30%, and the strong man in the early stage of Zuanden can't see through Belo's disguise. This disguise is really a little tricky. After confirming this, Lin Ming felt much more relaxed. Otherwise, if he encountered someone in the South Sea Demon realm who had some relatives with Lei Mu Bei and secretly attacked him, it would be a very troublesome thing. At this moment, Lin Ming heard a joyful and excited voice. Cousin Qianxue, is that you? You are here too. I'm so glad you are okay. Lin Ming turned his head and saw a handsome young man approaching Mu Qianxue with a joyful face. This man was Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue had known for a long time that Mu Qianxue would also enter the ancient battlefield. Although he could not see through Mu Qianxue's disguise, there was suddenly a new face among the disciples of Shenhuang Island, and his cultivation was the same as Mu Qianxue, so it was easy to guess Mu Qianxue's identity. This made Mu Qianxue's heart itch immediately. He really couldn't give up Mu Qianxue. If he continued to fight, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he didn't fight, he would have nothing. Not to mention Mu Qianxue's temperament and beauty. Mu Qianxue's blood alone made Mu Qianxue extremely eager. He dreamed of pressing Mu Qianxue under him and possessing her wantonly. However, because of Lin Ming's appearance, all this was ruined. When Mu Qianxue saw Mu Qianxue, she looked disgusted. She originally just didn't like Mu Qianxue, but she couldn't say she hated him. However, a few months ago, she found out that the letter Qinziya sent to Shenhuang Island for help was withheld by Mu Qianxue. For this kind of person who was sinister and almost put her in an unjust situation, Mu Qianxue had gone from not having a good impression to extremely disgusting. Cousin Qianxue, this ancient battlefield is full of dangers. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Come with me. With my grandfather here, nothing will happen. Mu Qianxue's grandfather was naturally Mu Qianxue, the third elder of Shenhuang Island. This time, Mu Qianxue also followed into the ancient battlefield. No need, Mu Qianxue said coldly. Mu Qianxue hit a snag and was a little embarrassed. At this time, he noticed Lin Ming, who was right next to Mu Qianxue. Feeling Lin Ming's cultivation, his face suddenly sank. Obviously, he also guessed Lin Ming's identity. Lin Ming also looked at Mu Qianxue coldly. Mu Qianxue had already told him the whole story of the letter. When they were on Shenhuang Island, Lin Ming naturally couldn't do anything to Mu Qianxue. This time, they met in the ancient battlefield. It can be said that they were enemies. The relationship between the two was already like fire and water, but they didn't tear each other apart on the surface. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth and said with his true essence, "Cousin Qianxue, come with us. We are all members of the Mu family. We have the blood oath of the Mu family. It is impossible to betray. We can trust our own people, but this kid." Before Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Mu Qianxue suddenly said, "Sorry, make way." Mu Qianxue's expression froze, and his body stiffened there. Mu Qianxue was too lazy to look at Mu Qianxue. She took Lin Ming's hand and said, "Let's go over there." As she said that, she pulled Lin Ming past Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue's face suddenly turned pale. His slightly extended hand was still frozen in midair. Turning his head, he saw that Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming had already sat down on the clean grass under a big tree. The two were very close, and they didn't even let go of each other's hands. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianxue almost gritted his teeth. Lin Ming was a little overwhelmed for a while. Although he had a close relationship with Mu Qianxue, there were only some buds in their hearts. Occasionally, they had skin-to-skin contact, which was often a formality. They had never held hands, just for the sake of holding hands. It must be said that Mu Qianxue's hands felt very good. They were as thin as cream in his hands, soft as boneless, and made people linger. Lin Ming certainly knew what Mu Qianxue thought of Mu Qianxue. At this point, he naturally didn't mind taking this opportunity to anger Mu Qianxue. He simply grabbed Mu Qianxue's hand and played with it. This soft jade-like touch made Lin Ming love it. This made Mu Qianxue blush slightly. She originally just wanted to get rid of Mu Qianxue's entanglement, but she didn't expect Lin Ming to go too far. After hesitating for a while, she still didn't pull her hand back. The third elder Mu Qianxue watched all this from a distance with a gloomy face. Although he had no hope for the marriage of Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue, he didn't want to see his grandson being humiliated like this. "Qianxue, come back," Mu Qianxue said in a true voice. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth, but didn't respond. At this time, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to castrate Lin Ming and cut him into pieces. "Qianxue, don't you think it's not shameful enough? I told you not to bother Mu Qianxue anymore, but you didn't listen. She is not something you can get." A trace of anger flashed across Mu Qianxue's face. He felt that Mu Qianxue had gone crazy because of this matter. If this continued, this matter would inevitably become an unsolvable knot in Mu Qianxue's heart, making his thoughts unable to communicate forever, thus affecting his lifelong martial arts cultivation. "I won't give up. If I don't fight, it means I admit defeat." Mu Qianxue's face was grim, and he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. "You've already lost. Practice hard. You have a good talent. If you continue to practice, you can at least reach the middle stage of Zuanden." The middle stage of Zuanden is the realm of Mu Qianxue, the great elder of Suzaku sect. This realm could originally satisfy Mu Qianxue a little bit, but compared with Lin Ming, it was nothing. The strong sense of gap made Mu Qianxue unacceptable. He looked at Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't lose until the last moment." Seeing the overwhelming hatred in Mu Qianxue's eyes, Mu Qianxue's face changed. "Qianxue, what do you want to do? You don't want to do something absurd, right? If you use some means to do something to Mu Qianxue, you will definitely die miserably. Mu Yuan will not forgive you, and you may even be guilty of treason in the process of using those means. You are a member of the Mu family, and you have the blood seal contract of the Mu family on you. You know the consequences of betrayal. The blood seal contract was created by the founder of Shenhuang Island. It was a contract based on blood inheritance. Anyone with the blood of the Mu family would be restricted. If violated, the blood of the whole body would be dissolved. The Shenhuang technique is based on blood. Once the blood is dissolved, the Shenhuang Island technique that was previously practiced will naturally dissipate. To break through the restrictions of the blood seal contract, one must reach the extreme level of Zuanden, close to the strength of the founder of Shenhuang Island, to break the oath of the contract. All direct descendants of Shenhuang Island will sign the blood seal contract when they come of age, and will never betray the sect. They may sign it again in the future when encountering other situations. For example, Mu Yuhuang asked everyone to sign the blood seal contract and never leak the news of the first 8 levels of the Suzaku Forbidden God record. This is also the reason why Shenhuang Island is more inclined to trust the children of the Mu family and exclude disciples of other surnames. Mu Qianxue's strength is naturally far inferior to Mu Qianxue. If he wants to possess Mu Qianxue by some means, he can only find other people to do it, which may involve the crime of treason. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth and suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, but once the inner demon is planted, it is difficult to erase it. At this time, the forest shook, and several more disciples of the Phoenix Island dressed in red walked into the clearing in the forest. The old man in the lead was more than 8 feet tall, with a thin body and a broad frame. He held a 10,000-year-old holy fire phoenix tree cane in his hand, and his long beard hung down to his chest. Seeing this man, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man was the great elder of the Suzaku sect, Mu Qianxue. The relationship between Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue was like that of enemies. This time, apart from the more than 30 top masters who went straight to the Demon God Emperor Palace, the other Zuanden elders who entered the ancient battlefield were basically in the early stage of Zuanden, and there were very few in the middle stage of Zuanden. Mu Qianxue was one of them. Feeling that Lin Ming's body was slightly tense, Mu Qianxue's true essence transmitted a voice. Don't worry, even if the great elder hates you, he dare not do anything to you. Yes, I know. Mu Qianxue's eyes swept over all the disciples of the Suzaku sect, lingered on Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue for a few breaths, without showing any strange color, and strode into the team. After Mu Qianxue, Mu Bingyan also arrived. She glanced at Mu Qianxue, nodded slightly, and then sat quietly in a corner of the forest, meditating and regulating her breathing. In addition to Shenhuang Island, disciples from other sects also came here one after another. Among these warriors, those from the South Sea Demon Realm and the Black Dragon clan who practiced the same magic skills naturally formed a group. As for the Shenhuang Island side, there were the Great Zen Temple, the 7 sects of the 5-element domain, the Extreme Void sect, and the Taixuan Temple. Because there were so many sects, the people on the righteous side were twice as many as those on the magic side. Chapter 467 Demon God Palace. Lin Ming sat in a corner and began to observe the warriors present. The South Sea Demon Realm, the Black Dragon Clan, and the Great Zen Temple all had strong men in the middle stage of Zuanden. As for those masters who died, they had already disappeared. Most of them had already rushed to the Demon God Palace. The no-fly rule here might not be able to restrict these old monsters. The other disciples were mostly Xianshan masters, followed by Zuanden Realm, and only a small part of the Acquired Realm. Brother Lin, is that you? At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw that it was Zhang Zhen, the core disciple of Shenhuang Island who had led him into the mountain gate. At the beginning, Zhang Zhen took Lin Ming to participate in the banquet of Master Xiangyang to learn from each other, and told Lin Ming a lot about Shenhuang Island in the 5-element realm. The relationship between the two has always been harmonious. Senior brother Zhang, you are here too? Lin Ming was a little surprised. With Zhang Zhen's strength, it was really a bit reluctant to come here. Zhang Zhen smiled bitterly when he heard Lin Ming say this. I just happened to be at the battlefield nearby and wanted to follow along to see it, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Zhang Zhen said this with a look of annoyance on his face. At this moment, the soil under Zhang Zhen's feet suddenly bulged slightly. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. Be careful. Swoosh. A patterned red snake as thick as an arm jumped out of the soil. Lin Ming's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and the purple spear in his hand stabbed out like lightning. Puff. It stabbed directly into the patterned red snake's 3 inches, nailing the snake to the ground. A stream of black blood shot out and sprinkled on the ground, and the nearby green grass withered quickly. Zhang Zhen was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The attack speed of the patterned red snake was as fast as lightning, and the toxins contained in it were shocking. If Lin Ming hadn't acted in time at that moment, he had no doubt that he would have died. At the same time, in this clearing in the forest, several more patterned red snakes emerged from the ground and attacked the disciples of other sects at lightning speed. Several weak disciples were unable to dodge and were bitten in the throat by the python. Or thrilling scream sounded, and the warrior bitten by the patterned red snake instantly turned purple and black. Junior brother. The young man next to the bitten warrior's eyes turned red, and he slashed at the patterned red snake with a sword. However, the sword slashed on the snake's back, only making a sound of metal clashing, and failed to cut it off. In the delay, the bitten warrior had already died. In a blink of an eye, the junior brother who had practiced with him for more than 10 years died just like that. The warrior was extremely sad. Everyone be careful. This snake is not easy to deal with. The warriors who were originally meditating on the ground stood up one after another. Because the true essence was suppressed to 30%, the attacks of ordinary innate strongmen could not break the defense of the patterned red snake at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Zuandan masters attacked together, and the patterned red snakes were cut in half. However, these snakes had strong vitality. Even if they were cut, they could still bite the warriors present. Evil beast, die. The long-bearded monk headed by the great Zen temple held a Zen stick and smashed it down. A golden light flashed, and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit. A huge golden body of Buddha fell from the sky and directly smashed more than a dozen patterned red snakes into meat paste. After the long-bearded monk attacked, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. At this time, people heard a rustling sound from afar, like rain hitting banana leaves, which seemed to be the sound of hundreds of snakes crawling together. Let's go. Even the masters in the middle stage of Zuandan did not have the confidence to face the snakes. Everyone started to use their body skills and rushed into the forest. Lin Ming, let's go quickly, Mu Qianxue said anxiously. Yes. Without saying a word, Lin Ming pulled Zhang Zhen up and rushed into the depths of the forest. Along the way, the Zuandan master led the way, and the treasure radiated light. Wherever they passed, vines were chopped and leaves flew. With their mental power limited, people could only detect a range of more than 10 feet. Such a distance was really useless. By the time they used their perception to detect danger, the danger was basically in front of them. During the high-speed escape, a red vine quietly stretched out from the soil, aimed at an innate warrior who flew over it, and shot out. Puff. The innate warrior's body protection was pierced like paper. The red vine pierced into the warrior's thigh, and countless tiny roots pierced into the flesh, and began to suck a lot of blood. Ah! The warrior let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red bloodlines covered the vine, and the vine, which was originally as thick as an arm, quickly swelled up. Be careful, it's a blood-sucking plant. This red vine is extremely resilient. The innate warriors whose true essence is suppressed to only 30% can't do anything about it. One by one, the warriors were shot by the blood-sucking vines and died here. Brother. A master of the Black Dragon clan Zuandan saw that his brother was stabbed in the lower abdomen by the blood-sucking vine. His eyes turned red, and he cut off the blood-sucking vine with a knife. Blood gushed out from the broken end of the vine, but the broken part of the vine was still stuck in his brother's body, sucking blood. Damn it. The master of the Black Dragon clan Zuandan grabbed the broken vine and pulled it off his brother. However, as the vine was pulled out, the roots that had penetrated deep into the flesh were pulled out along with the flesh and blood. The warrior screamed, his face pale, and his breath was weak. This vine is afraid of fire. A disciple of Shenhuang Island suddenly shouted. He had just used the martial arts Suzaku Forbidden God record to attack the vine and directly burned a vine. Then, Mu Qianxue shouted loudly and pushed out his hands flatly, and the sky-high waves of fire burned down. After the red vines encountered the waves of fire, they quickly withered and soon retreated into the depths of the dense forest. This scene made Lin Ming secretly shocked. Even though the strength of the old guy in the middle stage of Zuandan was compressed by 30%, he was still so strong. People breathed a sigh of relief. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time, Mu Qianxue said. Everyone did not dare to neglect it and use their body skills to run deep into the forest. It's really unlucky. I thought there would be opportunities here, but it turned out to be such a ghost place. There are no good opportunities, but there are opportunities to die everywhere. Don't complain, we can't go back, we can only move forward. In the short period of time just now, 1/10 of the warriors in the field were killed, but none of the Zuandan strongmen died. The dead were all warriors in the early and middle stages of the innate stage, and the acquired stage. After suffering 2 losses, the warriors became more careful. Even if the perception could only radiate a distance of less than 20 feet, they were always turned on, at least to prevent the dangers that appeared underground. At this time, 100 miles away, over a desert, more than 20 faint rainbow lights flashed in the sky. They were the escape lights left by top masters when they were flying. The no-fly rule of this broken world did not affect the life-destroying masters after all, but their flying speed was still greatly restricted. Otherwise, the 100-mile journey could be covered in just half an incense stick of time. At this time, 3 of the escape lights flew lower and lower, and finally slowly fell down. The 3 old men, 2 men and 1 woman, landed on the ground helplessly. Their cultivation was all in the late stage of Zuandan. The deeper they went into this broken world, the stronger the law suppression was. Now, even the average late-stage Zuandan masters could not fly. The female elder among the 3 looked at the more than 20 lights and shadows in the sky that were becoming increasingly blurred, and sighed and said, "It seems that we have no chance to enter the Demon God Emperor Palace. I originally came here to join in the fun. Even if I really went to the Demon God Emperor Palace, with those dead old monsters here, we would never get the Brahma Dragon route. At most, we would get some small opportunities. I didn't expect that I can't even get in now, which is a relief. Well, it's a pity that we can't enter the Demon God Emperor Palace, but it may not be a good thing if we really enter it. No one knows what's inside. We may not encounter opportunities outside." As the power of the law continued to deepen, Mu Yuhan could no longer support it. She was already the one who supported it the longest among all the late-stage Zuandan warriors. "I see, that should be it." At this moment, Mu Fengxian's true essence transmission sounded in Mu Yuhan's ears. Mu Yuhan looked into the distance and faintly saw a vague shadow emerging in the sky in the distance. It was a magnificent palace. Demon God Emperor Palace? Mu Yuhan was shocked. The entire Demon God Palace seemed to be blurry and distorted, not like a physical entity. The fallen warriors flying in front had obviously discovered this huge Demon God Palace and sped up their flight. The huge Demon God Palace stretched for who knows how many miles. The palace stood on the desert, surrounded by many thick pillars, and the pillars were engraved with totem reliefs. In the center of the Demon God Palace, there was a huge statue of the Demon God wearing iron armor and holding a giant axe. The statue was 100 feet tall. Just standing there, a wild aura of ancient times naturally emanated, spreading in all directions, reaching between heaven and earth, and making people's hearts and minds shake. You know, this demon god statue has stood for tens of thousands of years. These fallen warriors, flying to the statue, were like a group of mosquitoes, insignificant. My true essence has been suppressed to only 20%. Zuan Wuji was secretly surprised. The power of the laws in this world was too weird. Even the strong men in the late stage of Zuandan couldn't fly. Now facing the huge statue of the demon god emperor's palace, Zuan Wuji actually felt like he couldn't help but worship it. This feeling made Zuan Wuji very frightened. I don't know who carved such a terrifying statue in the first place. It seems that it contains the power of laws. Then, just a statue made him like this. If he enters the demon god emperor's palace and encounters something, will he still have the power to resist? Zuan Wuji took a deep breath. As he went deeper into this broken world, he found more and more that compared with the demon emperor tens of thousands of years ago, he was as powerless as a baby. The cultivation of this demon emperor is unfathomable. I'm afraid that the powerful men of the Fenghuang and the Xianan continent are not worth mentioning in front of him. Chapter 468 Bloody Wasteland. Zuan Wuji was thinking, but he saw a flash of black light beside him, and the figure of the Mo Jiao clan leader suddenly sank, turning into a gust of black wind, and rushing towards the demon god emperor palace. The Mo Jiao clan leader's cultivation was at the second level of life. In his opinion, the demon god emperor palace, which had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years, should have failed, even if there was any protective array. However, even so, for the sake of caution, he still urged the body protection true essence to the extreme. Behind him, a black dragon's phantom appeared faintly. Zhuan Wuji saw this scene and was not moved at all. He just sneered and said in his heart, "Idiot. Wow." When the Mu Qianxue clan leader was about to rush into the entrance of the main hall of the Demon God Emperor Palace, a light red light flashed by. At the entrance of the Imperial Palace, a halo appeared out of thin air, pushing out like a tide and hitting the Mu Qianxue clan leader. With a muffled sound, the Mu Qianxue clan leader's body bounced back like a kicked ball and spit out a mouthful of blood in the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of the powerful people who were killed in the battle changed slightly. A palace that had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years was actually guarded by a formation, and the power of this formation was so strong. Even the master of the second level life death of the Mu Qianxue clan leader would spit blood after being hit. Although this was also because the Mu Qianxue clan leader's true essence was suppressed to only 20%. You have to know that the formation at the main entrance of the Demon God Emperor Palace was just a defensive formation. The defensive formation made the Mu Qianxue clan leader spit blood. If it was an offensive formation, wouldn't it kill him instantly? The powerful people who were killed in the battle were secretly on guard in their hearts. This Demon God Emperor Palace was too terrifying. If you think it has been abandoned for a long time, you will definitely die miserably. The Mu Qianxue clan leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the flashing defensive formation with a gloomy face. What kind of magic formation is this? It actually lasted for tens of thousands of years. And after tens of thousands of years, it is still so powerful. Can this be arranged by humans? In this dense forest, there are murderous intentions everywhere. As they walked along, warriors kept dying. After an hour, when they finally walked out of the dense forest, the number of warriors had been reduced by 30%. This is what appeared in front of everyone was an endless dark red plain. In the bumpy land, there were still unburied bones. There were grey stone tablets scattered on the land. The stone tablets were large and small. On each stone tablet, there were complex and simple runes engraved, which were completely different from the existing rune system of Xianan continent. It was impossible to understand what they meant. This dark red plain gave people an extremely depressing feeling. Even the sky was red, with a faint blood light. From the primeval forest to the bloody wasteland, the strong visual gap was shocking. With the experience just now, seeing this strange red plain, everyone was alert. But it has come to this point. It is dangerous to go on. It is also dangerous to stay in the forest. So it is better to move forward. Maybe you can find a little chance. Let's go. The first person to step into the dark red plain was an old man with an eagle nose from the South Sea Demon realm. He was Lin Ming, an elder of the South Sea Demon realm, and his cultivation was at the middle stage of the Zuandan. The warriors of the South Sea Demon realm had 2 elders at the middle stage of the Zuandan, and 9 strong men at the early stage of the Zuandan, 2 or 3 of whom were already at the peak of the early stage of the Zuandan. In terms of strength, the South Sea Demon realm was the strongest among all the sects, and they were also the most confident. However, as soon as he stepped into this bloody wasteland, Lin Ming's face changed slightly. This bloody wasteland suppressed the true essence even more, and he could only use 25% of the true essence. Another half suppressed. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. The rules here are too weird. If this goes on, we will be more and more dangerous. Another elder looked worried. He decided that, if the true essence was suppressed to less than 20%, he would not move forward. Otherwise he might really be killed by these beasts with only brute force. Following the warriors from the South Sea Demon realm, warriors from other sects also stepped into this bloody wasteland one after another. Many people turned on the protective shield to detect space cracks. After all, there is no life here. Who knows if it is caused by space cracks? It is safer to turn on the protective shield. Careful along the way, everyone was extremely vigilant. No matter how you look at it, this bloody wasteland seems to be more weird and dangerous than the previous forest. However, what was unexpected was that after walking all the way for 3/4 of an hour, there was no danger. Some people couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. At this time, the old man with an eagle nose from the South Sea Demon realm who was walking in front suddenly moved his expression and slapped his hand down. There was a loud boom and the soil and rocks cracked. The warriors behind were all shocked and thought there was an enemy attack. However, what they didn't expect was that a heavy giant sword flew out from the cracked soil. The 5-foot-long sword body was as black as ink, and the momentum it exuded was comparable to a top-grade treasure of the earth level. What? All the warriors' eyes lit up. Just grabbing something from the ground, it turned out to be a top-grade earth-level treasure. Question mark? No, it's not a top-grade earth-level treasure. Judging from the fluctuations in the aura of the treasure, it should only be a mid-grade earth-level treasure, but it is many times stronger than ordinary mid-grade earth-level treasures. It should be an extraordinary mid-grade earth-level treasure. Lin Ming touched his chin and thought to himself, it is a mid-grade earth-level treasure made by a refiner in ancient times. It is several times stronger than the average mid-grade earth-level treasure now. Mid-grade earth-level treasures are already very precious. The replica of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd used by Lei Mubei was only a top-grade mid-grade earth-level treasure. Lin Ming had high standards and naturally didn't think anything of it, but the warriors around him all had their eyes lit up. Most of them used low-grade earth-level treasures. Such an extraordinary mid-grade earth-level treasure naturally made them jealous. After getting through the danger, I finally saw the opportunity. This was the thought of most warriors present. This bloody wasteland looks dangerous, but it is not dangerous at all. Instead, it is buried with many dead bones and treasures. It is likely to be the site of an ancient battlefield. If you follow the South Sea Demon Realm, you will not be able to pick up anything. If you fight with them, you will not be able to beat them. Thinking of this, many warriors changed their direction in twas and threes and left the main force quietly. For the sake of caution, these warrior teams are generally led by masters of the highest innate level, and at least there are 2 or 3 innate late stage. The main force is getting smaller and smaller, and even the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm are scattered. Everyone wants to pick up more treasures, but following Lan Chengji, they can't find any. Let's go over there, Lin Ming said to Mu Qianxue. There are fewer and fewer people, and it seems very abrupt to continue following Lan Chengji. Yeah. Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming left together. Is this bloody wasteland really safe? It's still a question. I believe many people understand this in their hearts, but they are blinded by greed. When they saw Lan Chengji grab a top-level earth-level mid-grade treasure, they could not resist the temptation. Perhaps this ancient battlefield not only has treasures, but also other things. It is even possible to pick up a Zumi ring, which contains the entire fortune of a top master. That would be a real step to heaven. Mu Qianxue looked at the backs of Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue from a distance, gritting his teeth in hatred. He even wanted to hire someone to kill him, but if he did so, the blood in his body would be completely dissolved within half a year, and his power would be lost. He had no way to retaliate against Lin Ming, but watching Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue getting closer and closer, kissing each other, he felt a tightness in his chest and wanted to vomit blood. Mu Qianxue watched all this from a distance and sighed softly. Reality is cruel, and the result is obvious. However, not everyone is willing to accept it. Especially when someone steals your love and takes away everything. It is very uncomfortable. Lin Ming was very careful along the way, with his senses fully open. In this strange world, Lin Ming's senses can only detect a range of 20 feet. If he goes deep underground, it will be even shorter, only about 10 feet. This 10-foot depth is actually filled with a large number of skeletons. So many skeletons. Lin Ming exhaled a breath of cold air. There are skeletons of various colors. Some are just ordinary skeletons, which have been petrified after being buried underground for tens of thousands of years, while some are not affected by time at all, as crystal clear as jade, and some even present colorful colors. These are obviously related to the cultivation methods of these deceased people in their lifetime. There is really a Sumeru ring. Lin Ming suddenly discovered that a piece of hand bone was carrying a Sumeru ring. With a wave of his hand, the Sumeru ring flew out from the ground. However, after a mental investigation, Lin Ming shook his head slightly. The small world inside the Sumeru ring had collapsed. This kind of artificial small world is inherently unstable. Generally, the small world of the lower grade Zumi ring only exists for thousands of years. Not only the Zumi ring, but many treasures have also decayed. The treasures that can be buried in the soil for tens of thousands of years and remain immortal are relatively special. Lin Ming has been walking for a quarter of an hour, but he has not found one yet. That seems to be. Mu Qianxue's heart moved, and he looked in the direction of more than 10 feet away. There was a strange flower bush there. It was really abrupt to have such a cluster of flowers on this large wasteland. Blood evil flower. I didn't expect there would be this here. Blood evil flower is a kind of spiritual flower that likes to grow in areas with strong blood and evil spirits. It will only germinate under the conditions of coincidence, and it grows extremely slowly, often thousands of years, so it is extremely rare in Qianxuan continent. I didn't expect to see such a large cluster here. However, as the site of an ancient battlefield, this place is originally full of evil spirits, and no one has come to collect it for tens of thousands of years, so it is not surprising to breed such a large area. This blood evil flower will be very helpful for the evolution of my natal vermilion bird. What good luck. Mu Qianxue was delighted, and was about to go forward to collect it, but suddenly she stopped and frowned slightly. She clearly felt that there were several auras hidden near the blood evil flower, with murderous auras and covetous eyes. This aura belonged to humans, and most likely it was the companion who was with them just now, one of whom was a Zuundan strongman, using the blood evil flower as bait, to kill people and rob them. Mu Qianxue sneered in her heart. Chapter 469, Comprehensive Suppression. They should be warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm, Lin Ming said in a voice transmission. He and Mu Qianxue discovered several people hiding behind the blood evil flowers at almost the same time. They hid their bodies through a secret method. Seeing such a cluster of blood evil flowers, but not collecting them, but hiding behind the flowers, the other party's purpose was obvious. They must be waiting for someone to be attracted by the blood evil flowers, happily collecting them, and then sneak attack, and kill them, when they relax their vigilance. These people should have also discovered that most of the treasures in this ancient battlefield have decayed, and it is not easy to find a complete one. In this way, killing people and robbing is undoubtedly a faster way to make money. After all, the worst people who enter this ancient battlefield are the core disciples of the major sects, all of whom are wealthy. People's hearts are really treacherous. Just now, all the warriors gathered together, and there were a lot of external dangers. They were able to unite temporarily and share the same hatred for the enemy. But now, with the treasure in front of them, they are scattered again. Killing someone at this time, as long as it is done cleanly, is equivalent to killing in vain. Lin Ming's fingers pressed on his zoomy ring calmly. Mu Qianxue only hesitated for a moment, and continued to pick the blood evil flower, pretending to be unaware. Not far from the blood evil flower, in a distorted light and shadow, two men in black were hiding in it. The old man's cultivation level had just entered the Zuundan stage. He looked at Mu Qianxue, who was approaching step by step. His eyes were deep. He was fully confident in his hiding method, and even if he was discovered, it would be nothing. The cultivation levels of these two prey were only innate and acquired respectively. The young man beside the old man had an unusually large head. He looked at Mu Qianxue greedily, licked his lips and said, "Mr. Zhao, you are too cautious. You have to sneak attack these two people. Better safe than sorry. I have only broken through Zuundan for 20 years, while these people are geniuses from major sects. It is inevitable that they have no means to save their lives. It will be very troublesome if they escape. I will deal with that woman later. Lan Ji, you deal with that acquired period kid." The acquired period kid also came here to share the soup, looking for death. The young man named Lan Ji sneered and pulled out a black thick-backed knife with a cold light from the zoomy ring. "Don't underestimate that kid. He may have the combat power of the innate period. Most of the warriors who come here are geniuses, and he can live to this day with the acquired period cultivation. It's not easy," the old man said, while circulating the true energy in his body. His hiding method can isolate the fluctuation of true energy, so he is not afraid of being felt by Mu Qianxue. Even if he has the combat power of the Xiantian period, it is the same for me, Lan Ji said confidently. He himself is one of the direct disciples of the South Sea Demon Realm. Although he is only in the early Xiantian period, he can compete with the extremely powerful Xiantian. Generally, when he encounters a warrior of the same level, he can easily kill him. Mu Qianxue bent down to pick the blood evil flower, as if nothing had happened, and her back was completely exposed to the enemy. The old man in black laughed grimly. "Do it, Kai." The black sword light cut through the void, like the core spit out by a poisonous snake. Mu Qianxue smiled lightly, and turned around gracefully. I don't know when, Mu Qianxue had a red 4-foot-long sword in her hand, and the gorgeous flames flashed, and the fire phoenix soared into the sky. In the past year and a half, although Mu Qianxue has never been able to break through the Zuanden, her strength has been constantly improving, especially in the past 3 months. Mu Qianxue comprehended the 6th level of the Suzaku Forbidden God record brought back by Lin Ming. Although she only comprehended some insignificant fur, it was enough to take her strength to the next level. Boom. The black sword light shattered, but the fire phoenix continued to move forward, opening its mouth to swallow the old man in black. What? The old man in black's face changed drastically. He defeated his sneak attack with one move, and was able to suppress him in turn. He was able to suppress Zuandan in the innate stage. There were probably no more than one top genius with such strength in the entire southern sky region. Why was he so unlucky? While the old man in black was attacking, the big-headed young man also attacked. The 4-foot-long back knife split the space, and the blade was sharp. His target of attack was naturally Lin Ming. The big-headed young man had a fighting power comparable to that of an innate master. If he was in his prime, Lin Ming would have to work hard. But now, the big-headed young man's true essence was suppressed by nearly 80%, which was a joke for Lin Ming, who had the power of marrow quenching. Lin Ming didn't even use his gun, but just punched down. Boom. The marrow quenching power that ignored the rules of suppressing the true essence burst out, and the big-headed youth's sword light was smashed to pieces. Under the big-headed youth's terrified eyes, Lin Ming punched the big-headed youth on the right chest. With a muffled sound of broken bones and flesh, the big-headed youth screamed, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. Because his right chest had been smashed by Lin Ming's punch, his right hand lay limply on the ground at a strange angle, obviously broken. Not dead. Lin Ming was a little surprised. The opponent's cultivation was only at the initial stage of innateness, and his true essence was suppressed. He thought that a random punch would kill him, but he didn't expect that he didn't die. It seems that this guy's probably a genius in the South Sea Demon realm. The old man in black was embarrassed to resist the true essence aftermath of Mu Qianxue's sword at this time. He turned his head and saw the big-headed youth flying backwards. His face suddenly changed. Lan Ji. The old man in black was very anxious. He obviously cared about the life of the young man named Lan Ji and wanted to save him immediately. However, at this time, Mu Qianxue's second sword had already slashed down. The flame essence was gushing out, and the earth and rocks exploded along the way. Arsehole. The old man in black was furious and raised his sword to block the sword. His body was blown away by the flames and his face turned pale. However, he also took advantage of the impact of this attack and landed next to the big-headed young man. Lan Ji. The old man in black suppressed the chaotic essence in his body, picked up the half-dead Lan Ji, and fed him a pill. When fighting in close combat, how can we give the other party a chance to heal? Lin Ming took a step forward and was about to attack. At this time, the old man in black suddenly said, "Don't fight. It's not good for us to fight anymore." Lin Ming was angry and amused. You want to kill someone by sneak attack, but you find that you can't beat him after the sneak attack. You don't want to fight? It's ridiculous. Too lazy to pay attention to the nonsense of the old man in black, Lin Ming drew the great wilderness blood halberd from the Sumeru ring and stabbed the old man in black with the halberd. 13 blood drink seals flew out. Blood seals spin to kill. Lin Ming had long wanted to fight with the Zuanden strongman, but the gap between Xianshan and Zuanden was too big, so Lin Ming had never had the strength. But now in this broken world, the other party's true essence was greatly suppressed, and Lin Ming naturally would not miss this opportunity. At that moment, Lin Ming directly activated the power of the evil god, and the power of quenching marrow was also urged to the extreme. The old man in black was furious when he saw Lin Ming stabbing at him with his halberd. He admitted that he was unlucky because he could not defeat Mu Qianxue. However, the young man in front of him was only in the late stage of the acquired realm, and he wanted to crush him. How could he not be angry? Get out of here. The old man in black slashed at Lin Ming with a sword, and the thick sword light pierced Lin Ming's heart. When Mu Qianxue saw this scene, her heart tightened, and she was about to attack. But at this moment, she was surprised to see that on Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd, 13 blood-drinking seals twisted into a blood-colored vortex, and the old man in black's sword was actually deflected by this vortex. What? The old man in black was completely shocked. He never dreamed that his sword would be deflected by a junior in the late stage of the acquired realm. How could this be possible? At this time, after Lin Ming's halberd deflected the old man in black's black sword, it still stabbed at the old man in black's heart. At the critical moment, the old man in black bit his tongue and retreated violently. However, at this moment, the blood-drinking seal spun backwards, and the original repulsive force turned into suction. The old man in black paused, and found that he could not retreat. The broken world was originally forbidden to fly, and coupled with the suction of the vortex, the old man in black saw himself being sucked over, and his soul was surging. The cold light of the great wilderness blood halberd pierced the throat of the old man in black. The old man in black roared wildly, and the long sword slashed heavily on the great wilderness blood halberd. Boom, bloodlight soared into the sky, and the aftermath of the true essence swept out wantonly. However, under the suppression of the law of space, these aftermaths of the true essence spread to a range of more than 10 feet, and disappeared into thin air. The suppression of the power of the law on the true essence is extremely obvious. The old man in black held a black long sword, and his right hand was full of blood. He looked at Lin Ming with a look of complete fear in his eyes. This is a warrior in the late stage of the acquired realm. Question mark? This is absolutely impossible. Who are you? The voice of the old man in black trembled a little. From ancient times to the present, there are many records in the classics of people who killed Xuandan in the Xiantian stage, killed Mingyuan in the Xuandan stage, and killed Xinhe in the Mingyuan stage. However, he has never heard of any genius who has the strength to kill Xuandan in the acquired stage. This is simply impossible. Even the legend of Xianan continent, who has 7 kinds of martial wills, sitting in meditation under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, the 7 kinds of martial wills are integrated into one, and he has cultivated an indestructible golden body in martial arts to break the void. Emperor Shaka, it is impossible for him to fight Xuandan in the acquired stage. The face of the old man in black was extremely ugly. He also thought that Lin Ming might be a late Xuandan, or even a Mingyuan old monster, who deliberately disguised himself as a required stage master to tease him, but after thinking about it, he rejected this absurd idea. If he was really such an old monster, he should have gone to the demon god emperor palace long ago. Is it fun to tease him here? Mu Qianxue came to Lin Ming's side. She was also very surprised, but it was just surprise, not to the extent that she could not accept it. Walking with Lin Ming all the way, she vaguely guessed that Lin Ming seemed to have a way to circumvent the strange rules of this world. Lin Ming himself had the strength of a top master in the innate stage, plus his application of the rules of this world. It was not surprising that he was able to suppress those in the early stage of Xuandan. Chapter 470 Killing. Be careful, this guy wants to escape. Mu Qianxue's true essence transmitted the voice. Lin Ming quietly moved to the side, faintly blocking the possible escape direction of the old man in black. If it were in the outside world, it would be difficult to kill the Xuandan masters when their strength was not much different from each other, because the Xuandan masters flew desperately, and their speed was amazing. However, in this world, not only was the true essence suppressed, but the most important thing was, flying was prohibited. This greatly increased the difficulty of escape. The old man in black naturally knew this, and his face was uncertain. If he was not careful today, he would fall here. Lin Ming's perception was locked on the old man in black. While he was carefully on guard, he was thinking about something. Just now, at the moment when the blood drink seal was used, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that the power of the blood drink seal was not suppressed by the spatial laws of this broken world at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart moved. Yes, this great wasteland halberd art was originally a technique created by the demon emperor. It seems reasonable that the laws of the broken world cannot suppress the blood drinking seal. The world run by the demon emperor should not let the power of the law imprison his own techniques. Thinking of this, Lin Ming intended to use the method of the great wasteland halberd art to operate the true essence in the meridians, but found that, as long as it involves the true essence, it is still suppressed by the law of space. In other words, this broken world only suppresses the true essence, but not other forms of energy. The blood drinking seal will transcend the law, probably because its energy form is special. It is blood essence, which can be attributed to life force. Whether it is the attributeless true essence, or the attributed true essence of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. In the final analysis, it is the original energy of heaven and earth, and these will be suppressed by the law. However, physical strength, marrow quenching power, and the blood drinking seal do not belong to the true essence, so they are beyond the rules. Thinking of this, Lin Ming understood in his heart that there was more than just true energy in this world. There were countless cultivation rules in the world. It was not surprising that there were other energy cultivation methods in other parts of this world, or even a completely different martial arts civilization. As Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue continued to approach, the pressure on the old man in black doubled. He held a long sword and used all his true energy to push forward. He suddenly said, "Don't fight. It's no good for us to continue fighting." This was the second time the old man in black said this. Mu Qianxue became interested. "What do you mean?" The old man in black frowned and said in a cold voice, "The young man on the ground, who was seriously injured by you, is named Lin Ming. He is a genius of the Lion family of my South China Sea Demon realm, and is highly regarded in the Lion family." "So what?" The old man in black snorted coldly, and then said, "His grandfather, Lin Ming, has the cultivation level of the middle stage of Zuanden. He is one of the elders who led the South China Sea Demon realm into the broken world this time. And Lin Ming has a special restriction on his body. Whoever beats him seriously or kills him will be recorded by the restriction and transmitted to Lin Ming. Although you are strong, you can't beat Lin Ming. What's more, the strength of the South China Sea Demon realm team is not something that your Shenhuang Island can contend with." After listening to the words of the old man in black, Lin Ming frowned slightly. He had heard someone call a Zuanden elder of the South China Sea Demon realm Elder Lion before, and this big-headed young man also had the surname Lion. In addition, the old man in black seemed very nervous about Lin Ming's life before, so what he said was probably not false. Mu Qianxue also frowned slightly. If she provoked an enemy like Lin Ming, it would be very difficult indeed. The old man in black saw the reactions of Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue and felt relieved. He smiled complacently. "Humph, everything I said is true. I can swear on my martial arts heart. Why don't you two stop here? I will take Lin Ming back. I don't think you want to see Shenhuang Island and Nanhei Demon Realm fighting over this matter. Forgive me for being blunt, but once the two sides fight, Shenhuang Island will be destroyed." The old man in black gradually became tougher as he spoke. He knew that at this time, he had to shock the other party with a tough attitude, otherwise there would be no way out. No one would let you go, just because you were polite. Only by scaring them could you survive. Lin Ming pondered for a while and said, "You just said that whoever seriously injures or kills Lin Ming will be recorded by the ban and sent to Lin Ming. So, I'm afraid Lin Ming already knows our appearances." The old man in black thought Lin Ming was scared and said happily, "Of course, but serious injuries can be cured. I can plead for you two in front of Elder Lion, and maybe this matter will not be pursued." Thank you so much. So this ban really only records our appearance. At this point, Lin Ming sneered, and murderous intent rose from his body. He thrust out the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand. "You." The black-clothed old man's face changed drastically. At this time, he could only raise his sword to block. "Are you looking for death?" "Lin Ming will." The black-clothed old man couldn't finish his words. At this time, Mu Qianxue's attack also arrived. The flames surrounded her body. Mu Qianxue's figure was like a floating red butterfly. Like a ghost, she came to the side of the black-clothed old man. The Suzaku sword pierced the black-clothed old man's left rib at an extremely tricky angle. The black-clothed old man shouted violently, and his whole body burst out. However, under the suppression of the law of space, no matter how much he burst out, it was just that. Bang! The black-clothed old man picked up Lin Ming's halberd, and at the risk of his left hand being disabled, he slashed Mu Qianxue's Suzaku sword with a palm. It must be said that when a person is about to die, the power that bursts out is indeed terrifying. The black-clothed old man actually squeezed out from the combined attack of Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue and turned to run away. Lin Ming sneered, and the halberd technique in his hand changed. Hunyuan halberd. 13 blood-drinking seals condensed into a whistling blood-colored vortex, and a strong suction force spread out, and the figure of the old man in black suddenly paused. This trick again. A sense of despair surged in his heart. Although he was on the ground this time, his speed was only affected, and he was not sucked back, but this was already fatal enough. Mu Qianxue's sword of death had already killed the old man in black. A sword flashed, and the thick sword light pierced the chest of the old man in black. Both arms were seriously injured. The old man in black was no longer able to resist Mu Qianxue's attack. He spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards towards the blood-colored vortex. Puff. The old man in black felt a chill on his back and watched the blood-red halberd blade pierce through his chest and penetrate his heart and lungs. He roared unwillingly a few times, and the old man in black rolled his eyes and died on the spot. Dead. Lin Ming exhaled lightly, somewhat unbelievably. Although it was said that he had taken advantage of the suppression of the law, this was after all the first Zuandan master he had killed. He took the black-clothed old man's Zumi ring and looked at the black-clothed old man's body. He pondered for a moment. The first thing he thought of was to use the black-clothed old man's blood to feed the magic cube. Last time he used Ao Boyan's blood, this time he should use the blood of the Zuandan master. However, even if he fed the magic cube and obtained new soul fragments, he could not quickly transform them into combat power. Moreover, in this broken world, there was no safe place for him to enter the magic cube space. In this case, it would be better to directly take his blood to practice the blood-drinking seal. In this situation, he urgently needed to improve his strength. And the blood-drinking seal was not suppressed by the law of space, so it was very powerful in this broken world. The blood-drinking seal made of the blood of a Zuandan master was many times stronger than the blood-drinking seal of an innate master, and there was no comparison at all. This blood-drinking seal alone, together with the other 13 blood-drinking seals, can probably increase the power of the great wilderness halberd art by 50%. Thinking of this, Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and the blood-exterminating evil thunder flew into the body of the black-clothed old man. With a bang, a blood mist burst out from the black-clothed old man's body. The blood essence was directly sucked dry by the blood-exterminating evil thunder, flew back to Lin Ming's hand, and condensed into a new blood-drinking seal. This is the 14th blood-drinking seal. As for the magic cube, Lin Ming was confident that it would not take long for him to kill the Zuandan master in the outside world. Sooner or later, he would be able to open it, so there was no rush. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming in surprise. She had never known that Lin Ming would practice the magic technique. Lin Ming, I found the technique jade slip in the ancient ruins and practiced it. Lin Ming explained casually. Mu Qianxue looked worried. Junior brother Lin, if you practice too many techniques, you will not be good at them, and it will easily lead to impure true essence. She didn't care about Lin Ming practicing magic techniques, but she was worried that Lin Ming learned too many techniques, which would cause chaos in his true essence. Lin Ming didn't care about this. His 3 sets of techniques, Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record, Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, and Great Wilderness Halberd Art, each have their own functions. Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record is used for the gathering of essence systems of Xianshan, Zuandan, and Shenhe. Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is used to temper the marrow, open the 8 gates of Dungia, and the 9 stars of Dao Palace. As for Great Wilderness Halberd Art, it is actually not a technique at all, so naturally there is no impure true essence. Lin Ming practiced Great Wilderness Halberd Art only for its spear skills and killing moves. Otherwise, Lin Ming would suffer a lot in spear moves. Turning around and looking at the big-headed young man still lying on the ground, he found that this guy had just eaten the pill fed by the old man in black, and the bleeding had stopped, and there was a little color on his face. When he found Lin Ming looking at him, his face was full of fear, but he still said with difficulty, Kill me, you will die. Lin Ming said nothing, waved his hand, and a bloody light flashed, and a blood mark appeared on the throat of the big-headed young man, and the big-headed young man died on the spot. Then there was another bang sound, and the blood of the big-headed young man was also absorbed by the blood-destroying evil thunder. After taking away the Zumi ring of the big-headed young man, Lin Ming flicked his finger, and 2 fireballs flew out, turning the bodies of the big-headed young man and the old man in black into ashes, and the wind blew away without a trace. Chapter 471, Nameless Manual. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long, Lin Ming said. Yes. Mu Qianxue rolled up her sleeves and directly rolled the blood evil flower on the ground into the Zumi ring. The two of them left together. After running for dozens of miles, Lin Ming paused and said to Mu Qianxue, "Sister Pastor, let's change our appearance again. Since the restriction on the big-headed young man is to record the appearance of the enemy, then using Bilow's disguise technique, no matter the appearance, voice, or temperament, it can be changed. Killing the 2 black-clothed old men is to communicate his thoughts. Lin Ming is not used to being stabbed in the back and swallowing his anger, but after killing, the aftermath work still needs to be done well. Mu Qianxue also has this intention. At this time, she does not want to conflict with the South Sea Demon Realm. Since it is to record the appearance, not only must you change your appearance, but you must also change your clothes. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to be exposed because of the same style of clothes. Lin Ming changed his clothes quickly. He took off his outer clothes, took out a new set of clothes from the Zumi ring, and put them on quickly. He threw away the old clothes and burned them. He turned around to look at Mu Qianxue, but saw that the fire energy formed a red light shield around Mu Qianxue, just covering her whole body, so he couldn't see the scene inside at all. The girl changed her clothes much slower. When Mu Qianxue came out, she changed into a blue long skirt. Besides being refreshing, she had a little more of a jelly taste. The tailored long skirt perfectly outlined Mu Qianxue's outstanding figure, which made Lin Ming's eyes light up. Although Mu Qianxue had a good figure, the women in Xianan continent wore loose clothes, which often concealed their figures. After putting them on, she was not as stunning as she was now. Mu Qianxue just walked by Lin Ming, leaving a charming fragrance. Although the two never talked about their feelings, the buds of feelings were quietly formed in their hearts. This bloody wasteland was indeed free of danger. He moved forward without any obstacles, but he never encountered an opportunity like the bloody flower. Lin Ming took the time to sort out the sumaru rings of the black-clothed old man and the big-headed young man. The two were indeed important figures in the sect, and had a lot of wealth. There were a large number of medium-grade true essence stones, elixirs, and many treasures of good quality. Although they were not very useful to Lin Ming, if they were all exchanged for true essence stones, it would be a huge fortune. Lin Ming found a sumaru ring to collect these things. At this time, Lin Ming found an ancient paper book among many sundries. This book was obviously a bit old. It had a black cover and no title. The pages had fallen apart and had been rebound. This is. Lin Ming opened the page, but found that it recorded all kinds of natural treasures. Many of them had already disappeared in the Xianan continent. If I guessed correctly, this was a book from the South Sea Demon Realm. The history of the Ghost Demon Emperor city was longer than that of the Shenhuang Island. It was not surprising to have these ancient books. After flipping through a few pages, Lin Ming discovered that a page in the middle was deliberately folded up. He opened it and saw a picture of a twisted medicinal herb like ginseng, but its roots were winding like a swimming dragon. Next to it were densely packed small notes. The first 4 words in the notes were, Brahma Dragon Root. Lin Ming's mind moved, and his breathing suddenly quickened a bit. After reading the notes below, Lin Ming's fingers subconsciously clenched the pages. Brahma Dragon Root. This is the miraculous medicine used for marrow tempering in the memory of that great man in the god realm. Could it be that Brahma Dragon Root has also appeared in Xianan continent? Lin Ming originally thought that only the god realm had such a miraculous medicine, and he had no chance to get it. So he had to find some substitutes for marrow tempering. Brahma Dragon Root is very valuable even in the god realm. Its lifespan is extremely long, often tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. And the Brahma Dragon Root that is effective for marrow tempering must be more than 10,000 years old. This also raises the threshold for physical training. Compared with physical training techniques, it is much simpler to follow the Xianshan, Zuanden, Shenhejuan route and focus on Danshan. Could it be that the treasure in the demon god palace is a Brahma Dragon Root? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this. Otherwise the old man in black should not have brought this ancient book with him, and specially folded the page of Brahma dragon root. He probably tried his luck and checked the information in advance. If he could find it, it would be the best. If not, forget it. Lin Ming asked Mu Qianxue, sister pastor, when the master entered the demon god palace, did he tell you what was in the demon god palace? Mu Qianxue shook her head and said, the master didn't know the situation inside very well. He just estimated, based on some intelligence, that there were natural treasures in the demon god palace that could increase the probability of the Zuundin extreme powers to successfully cross the life fall, so it attracted so many life fall powerhouses to gather in the South China Sea. The Brahma dragon root was recorded in the demon emperor's notes. Although Zuan Wuji and Zuan Yuki were forced to publish it under pressure, they only told the elders of the South China Sea demon realm and naturally would not publicize it to the outside world. For example, Nan Yun Wang, Mu Fengson and others, although they got some information, they were all vague and vague. However, the demon god palace had treasures, which could be figured out with their toes, so no matter what, they would not miss it when the demon god palace opened. Lin Ming looked at this thin nameless book and thought to himself, in this broken world, I have seen things that are closely related to the god's domain more than once, such as the teleportation array and the ancient beasts in the forest. If there are some natural treasures from the god's domain in this broken world, it is not surprising. The growth cycle of the Brahma dragon root is extremely long. It is difficult to cultivate it without a sect with a deep foundation and a long inheritance of 10,000 years. However, this broken world has existed for tens of thousands of years. If there is a Brahma dragon root, it may have grown to a mature state. If it is used to temper the marrow, it can be completed to 100%. Thinking of this, Lin Ming became excited. Originally, he didn't care much about the treasures in this broken world because he had no shortage of skills or weapons. But now that he knew there might be a Brahma dragon root that had grown for tens of thousands of years, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Tempering the marrow becomes more and more difficult as time goes by, especially tempering the spinal cord. The spinal cord and bone marrow are only one word apart, but they are actually two completely different tissues. The bone marrow produces blood, but the spinal cord does not produce blood, but is distributed with nerve centers. The spinal cord is located in the human spine and is an extremely fragile tissue. If the spinal cord cannot be tempered, the spine will always be Lin Ming's weakness. The fragile spine cannot withstand strong pressure. If the spine is cut off by someone, it will directly lose the ability to move. Due to the limitation of medicinal materials, even many disciples of the god realm have not been able to complete the marrow tempering to 100%, which is bound to lead to an unstable foundation and residual weaknesses in the body. Lin Ming has only completed 60% of the marrow tempering, and he already feels that he can't push it forward. After eating a whole magic heart crystal, the marrow tempering is less than half completed, and now, even the magic heart crystal has been eaten up. The Brahma dragon root with a history of tens of thousands of years is rare for Lin Ming. However, thinking of the group of life-destroying strongmen gathered in the demon god emperor's palace, Lin Ming's originally fiery mind cooled down again. This group of life-destroying, even if the true essence is suppressed to 10% or half, can kill him instantly. Is it possible to compete with these people for things in the demon god emperor's palace? Junior brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Nothing, just some unrealistic thoughts. Lin Ming laughed at himself and put away the ancient book. With such a good opportunity in front of him, he would be unwilling not to fight for it. However, if he fought for it, what could he fight for? If he was not careful, he might lose his life. At the other end of the bloody wasteland, hundreds of warriors had gathered. The bloody wasteland was spindle-shaped, thick in the middle and narrow at both ends. It was sealed by magic arrays all around, so all the warriors scattered in the wasteland, but finally gathered together. Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue joined the crowd calmly. Looking around, they found that the total number of people was reduced by 30% to 40%. Even some Zuundin elders were missing. Some sects, such as King Mu sect and How to sect in the 5-element domain, originally had only 1 or 2 Zuundin elders leading the team, and now, they are all dead. This made Lin Ming take a deep breath. There was no danger in the entire bloody wasteland, but so many people died. How did these people die? It goes without saying. Whether it was the righteous killing the evil, or the evil killing the righteous, it was not a rare thing. The righteous and the evil were just a symbol. On the battlefield, the killing was so fierce that the sky was dark. In this broken world, it involved major interests. It was obviously impossible to expect the two sides to live in peace. When all the warriors gathered together, some people might be afraid and dare not start a large-scale war. When they were dispersed, and there were only a few people, killing was inevitable. Not to mention the righteous and the evil. Even within their own camp, it was very likely that they would kill each other during the trip to the bloody wasteland. At the beginning in the primeval forest, there were fierce beasts and demon vines attacking along the way, but not so many people died. It turned out that humans themselves were the most terrible enemy. Those who survived were either silent or expressionless. They had no idea what they had done and what they had gained in the bloody wasteland. Only a few juniors had a little bit of joy on their faces that could not be concealed. Obviously, they had gained a lot in this wasteland. However, there was always one person in the crowd with a gloomy face. He was the elder of the South Sea Demon Realm, Lin Ming. After waiting for a full hour and seeing no new warriors coming, Lin Ming suddenly said in a cold voice, "Who killed my grandson?" A murderous aura enveloped the warriors present, and they were all stunned for a moment. At this time, naturally no one spoke. Lin Ming laughed sinisterly twice. After Lin Ming's death, some vague information about the people present at the time came from the ban. In addition to their appearance, there was also the approximate cultivation level of the people present, the postnatal stage. Although the corresponding appearance was not found in the crowd, there were no more than one hand of postnatal stage warriors still alive in the crowd. Recommend a book, The Supreme Sword of the Overlord, book number 2,652,536, The Rebirth of the Supreme Sword, The Road Back to the Peak. Chapter 472, Domineering. Lin Ming fixed his sights on a postnatal warrior from the King Mu sect. Of course, he did not think that a postnatal warrior had the ability to kill his grandson, but at least there was a postnatal warrior present at the time, and he would know who the murderer was. "You, come here." Lin Ming pointed at the postnatal warrior, and his aura was wantonly permeating. He was originally a warrior from the South Sea Demon Realm, and he followed the path of killing. He had killed countless people in his life, and his murderous intent was almost condensed into substance. Now that it was released, how could a postnatal warrior resist it? Not to mention the disciple that Lin Ming pointed at. Even some innate warriors were so scared that their eyes drooped, and they dared not breathe. Humph. Seeing that the warrior's legs were already weak, Lin Ming snorted coldly, suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a huge suction force was generated out of thin air, directly grabbing the postnatal warrior in his hand. "Ah!" The disciple screamed, his face pale. "Huala!" With a light sound, Lin Ming opened a scroll, and the painting on it was exactly Lin Ming. "Have you seen him?" Lin Ming put the scroll in front of the disciple, and his voice was extremely cold. The poor disciple was so scared that he trembled all over and said tremblingly, "No, I haven't seen him. No, he." "Then don't blame me." After Lin Ming said this, he suddenly pressed his palm on the top of the disciple's head, and the true energy poured in, directly breaking the disciple's spiritual sea, and performing the soul-searching technique. The soul-searching technique is a sinister magic secret method. Once it is performed, the person being cast will directly become an idiot, or even die on the spot. The disciple grabbed Lin Ming's hand in vain, his body trembling violently, like he had epilepsy. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. Seeing this scene, many low-level disciples present were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and no one from the King Mu sect dared to speak. Their sect's Zuan elder had already died in the bloody wasteland just now. In this broken world, the deeper you go into the true essence, the more it is suppressed. When you get here, the true essence has been suppressed to less than 20%, and you can't fly, so it's not easy to escape. Many Zuan elders died just like that. And don't say that their elders have already fallen. Even if they are still alive, they are definitely not Lin Ming's opponents. The strongest in the entire King Mu sect is now the innate extreme, which is nothing in front of Lin Ming. They can only let Lin Ming search their souls at will, without any resistance. Many people even hope that Lin Ming will finish searching his souls quickly and leave quickly, so as not to harm them. Humph, you really don't know, you're a waste. Lin Ming threw the disciple who was no longer in human form casually, just like throwing a dead dog. The disciple was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body was still shaking, his eyes were white, and his black eyeballs disappeared. It was obvious that he was dead. There were not many masters of the same level as Lin Ming. The long-bearded monk of the Great Zen Temple and the Great Elder of the Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue, were silent and ignored this scene. Too domineering. Lin Ming saw this scene and his face sank slightly. Lin Ming, don't be impulsive. Mu Qianxue couldn't help but remind him that it was not wise to conflict with Lin Ming at this time. Well, I know. Lin Ming's voice was very calm, but he was silently estimating Lin Ming's strength in his heart. When he came to the exit of the bloody wasteland, his true essence was suppressed by half, and now there was only less than 20%. On the other hand, he had added a new Zuundan level blood drinking seal, and the power of the blood drinking seal ignored the laws of the broken world. With one side gaining, and the other side losing, can they fight? Lin Ming was unsure. Lin Ming was in the middle stage of Zuundan after all, and his background was very deep. It was hard to say what his ultimate strength was. Don't worry, Lin Ming would not come to us, just because of some unfounded speculation. Although our Shenhuang Island is not as strong as the South Sea Demon Realm, if we really fight, the South Sea Demon Realm will also be afraid. After all, there is also the Great Zen Temple watching covetously. They will understand the principle that the fisherman will benefit from the snipe and the clam fighting. Mu Qianxue said. She didn't know that Lin Ming judged the murderer based on his cultivation. If she knew, she would not be so relaxed. At this time, Lin Ming turned to a postnatal warrior of Houta sect. The disciple was immediately frightened and turned pale. Senior, spare my life, senior, spare my life. I really don't know anything. I really haven't seen that person. Lin Ming sneered. Whether you know or not, you will know by searching his soul. Ah. The disciple screamed in despair and turned around to fly away. However, in front of a mid-stage Zuundan master, running away was just deceiving himself. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the Houta sect disciple directly in his hand. Soul-searching technique. None of the other Houta sect warriors dared to stand up for this disciple. Even the brothers who usually had a good relationship with him were silent at this time, and their eyes were dodging, for fear that they would be implicated. Whoever stood up now would die. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's face darkened slightly. Lin Ming had found postnatal warriors from small sects twice in a row. It was understandable for small sects, and he didn't dare to do anything for large sects. But why did he only find postnatal warriors? Could it be? Lin Ming took a breath. He only cared about the problem of disguise before, but didn't think that the restriction could also record his cultivation. Lin Ming didn't have the ability to hide his cultivation. Even his disguise technique could only barely work when Lin Ming's true essence was suppressed to less than 20%. Turning his head to look at Mu Qianxue was obviously aware of this problem at this time, and her face was solemn. HMPH, another waste. Lin Ming threw away the Houta sect disciple who had been turned into an idiot by him, and turned his eyes to Shenhuang Island and Dachan Temple. The remaining 3 postnatal disciples were all in these 2 forces. These 2 forces were a little tricky, especially Dachan Temple, whose overall strength was no worse than that of the South Sea Demon Realm. As for Shenhuang Island, its strength was probably only half of that of the South Sea Demon Realm, and it could still be bullied by taking advantage of the situation. Lin Ji was not only Lin Ming's grandson, but also one of the important geniuses of the Lin family. Lin Ming would not let him die in vain, otherwise his thoughts would not be clear. There were only 5 postnatal disciples present, and he had to find out the truth. He first turned to Shenhuang Island and locked his eyes on Lin Ming. Have you seen the person in the portrait? Facing the opponent's imposing pressure, Lin Ming was not moved at all, with only 20% of his imposing mana left. Even if it was released by a mid-stage Zuundan master, it was nothing to Lin Ming. he said calmly. I haven't seen him. I don't know him. Really? Lan Qingji sneered, but was secretly surprised in his heart. This kid didn't feel the pressure of his aura at all. The two warriors, before, were so scared that they trembled all over. They were also taken by Lan Qingji's aura. Lan Qingji was on the killing path, and the murderous aura on his body was heavy. How could a postnatal warrior resist it? But Lin Ming was calm as usual. This kid. Lan Qingji gritted his teeth. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Lin Ming's face, as if some fog had blocked his perception. There was definitely something wrong with him. Lan Qingji had a hunch that the death of his grandson might be related to Lin Ming. Humph, it doesn't matter if you don't know him. Come back with me. I will naturally have a way to make you remember. Facing the Phoenix Island, Lan Qingji did not dare to directly use the soul-searching technique, but took a step back to take Lin Ming back. This was actually just a way for the elders of Shenhuang Island to save face. If they really took Lin Ming back, Lin Ming would surely die. Lan Qingji was taking advantage of the situation to bully Shenhuang Island and force them to hand over Lin Ming. Facing this scene, the great elder Mu Qianxue held his cane, bowed his head and pondered, not knowing what he was thinking. The third elder Mu Qianxue's expression did not change, and he did not intend to intervene. As for Mu Qianxue, he was ecstatic when he saw this scene. He never dreamed that such a good thing would happen. Lan Qingji, the evil star, actually found Lin Ming. It was just like a dream. Search his soul. Make him an idiot. Search his soul. You must search his soul. Let him die. No, let him live a life worse than death. Mu Qianxue hated Lin Ming to the extreme. He shouted in his heart that he was willing to use 50 years of his life to exchange for Lin Ming becoming an idiot. Grandpa, if we really fight soon, you must not attack, or Lin Ming will become an idiot. Mu Qianxue's true essence transmitted the message with a ferocious look on his face. Because of the blood seal contract, they could not directly attack Lin Ming, but in this case, there was nothing wrong with not attacking. After all, this was sacrificing Lin Ming to protect the sect, so how could it be considered treason? Thinking of Lin Ming's future inability to even eat by himself, incontinence, and stupid appearance, Mu Qianxue was ecstatic and could not restrain himself. Mu Qianxue glanced at his grandson and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it after all. If Lan Qingji was allowed to attack Lin Ming today, Shenhuang Island would definitely lose face, but in comparison, getting rid of Lin Ming, the enemy, would give his grandson a little chance to obtain the Suzaku bloodline of Mu Qianxue, so losing some face was nothing. What's more, sacrificing Lin Ming was also justified. After all, they were no match for the South China Sea Demon realm, so it was like sacrificing the car to save the general. As for the possibility that Lin Ming will become a powerful emperor in the future and lead Shenhuang Island to become a holy land, Mu Qianxue never cared about it. Not to mention whether such a thing would happen. Even if it did happen, Shenhuang Island would become a holy land, and the glory would be to Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang's lineage. What would they get? Under the shadow of Lin Ming, their lineage would only become weaker and weaker, or even completely ruined. This was not what Mu Qianxue wanted to see. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue made up his mind not to take action. Lan Qingji, don't go too far. As a slightly deep voice sounded, a red aura intervened between Lin Ming and Lan Qingji, barely blocking Lan Qingji's aura, but it was very reluctant. Obviously, this person's cultivation was much worse than Lan Qingji. Request a few monthly tickets. I want to be more passionate, write more. I'm going to be anally raped again. The monthly ticket is about to fall out of the top 50 of the total list plus I won't open a single chapter. Just hang it here. The main text has enough words. These are free. I don't know if a few book friends will care about it. If the monthly votes are strong, I will update 3 or even 4 chapters tomorrow. In fact, this is the 3rd time I have said this month. I fulfilled my promise the first 2 times, but the monthly votes were too bad the last time, and I really have no passion to write anymore. I'm in a trough, transition after transition, the plot is not strong, and I'm also looking for the state. I want to finish the foreshadowing as soon as possible. Please give me some monthly votes. If the monthly votes are strong, I will be stimulated and may even write the next chapter overnight. Although the possibility is relatively small, Hey, I feel like I will be slapped in the face again for asking for votes. My face is swollen, isn't it? I'm asking for monthly votes even with a swollen face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Battle. An old woman with white hair and green clothes came out and stood in front of Lin Ming. She was Mu Qianxue, the 5th elder of Qingluan sect and the guardian elder of Mu Bingyuan. She was at the initial stage of Zuandan. Although Mu Qianxue had no friendship with Lin Ming, she would never allow others to bully Shenhuang Island in public, not to mention that Lin Ming was a genius that Shenhuang Island focused on cultivating. Originally, Mu Qianxue did not need to stand up because the leader of Shenhuang Island was Mu Qianxue. However, she did not expect that Mu Qianxue would turn a blind eye to everything that happened in front of him from beginning to end and had no intention of intervening at all. This old guy, the old woman in green, had heard that Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming were not in harmony, but she did not expect that they would be so incompatible. At this time, Mu Bingyuan also stood up silently and walked to the side of the old woman in green. Although she was only at the innate extreme, she was also able to fight against the initial stage of Zuandan and was no worse than Mu Qianxue. Really? So you won't obey? Lan Qingji looked at the old woman in green and his face turned colder. The murderous aura on her body became stronger. The blood-colored aura intersected with the green energy around Mu Qianxue, making a hissing sound. One could clearly hear the sound of the old woman in green being pierced. Mu Qianxue did not evade at all and took a step forward. Although she was thin, she stood straight in the face of Lan Qingji's pressure. How can I, a disciple of Shenhuang Island, allow you to take him away at will? It's ridiculous. Since this old man wants to take him away, there must be a reason. I'm sure that when my grandson died, there was a postnatal warrior present. This kid is the most suspicious one. Moreover, I saw strange fluctuations of true energy on his face. He must have changed his appearance. What a superb disguise technique. It almost fooled my perception. If he didn't have something to hide, why did he change his appearance? It is only natural for me to take this kid away today. Elder Qianxue, what do you think? Lan Qingji said, locking his eyes on Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue frowned. He didn't want to talk, but at this time, he couldn't stay out of it. He glanced at Lin Ming and said coldly, since Elder Lion has evidence, then interrogate him. Although this person is my disciple of Shenhuang Island, if he really killed your grandson, I will not cover it up. After that, Mu Qianxue flicked his sleeves, held the holy fire Wu-Tang cane with both hands, and watched coldly. When Mu Qianxue heard what Mu Qianxue said, he really wanted to laugh. He looked at Lin Ming, who was completely enveloped by Lan Qingji's murderous aura, with gloating. He couldn't wait to see Lin Ming become an idiot. He decided to feed Lin Ming some soul-nourishing medicine after Lin Ming's spiritual sea was shattered, so that he would not die immediately, and then watch him spend his life foolishly in the future. Just thinking about it made his mind extremely clear, and it seemed to be more refreshing than having sex with Mu Qianxue. HMPH, Lan Qingji, who is in the middle stage of Zuandan, is enough, not to mention the other elders of the Lan family. Without the great elder Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue, Mu Bingyuan and Mu Qianxue alone can't stop him. Lin Ming will die. This kid, it's your bad luck to cause such a disaster. God has eyes. You can die in peace. I will take good care of your Mu Qianxue. Even if she hates me, I can't disobey the order of the sect. Her blood must be mine. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue smiled grimly. Lan Qingji smiled after hearing what Mu Qianxue said. It seems that this kid's popularity is really bad. He looked at Mu Qianxue and said, didn't you hear what Elder Qianxue said? I advise you to be smart and don't fight against the stone with an egg. Your old bones can't stand it. As Lan Qingji spoke, his murderous intent became stronger. At this time, 3 more Zuandan elders stood up. They were all members of the Lan family of the South Sea Demon Realm. As for the other clans, no one stood up. There were both cooperation and friction between the different clans in the South Sea Demon Realm. Lan Ji was a genius from the Lan family, So naturally Lan Chengji should solve the problem himself. Unless it really came to a life and death battle, other clans would take action. The 3 Zuandan early stage, plus Lan Chengji's Zuandan middle stage, the 4 elders, all burst out with their momentum, and the pressure on Shenhuang Island seemed to be unbearable. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the other small clans naturally dared not say a word at this time. As for the Mo Jiao clan and Lei Jizang, they just watched the fun. Shenhuang Island is in trouble this time. From what Lan Chengji said, his grandson was really killed by Shenhuang Island. That kid is dead, but he is really capable. He didn't give in to Lan Chengji's pressure. But the more he does, the faster he will die. An elder of Lei Ji sect said gloatingly. He participated in the banquet of Master Xiangyang to learn from each other. The whole Lei Ji sect was humiliated by Shenhuang Island. He remembered this grudge in his heart. Among the disciples of Lei Ji sect who entered the broken world this time, many had participated in Master Xiangyang's birthday banquet. One of them raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered to himself. Lan Chengji said, just now that the kid changed his appearance, he has the cultivation of the late stage of the acquired world, but his strength is so powerful. He changed his appearance. Could it be Lin Ming? The sudden words made the people around him pause. Lin Ming? Question mark? Before he had time to think about it, Lan Chengji snorted coldly, stepped forward abruptly, clenched his right fist into a claw, and blood surged all over his body. You guys want to stop me? It's ridiculous. Boom. The land broke apart, blood sand rolled, and Mu Qianxue felt a strong force coming, forming a blood vortex around her. Blue lotus is in full bloom. Mu Qianxue chopped down with a sword, and ice crystals appeared in the air, directly slashing on the blood vortex, trying to tear the blood apart. However, after all, the gap in cultivation was there. Lan Chengji grabbed with his right hand, and a red blood claw appeared out of thin air, slapping Mu Qianxue hard. The red blood claw seemed to suck all the blood from everyone's body, and the powerful twisting force made Mu Qianxue pale. At this moment, a clear shout rang in her ears. Blue Luin sword, shatter the ice cloud. Mu Qianxue took a step forward expressionlessly, and chopped down with the 4-foot Blue Luin sword in his hand. There was a sound like crystal shattering, and a blue-green space ripple spread over the cold sword body, which was as inconspicuous as a faint water ripple. At the same time, Mu Qianxue also made a move, with a shrill phoenix cry, and a blazing wave of fire rushed down, and the whole space was filled with surging fire essence. The essences of the masters intertwined together, making a rumbling sound. The low-level warriors around saw this scene and all stepped back far away. They really started fighting. The strength of Shenhuang Island was not good to begin with, and there was a split inside. I think that kid is finished. It's a pity for a genius, whose cultivation is only in the postnatal stage. Some disciples of small sects were discussing, and there was a sense of grief for the death of a rabbit, but some disciples who had participated in the birthday banquet of Xiangyang were silent. A question lingered in their minds. Could that person be Lin Ming? Attack together. Humph, since they are determined to fight with eggs against rocks, just destroy this kid directly, and search his soul. The 4 elders of the Lion family lineage pressed forward together. Why don't you do it? Mu Qianxue smashed a sword energy with a sword, and shouted angrily to the elders of Shenhuang Island behind him. Among the elders of Shenhuang Island who entered the broken world this time, in addition to Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue, and Mu Qianxue, there were 2 elders in the early stage of Zuandan. They didn't have much friendship with Lin Ming. They had been watching and praying in their hearts that they would not fight. Now seeing this situation, they could only bite the bullet. For a while, blood and sand rolled, and the aftermath of the true essence hit wantonly. Nearly 10 masters with Zuandan strength from the 2 major sects fought together. What a tragic scene. Lan Chengji alone made Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue overwhelmed. Boy, let's see who can protect you now. In the melee, an elder from the South Sea Demon realm approached Lin Ming, clenched his hands and his blood was boiling. Be careful. Mu Qianxue screamed, but she couldn't get away at all. Mu Qianxue, on the other hand, showed a ferocious and ecstatic look on his face. He was waiting for this moment. A voice shouted in his heart, let him die. Let him die. In an instant, the blood sand around Lin Ming was stirred by the true essence, forming a red vortex storm. Lin Ming only felt his body lighten, and a huge tearing force acted on his body, almost tearing it apart. In such a storm, Lin Ming's face was silent, his eyes were cold and intimidating. Human halberd. His body was suspended in the air, his right hand grabbed the end of the halberd pole, and his left hand slapped heavily. At that time, the great wilderness blood halberd seemed to have turned into a ferocious blood python. 14 blood-drinking seals whistled on the halberd blade, forming a violent energy vortex. Especially among the 14 blood-drinking seals, there was a red blazing eye, emitting a brilliant and ferocious enchanting light. This was the blood-drinking seal left by the dead old man in black. In this broken world, the power of the blood-drinking seal was not suppressed by the law. The red mixed vortex, with the devouring power close to the law, collided with the blood-colored storm. Bang! With a loud bang, the land was torn apart, and the blood sand on the ground burst out like a fountain, rising hundreds of feet high. The blood sandstorm emitted by the Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm was completely swallowed by Lin Ming's mixed vortex. What? The Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm originally thought that he could cripple Lin Ming with a casual blow, but he never expected that this blow would be easily broken by Lin Ming. For a moment, his brain was blank. Die. Lin Ming made his move without any pause. The great wilderness blood halberd carried 14 blood-drinking seals, interspersed with rolling blood-destroying evil thunder, and chopped down, as if tearing through space. At that moment, Lin Ming's hair was disheveled, black silk fluttering, like a world-destroying war god. Arsehole. The Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm finally came to his senses, and hastily slashed out with the heavy sword in his hand. Boom. The land collapsed, the true energy storm soared into the sky, and blood-red thunder shot out. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, the true energy of the Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm was shattered, and he vomited blood, and flew out backwards. Thanks to spare you for the 50,000 red envelopes. The red envelopes at a time, when the monthly votes Willow really gave Cancun a shot of heart. It was a timely help. Cancun will continue to code the second update. Please support me with votes. Recommendation votes are also good. Chapter 474, Fame. Boom. The Elder fell heavily to the ground, splashing countless smoke and dust. In the fierce melee, this scene was particularly dazzling. The warriors of other sects were shocked. What happened just now was like a dream. The Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm was actually hit by a postnatal kid. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses. Postnatal battles against innate, and innate battles against Xuanden, but I have never heard of a postnatal battle against Xuanden. It's as incredible as a pug biting a tiger to death. Mu Qianxue's eyes widened, his expression was completely petrified. He had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. He imagined Lin Ming's tragic death many times, but he couldn't believe it was this result. How could this be possible? He knew that although Lin Ming was in the late postnatal period, he had the ultimate innate combat power, but the ultimate innate was the ultimate innate, and it was still far from Xuanden. Although it was abnormal, it was barely acceptable for the late postnatal battle against the innate. The Emperor Shaka seemed to be able to do it at the time. However, it was only 3 or 4 months since we last met. Could it be that Lin Ming's strength had improved, and he had defeated the Xuanden master? Mu Qianxue bit his lips tightly, his nails dug deep into his flesh. He would never believe this. The Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm climbed out of the pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that he was injured by a junior in the postnatal period. The terrifying blood-colored runes actually cut his body's protective essence like cutting paper. Lin Ming saw the Elder of the South Sea Demon Realm climb up, and he secretly said it was a pity. If he had just activated the power of the evil god, or even burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, he could have killed him with one blow, instead of just seriously injuring him. But no matter the power of the evil god or the blood of the ancient phoenix, once used, it can only last for a few dozen breaths, so Lin Ming didn't dare to use it easily. That's the great wilderness blood halberd. In the South Sea Demon Realm, an elder recognized the imitation of the great wilderness blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand. Although there are countless imitations of the great wilderness blood halberd over the past tens of thousands of years, he recognized the great wilderness blood halberd that belonged to the South Sea Demon Realm. The great wilderness blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand was exactly the one Lei Mubei had. This is Xuanji's weapon. Are you the one who killed Xuanji? Are you Lin Ming? The elder of the South Sea Demon Realm was moved and immediately called out Lin Ming's name. At this moment, the whole audience exploded. The name Lin Ming had already spread throughout the South Sky Realm. Everyone knew it. There were too many rumors about Lin Ming, but rumors were always hard to believe. Many proud young heroes thought that one day they would be able to fight with Lin Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming was standing in front of them now. He is Lin Ming? A disciple of the Jikeng sect said in surprise. It has long been said that Lin Ming's strength far exceeds his cultivation, but it's too outrageous. A postnatal period battle Xuanden. Another warrior from Taixuan Palace swallowed his saliva. He was also a leader of the younger generation of Taixuan Palace. He originally had the idea of having a chance to fight with Lin Ming, but now he could only smile bitterly. Amidst the waves of amazed or unbelievable gazes, Lin Ming held the great wilderness blood halberd and remained silent. In this battle, he had expected that his identity would be guessed sooner or later. If he did not use the great wilderness blood halberd, but the purple Xuan spear, it would be a piece of cake. Many people present had seen the purple Xuan spear, so there was no need to guess. It was equivalent to telling others that he was Lin Ming. In the South Sea Demon Realm, the two elders of the Xuan family stood up with gloomy faces. Lian Ji's death was an internal matter of the Lion clan and had nothing to do with the Xuan clan. The Xuan clan was the descendant of the Nether Emperor, and the Lion clan was the descendant of the #1 demon general under the Nether Emperor. There were also conflicts of interest between the two clans. Moreover, the South China Sea Demon Realm and the Shenhuang Island had been at war for more than a year, and too many people had died. It was normal for anyone to be killed. Revenge was a personal matter. If you had the strength, you could take revenge as you wished, but the Xuan clan would not do it. But now, Lin Ming was the one who killed Xuanji. Xuanji was the most outstanding disciple of their Xuan clan, and the great-grandson of Xuan Wuji, the #1 person in the South China Sea Demon Realm. Of course, they had to settle this grudge. Otherwise, not to mention whether it was a matter of losing face, if they went back without doing anything, Xuan Wuji would not spare them. The Xuan clan only sent 2 elders, a small number, but one of them was in the middle stage of Xuandan, no worse than Lian Qingji. For a moment, the pressure increased sharply. Are you Lin Ming? The elder in the middle stage of Xuandan and the Xuan clan was named Xuanzan. That's right. At this time, there was no point in quibbling, so Lin Ming simply admitted it. The Lei Mubei you killed was my grandson and nephew. My destiny is to kill someone and pay for his life. It is only natural. Pay your life. Lin Ming sneered and said nothing. My grandson Lian Ji was also killed by you, right? Lian Qingji stared at Lin Ming. With the strength Lin Ming showed now, it was easy to kill Lian Ji. Lin Ming smiled. So what if I killed him? Not to mention the battle in the South China Sea. How many other sect disciples have you, the warriors of the South China Sea Demon Realm, killed in this bloody wasteland alone? Killing and robbing is commonplace. Your grandson attacked me. Do you want me to be killed? Lian Qingji heard this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You killed my grandson, and you dare to admit it in front of me. Well, today, I will use my strength to tell you that weaklings who are not as strong as others can only be killed. Resistance is also death. Lian Qingji shouted at this, and grabbed Lin Ming with one claw. True essence condensed into blood claws. Wind and thunder were faint, and wherever it passed, endless blood sand was rolled up, forming a red tornado, and the ground was immediately torn apart by the wind. Lian Qingji personally took action against Lin Ming. Lin Ming, be careful. Mu Qianxue wanted to help, but at this time, she was also stopped by another elder. This was the first time that Lin Ming faced a master in the middle stage of Xuanden. From the Xuanden stage upwards, every small level has a huge gap. In the postnatal stage and the condensed veins stage, it is common for young heroes to fight across levels, but in the Xuanden stage, there are very few people who can fight across levels, and even crossing a small realm is not easy. Lin Ming's face was solemn, and his true essence was connected to the evil god seed, and the power of the evil god was activated. Boom. The highly compressed true essence erupted like a volcano. Lin Ming roared, and his muscles and bones shook and exploded, and the power of quenching marrow was urged to the extreme by Lin Ming. Blood seal spin kill. In the hand of the great wilderness blood halberd, 14 blood drink seals were flying wantonly. This blood drink seal that ignored the suppression of the law was Lin Ming's greatest reliance. The great wilderness blood halberd with a bloody vortex chopped heavily on Lin Chengji's blood claws. The bloody thunder force poured into Lin Ming's body from head to toe, like a thick electric python. Crack, crack, crack. In the fierce collision of true essence, Lin Chengji's blood claws were crushed to pieces by Lin Ming's blood seal spin kill. What? Lin Chengji couldn't believe it. Lin Ming's strength had completely exceeded his understanding. It was like he was omnipotent. This child must not be left alive. For the first time, Lin Chengji felt fear in a junior disciple of the postnatal period. He didn't know what secret method Lin Ming used to make his strength reach this level, but there was no doubt that even if Lin Ming didn't use the secret method, his strength was terrifying. Boom. The blood claws exploded, but the blood seal that Lin Ming had used all his strength to send out also shattered. A huge deep pit was blown out on the ground, and blood sand soared into the sky. The true essence and waves shocked the surrounding warriors, and made them retreat again and again. In a broken world, where the true essence was suppressed to less than 20%, it was unimaginable to have such a powerful fight. Oh my god, even the attack of a mid-stage Zuandan master was blocked. Is he really only in the postnatal stage? The surrounding warriors were shocked to the point of being almost numb, but at this time, Lin Ming's face was solemn. The previous attack had caused the 14 blood drink seals to shatter instantly. Although they were recondensed, the light was much dimmer. The mid-stage Zuandan was indeed too strong. Even though they were suppressed by the law of space, they still had such terrifying strength. Lin Ming had just activated the power of the evil god, and attacked with all his strength. Although it seemed that they were evenly matched, he was actually at a disadvantage. And most importantly, Lin Ming could not last long in this state. Thunder and fire kill cannot be used. Thunder spirit and fire essence can only play a supporting role at most. When the true essence is compressed to 20%, even if the thunder and fire kill is a full strength attack, it is just a larger firecracker in front of Lin Chengji, and it can't hurt him at all. Lin Ming can only rely on the great wilderness halberd art. Fight. Lin Ming gritted his teeth fiercely, and a flame-shaped mark lit up at the center of his eyebrows, and a vast and mysterious ancient momentum radiated wantonly. At this moment, Lin Ming burned the blood of the vermilion bird. Lin Ming's momentum suddenly soared. What? Lin Chengji felt that this world was crazy. Lin Ming could actually increase his momentum? Question mark? In a flash, Lin Chengji had no time to think about it. Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd had already stabbed straight at him, and the blood-colored vortex formed by the rotating blood-drinking seal seemed to swallow the void. HMPH, break it. Lin Chengji stretched out his claws, and his true essence condensed into a blood-colored eagle. The eagle's cry soared into the sky, and the murderous aura was wanton. The best thing about the Lin family was the claw method. However, just when the true essence blood claws were about to grab the great wilderness blood halberd, an incredible scene happened. The great wilderness blood halberd seemed to penetrate the space and instantly came to Lin Chengji's eyes. Lin Chengji was shocked. At the critical moment, his figure retreated violently, and at the same time, his hands clapped continuously, and more than a dozen blood-colored palm shadows met Lin Ming's attack. At this moment, Lin Ming's attack direction suddenly changed. The great wilderness blood halberd seemed to penetrate the space and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, it had come to the front of an old man in black. The old man was injured by Lin Ming before and is now recuperating. Seeing Lin Ming stabbing with the halberd, the old man in black changed his face. In a hurry, he wanted to raise his sword to meet the attack, but how could he, who was seriously injured, stop Lin Ming? Puff. The great wilderness blood halberd pierced into the old man's dantian. With a casual twist, the dantian exploded, and the blood-destroying evil thunder pierced in, bringing out a rain of blood essence. The next moment, these blood essences condensed in the air, forming a new blood drink seal. The old man fell down with a twitch, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 475 Tragic. An elder is dead. The surrounding warriors all felt a chill in their hearts. It had been less than 10 breaths since the two sides started the full-scale war, and an elder of Xuanden had already died, and he died at the hands of Lin Ming. Defeating and killing are two completely different things. No matter what secret method Lin Ming used, there is no doubt that in this world, Lin Ming has the combat power equivalent to that of mid-stage Xuanden master. At this point, these warriors are more and more in awe of Lin Ming, and not only Lin Ming, but also Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingayan, a pair of proud daughters of heaven, have unimaginable combat power. The two sisters joined forces, plus Mu Qianxue's occasional assistance, and they were able to fight Xuanzan, who was in the mid-stage Xuanden, on par. The strength of Shenhuang Island's combat power exceeded the imagination of many sect disciples. Moreover, there are still two elders on Shenhuang Island who have not made a move. Of course, there are also elders on the South Sea Demon Realm who have not made a move. The South Sea Demon Realm is not just the Xuan family and the Lion family. The blood essence of the dead Xuanden elder completely turned into a twisted and mysterious blood-colored mark. The blood-drinking seals wrapped around the Great Wilderness Halberd art suddenly became 15. After practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd art to the highest level, the blood-drinking seals can condense into tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, which can be used to attack and kill the enemy, or to seal and defend. It is a top-level combat skill that combines attack and defense. Of course, the Great Wilderness Halberd art also has a huge disadvantage, that is, its own skills are not outstanding. Lian Chengji's face was terribly gloomy. Lin Ming actually killed an elder of the South Sea Demon Realm in front of him, while fighting with him. How could he save face? Good. Very good. Lian Chengji stared at the slowly condensed blood-drinking seal, and said 3 good words in a row. From beginning to end, Lin Ming had been using magic martial arts, which Lian Chengji had noticed a long time ago. However, just now, Lin Ming's strange moves shocked him. Lin Ming used an extremely strange skill, which even had many similarities with the ancient magic scroll. However, the blood-colored rune was not found in the ancient magic scroll. What on earth is going on? Lian Chengji was in doubt. He certainly did not believe that Lin Ming's magic skills were modified, based on the ancient magic scroll. Such skills might not be created by the powerful emperors. So where did Lin Ming's magic skills come from? Lian Chengji gritted his teeth. There were too many mysteries about Lin Ming. However, at this time, Lian Chengji could not think about it carefully. He saw that it was the weakest of the 15 blood drink seals that suddenly exploded, and split into 14 parts, and merged into the other blood drink seals. The originally dim blood drink seal instantly became more dazzling. Lian Chengji's heart sank. There was no doubt that Lin Ming had absorbed the blood essence of the dead Xuanden elder to enhance the power of his moves. This kid. Lian Chengji was furious and grabbed down with both claws. The blood wave rolled, vowing to kill Lin Ming in one fell swoop. Come on. Lin Ming let out a long roar. His fighting power could not last long. He had just killed the black-clothed elder to take his blood essence in order to enhance the power of the blood-drinking seal so that he could fight with Lian Chengji with all his strength. The Great Wilderness Halberd art was Lin Ming's only reliance now. The Thunder Spirit and Fire Essence had all lost their effects under the suppression of the law. If Lian Chengji could not be seriously injured, the Shenhuang Island would still lose this battle in the end. With the gushing true essence and the burning blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming held the tail of the halberd and swept out the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. Slaughter. Lin Ming's body bones crackled and exploded, urging the potential of his whole body, including willpower, to be poured into the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and the attack was integrated with the blood-drinking seal. Not only did it hurt the enemy, but it also destroyed his own body. This was the magic technique, the Great Wilderness Halberd art, which was created based on the body of the trolls. Although Lin Ming had reached the point where his marrow was like gold soup and his body was extremely powerful, it still put a great burden on his body to perform this move. In the high-speed collision, Lin Ming felt as if his body was also twisted into the energy storm formed by the blood-drinking seal. He felt pain all over his body, especially his untempered spine, which could not bear such twisting force. Go to hell. Lian Chengji's face twisted violently. Behind him, a phantom of a blood-colored eagle appeared, spreading its wings and ready to fly, with a roar that soared into the sky. The blood claw and the great wilderness blood halberd collided with each other. The spiral force of the blood drinking seal was like a steel needle shot out, and the air rippled like water waves. Boom. Blood light spurted, and the sky seemed to change color. The blood red energy vortex directly crushed one blood claw, but the other one was inserted into the energy vortex and grabbed Lin Ming. At the same time, the red halberd light also enveloped Lan Chengji. It was a completely lose-lose style of play. Lin Ming knew very well that he could not outlast Lan Chengji. Whether it was the power of the evil god or the blood of the ancient phoenix, he only had a few dozen breaths of time, so he could only exchange injuries for injuries. Lin Ming's body protecting true essence is not good, but his physical defense is terrifying. After tempering his marrow, Lin Ming can crush a human level top grade treasure with his bare hands. On the other hand, Lan Chengji's body protecting true essence is certainly strong, but unfortunately in this broken world, the power of the law suppresses the true essence. How strong can it be? As for physical defense, for a warrior who only cultivates Danshan, physical defense is almost equal to 0. Lan Chengji's face changed. He didn't expect Lin Ming to be so fierce. HMPH, I don't believe you can withstand this claw. Up to this point, there were only a few fights in total, but every move was desperate. Lan Chengji was also furious in his heart. He was willing to kill Lin Ming with one claw, even if he was seriously injured. No matter how many secret methods Lin Ming has, his true essence is always weak. This is an unchangeable fact. Break it for me. Lan Chengji shouted angrily, and then, the body protecting true essence on Lin Ming's body was torn by the blood claws like a piece of paper. This claw hit Lin Ming's chest firmly. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his chest was hit by a mountain, and the flesh on his chest turned into meat paste in an instant. However, this great force was transmitted to the ribs, but the ribs resisted it. When the marrow was quenched to 30% or 40%, Lin Ming had already repeatedly quenched the ribs. The heart and lungs are in the chest cavity, which is the most important part, so the ribs were naturally quenched first. The ribs, whose marrow was like golden soup, twisted violently like hard rubber under the huge impact force, dissolving most of the impact force, but there was still a lot of energy that rushed into Lin Ming's internal organs. Puff. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. As for Lan Chengji, his situation was not much better. The wanton halberd light shredded Lan Chengji's body protecting true essence, which was compressed to less than 20% by the law. Although most of it dissipated when it broke through the body protecting true essence, it still chopped heavily on Lan Chengji's body, from his left shoulder to his lower abdomen, breaking his collarbone and damaging his internal organs. A fierce blood evil force rushed into Lan Chengji's meridians, wreaking havoc. The battle had reached this point, and the word tragedy was not enough to describe it. Damn it. Lan Chengji cursed angrily, circulated his true essence, and forcibly suppressed this strange blood evil force. This kid is really difficult to deal with, but I finally solved it. Lan Chengji supported the ground with one hand, and the other arm was hanging limply. His collarbone was broken, and he could not use any strength at all. Just now, seeing the blood claws tearing Lin Ming's body protection essence like tearing waste paper, Lan Chengji's heart was half relieved. It was obvious that Lin Ming was already at the end of his strength and put all his strength into the attack. Otherwise, with such a strong strength, it is impossible for his body protection essence to be so weak. He took out a precious soul restoring pill from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth with some pain. This kind of pill can still slowly restore the essence during the battle and has a healing effect, while ordinary healing pills must be calmed down and meditated to recuperate. All pills that can be used in battle are extremely expensive. Lan Chengji only has a few, all of which are used to save his life in critical moments. However, the situation is complicated now. Shenhuang Island is so tricky, and there is also the great Zen temple next to him. He can only risk it. Life is still important. Still breathing? Lan Chengji felt the fluctuation of the true energy in Lin Ming's body. He was not dead, yet and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Lan Chengji was about to kill Lin Ming, but at this moment, his face suddenly became stunned and unbelievable, and then completely black. He watched Lin Ming stand up like this, wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, as if nothing had happened, and let his chest still bleed. This How is this possible? Not only Lan Qingji, but also the warriors watching around the battlefield were all staring with wide eyes. Lin Ming had clearly resisted Lan Qingji's attack just now, and his chest was already broken into pieces, but he was fine. Looking at Lin Ming, whose chest was severely injured to the point that the bones were almost exposed, they all felt a chill in their backs. Lin Ming seemed to be invincible. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would not lose. What was even more despairing was that he seemed to be invincible. You, are you really a human? Lan Qingji gritted his teeth and asked this seemingly absurd question. However, now Lan Qingji really doubted whether Lin Ming was a human or a descendant of the ancient trolls. The terrifying magic skills that Lin Ming practiced might be the inheritance of the trolls. Lin Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense. He touched the Zumi ring with his right hand and took out a crystal clear and round green pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This was the Huang pill that Mu Fengxian gave him to save his life. Seeing this pill, Lan Qingji almost bit his tongue. It turned out to be the Huang pill. The Huang pill has a similar effect to the fueling pill, but the effect is 3 times that of the fueling pill. And the price is more than 10 or 20 times that of the fueling pill. This kind of life-saving pill, let alone him, even the elders in the late stage of Zuonden may not have it. But now, Lin Ming took out a rejuvenating pill and swallowed it without blinking, which immediately made Lan Qingji feel desperate. Lan Qingji's cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, so his Zenyuan capacity was naturally much larger. After taking the same efficacy of the rejuvenating pill, Lin Ming's Zenyuan would naturally recover faster. Moreover, what Lin Ming took was a Huang pill with 3 times the effect. The third update is finally completed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.